Chapter 427. After leaving for a month, Sima Yue returned to her family. Seeing her return, everyone's worried hearts finally relaxed. "I'm sorry for making everyone worried." Sima Yue smiled apologetically at everyone. "It's good that you're fine," Sima Yulin said. Everyone had a tacit understanding not to ask her where she had gone or why she had lost control. They were just happy that she had returned. However, their happiness was soon dampened because she said, "I will leave here in half a year and go to the primordial lands." She was leaving, which meant that he might not be able to see her for many years. Perhaps for a lifetime. After Sima Yue made her decision, she returned to her courtyard, leaving behind a group of people with different thoughts. The reason she said this was to let everyone be mentally prepared for her departure. The other reason was to tell those who wanted to follow her to cultivate well. She would not wait for them. She would not take them away until she reached the god level. Because of this, Sima Yuqing and the others all worked hard to cultivate, and they actually managed to advance to the divine rank in this half a year. Of course, they made use of the time difference in the spirit pagoda. In the past 1.5 years, they had spent 15 years in there. With their talents, it was expected that they would advance to the god level. Sima Yue, on the other hand, had put aside her cultivation for the past 6 months. Apart from her daily cultivation, she had put her focus on alchemy and array formation. Array masters were further divided into elementary array masters, intermediate array masters, advanced array masters, array grandmasters, array emperors, and so on. Sima Yue calculated her current level and realized that she had surpassed array master and was now an array grandmaster. This was mainly due to the formation book that Wu Lingyu had found for her. Other than that, her dawn had also successfully entered the 7th realm. Furthermore, it was a recent breakthrough. After entering the 6th grade of alchemy, she found that it was harder and harder to break through. No wonder there were so many primary and intermediate alchemists, and the number of advanced alchemists decreased. One day, Little Spirit appeared in front of her and looked at her suspiciously, saying, "Didn't you always want to know what's on the 2nd level?" Sima Yue slapped her forehead. Only then did she remember that the 2nd level had already been opened when she had advanced to the god level. However, because of those things, she had forgotten about it. "Let's go take a look." Sima Yue put down the book and appeared on the 1st floor of the spirit pagoda. The last time she was here, she had been struck by lightning. But now that she thought about it, compared to the lightning tribulation she would encounter when she advanced to the god realm, this was just like scratching an itch. Little Spirit floated behind her and said, "Let's go forward and take a look." Sima Yue nodded, feeling a little nervous. What was waiting for him on the 2nd floor? She walked up the stairs one step at a time and stopped at the corner between the 1st and 2nd floor. This was where she had been stopped. Looking at the thin ripples, she took a deep breath and reached out to touch it. He had passed through. The barrier no longer obstructed her. Instead, it dissipated. She continued to walk up. As the number of stairs decreased, her heart beat faster and faster. Finally, she stepped on the last step of the stairs. However, she did not see anything. There was only darkness. Her tensed god realm spirit immediately relaxed. She asked curiously, "Little Spirit, why is there nothing on the 2nd floor?" "Who said there's nothing?" Little Spirit snapped his fingers and the dark environment suddenly lit up. Sima Yue saw a mountain range. Mountain range? What's the difference between this and the 1st floor's mountain range? She looked at the mountain range and did not find any difference. Little Spirit rolled his eyes and said, "This is a mine, not the ordinary mountain range below. How can there be no difference?" What do you use it for? To open a mine and refine equipment for Fatty? This is a crystal mine. Didn't you notice that there is less spiritual energy here and more spiritual energy? Little Spirit roared. Sima Yue then remembered that in the primordial lands, although everyone relied on increasing the spiritual energy in their body to cultivate, there were other ways to increase the speed. For example, absorbing the spiritual energy in the crystals. Looking at these mines, Sima Yue did not know whether to laugh or cry. The resources here were comparable to the resources in the hands of the large sections. However, they were all underground. Did she have to dig them out herself? Furthermore, not all of these mountains had crystals. She was not a seeker spirit master. How would she know how to find crystals? If you want to open up these mines, you have to find a seeker spirit master. Otherwise, you have to become one. She said helplessly, finding a seeker spirit master is not realistic. Even if you find one, you can't bring them in. Then you can only become a seeker spirit master. Seeker spirit master was the most popular profession in the primordial lands. Its status was even higher than that of an array master. The reason was that they knew how to identify stones. They knew how to find crystals and spirit veins. They also knew how to open up rare crystals from ore. The last time in the Little Realm, Mo Sha was so excited when he obtained a magic crystal. It could be seen how valuable these crystals were. The status of a seeker spirit master who could open up rare crystals was self-evident. But it's easier said than done to become a seeker spirit master. She sighed and asked, "Little spirit, were there any seeker spirit masters among your previous owners?" Little spirit said, "But I have a book here." Sima Yue took the book that Little Spirit gave her and saw the words on the page. She cried out in surprise, "Spirits seeking the origin. It's actually spirits seeking the origin. How did you get this book?" She had heard of this book in her previous life. It was said that it was the highest-ranked book in the spirit-seeking secret manual. There were many secret methods to identify ores in it. It was said that only the owner of Spirit Seeking the Origin could achieve the highest achievement and become a Spirit Seeking Emperor Master. However, this book had been lost for a long time. She did not expect that it would be in Little Spirit's hands today. "I don't know which owner obtained it," Little Spirit said. "Then why didn't he become a Seeker Spirit Master?" Sima Yue asked curiously. "He didn't have time to read it before he died," Little Spirit said. Sima Yue was speechless. This owner was too pitiful. Even with Little Spirit around, he still died. However, leaving behind Spirit Seeking the Origin was a good thing for her. With this good thing, her chances of success when she went up to take revenge would be higher. Therefore, she spent most of her energy on researching and finding the source of the crystals. She first thoroughly understood the theory of Spirit Seeking the Origin. Then, she went to the second level of the Spirit Pagoda to find the source of the crystals. She put the theory into practice and increased her ability to find the source of the crystals. Time passed by in a flash and half a year quietly passed. Chapter 428. When Sima Yue left, she kept a low profile. Other than the elders in the family and Wei Ziqi's family members, no one else knew about it. The Wei clan and the Chu clan had already completely assimilated into the Lin clan. Their strength was not high, and they could not possibly go up with Wei Ziqi and the rest. Only Sang Miu had come out because of Ouyang Fei, so she would definitely leave with them. Moreover, because of this period of cultivation, her strength had increased by leaps and bounds, and she had already become a spiritual venerable. Other than Wei Ziqi and the others, there was also Sima Lai, Sima Yu Ming and the four brothers, as well as Sima Yu Lin. Sima Yu Qing, Sima Yu Yang and the others wanted to go as well, but Sima Tai said that not everyone could go up. Otherwise, the younger generation would suffer heavy losses and affect the clan's development. They would only be allowed to leave after someone took over their position. Although Sima Yu Yang and the others were unwilling, they had no choice but to stay. They would go up to look for them in the future. On this day, she placed everyone in the Spirit Pagoda. With her current strength, using the realm-breaking compass would only allow her to pass through the passageway. Sima Tai, Sima Yang, Sima Yu Qing and Sima Yu Lan came to her courtyard to send her off. "If you want to look for us, you can go to Divine Devil Valley." Sima Yue said, "Okay, we will." Sima Yang said, "You have to take care. Wait for us to go up and look for you." Sima Yu Qing said worriedly. She had been worried about Sima Yue the last time. "Don't worry. We'll wait for you upstairs." Sima Yue said with a smile. She took out the breaking boundary compass and injected spiritual energy into it. Then she threw it into the air. A passage opened up around the breaking boundary compass, and it fell into her hand. "We're going." She looked at them and was a little reluctant, but she still flew into the tunnel. Sima Tai and the others watched her leave and watched the tunnel close. Seeing the reluctance in Sima Yang and the others' eyes, he said, "Relax, I think that it won't be long before you all can go up as well." You have to quickly develop the younger generation," Sima Yang said. The boundary compass that Wu Lingyu gave her had a fixed position. As long as she injected her spirit energy, it would set up a spatial passage to Divine Devil Valley. When Sima Yue entered the spatial tunnel, she could not help but sigh at how weak she was. The spatial tunnel she created was extremely unstable. Back then, although the tunnel he had constructed wasn't particularly good, it shouldn't have been so shaky, as if it would collapse at any moment. Moreover, due to the instability of the spatial passageway, his entire body was being squeezed and torn apart by the spatial pressure, causing him great pain. Boom! A deafening sound echoed through the void. Sima Yue cursed in her heart. Before she could do anything, she had deviated from her original route. The spatial passage he constructed earlier collapsed, and he was pulled into the space vortex. Fortunately, she had thought of this from the beginning and was prepared when she entered the passage. She was holding a world-breaking compass in her hand. This compass was not like the one she used before. It was only the size of an egg. The tearing of the void caused her to lose control of her body more and more. Fortunately, she had injected spirit energy into the compass before the change occurred. The compass quickly opened a gap and brought her out of the void. She fainted after leaving the void. In a desert in the primordial lands, a camel caravan was walking unhurriedly. There were 30 over camels and 10 over people sitting on the camels, chatting and laughing. "Father, we'll be out of this desert in half a day." A lady in her 20s was wearing a fiery red riding attire. Her hair was braided, and there were small bells hanging from the braids. The small bells chimed as she moved. The leader was a man in his 30s. When he heard his daughter's words, he smiled and said, "It's been a safe journey. I hope it will be so smooth all the way back." As if he thought of something, his smile slowly faded and worry crept into his eyebrows. The lady in red saw her father's expression and said, "Father, are you worried that the Jiang clansmen will do something bad? If we don't pay more tributes this time, the Heavenly Tiger Hall will not protect us anymore." The middle-aged man said, We prepared a lot of tributes in the past. It's just that the Jiang clan did something bad. They either robbed or stole it. Otherwise, it would have been destroyed. If not for them, how would we have been given the ultimatum?" The lady in red said. Then she smiled and said, "However, the spirit source we found this time is not bad. It should be able to produce stones. As long as we hand it to the Heavenly Tiger Hall, we will be able to survive this crisis. I'm afraid that the Jiang clan has already received news that we found the small mine. I'm afraid that they will come to snatch it again." The middle-aged man said, "Clan leader, the people we brought this time are not weak. If the Jiang clan wants to do something bad again, we will make sure that they will not be able to return." Another man at the side said, "Father, there seems to be someone there." The lady in red pointed at a person who was about to be buried under the sand. The middle-aged man looked. There was indeed a person buried under the sand. Other than the face, nothing else could be seen. "Clan leader, could it be a dead person?" The man who spoke before said. "Father, let's go down and take a look." The lady in red said, "Miss, what if it's an ambush set by the Jiang clan?" The lady in red was stunned. She said uncertainly, "It shouldn't be?" However, she was also unsure. She looked at her father, waiting for him to make a decision. It's not easy to set up an ambush here. The Jiang clan shouldn't be here. The middle-aged man hesitated. "Send someone down to take a look." A guard came down from the camel and ran down. He shouted to them, "Clan leader, it's a young lad. He seems to be severely injured." After confirming that there was no ambush, the camel team stopped. A few guards were left behind, while the rest came down. "Father, this person seems to be severely injured. Let's save him." The lady in red looked at Sima Yue, who was dug out from the sand by the guards. She frowned and said, "Clan leader, we don't even dare to walk alone in this area. How could a young lad be injured here?" Someone said, hinting that Sima Yue's appearance here was unusual. "But father, there are very few people here. If we don't save him, I'm afraid that he will be buried by the sand." The lady said with pity. The middle-aged man looked at Sima Yue carefully. He did not recognize the blood ring on her left hand. He also could not find anything else that could identify her. He could not confirm her identity. In the end, he sighed and said, "Since we've already met him, let's bring him along. When we get out of the desert and into the town, we'll put him down." Chapter 429. Pain. This was the biggest feeling Sima Yue had after she regained consciousness. The pain this time was almost comparable to the last time he was struck by lightning, but the consequences were much more serious. This was because she realized that other than her physical injuries, she was also injured in the void. Her sense of space was a little chaotic for a moment, and she actually lost connection with her spatial ring and spirit pagoda. That also meant that Bei Gong Tang and the others would not be able to come out. She panicked, but she was also very weak. She only woke up for a moment before falling into darkness again. When she regained her consciousness, the first thing she did was to sense the spirit pagoda. It was only after she discovered the connection between her and the spirit pagoda that she relaxed. Fortunately, although he still couldn't open the spirit pagoda and spatial ring, at least there was a connection. This meant that he was recovering, and he should be able to open the spirit pagoda soon. She felt her dry throat being moistened by the cold water, and her burning body felt much better. Her heavy eyelids slowly opened. "You're awake." A clear voice sounded beside her. Sima Yue felt as if she was in a carriage. Her body was swaying, and in front of her was a handsome face with eyes as bright as the stars. Before she could say anything, the woman had already told her what she wanted to know. "I'm Zhuoma. My father is Zhuo Ran. We saw you in the desert 2 days ago. At that time, you were almost buried alive. Right now, we have already left the desert and are rushing towards Evernew City." "Did they save her?" "Thank you," she said, her voice hoarse. "It's better if you don't talk. My father gave you a pill, but the level isn't high, so your body hasn't recovered yet." Zhuoma said, "Come, drink some more water." Zhuoma placed the water belt beside Sima Yue's mouth and fed her 2 mouthfuls. Actually, she was shocked to see Sima Yue's injuries. Her father had said before that Sima Yue's entire body had been torn apart. Although they had given her pills to eat, they were only third-ranked healing pills. For such serious injuries, they didn't even know if it would have any effect. However, in the past 2 days, her injuries had healed at a speed visible to the naked eye, which shocked everyone. Even Zhuo Ran felt that it was too strange. Sima Yue drank the water. Zhuoma wanted to say something, but she didn't ask anything in the end. "Have a good rest. We still have a few days before we reach Evernew City. I'll go out first." With that, she smiled at Sima Yue, pulled open the curtain and left. Sima Yue waited for her to leave before sensing the connection between her and the spirit pagoda again. After confirming that everything was fine, she retracted her thoughts and recalled what had happened earlier. It had only been less than a minute since the change in space to her breaking out of the void, but she had suffered such serious injuries. Furthermore, her physique had been tempered over the years and was comparable to that of a spirit beast. She was many times stronger than an ordinary person. If it were anyone else, they would have been torn to pieces in an instant. Fortunately, she had the boundary-piercing compass in her hand from the start and reacted quickly. When she heard the sound, she immediately injected her spirit energy into it. If she hadn't prepared beforehand and didn't react so quickly, she wouldn't have been able to come out. Thinking about that sound, she was curious. Listening to that sound, there should be someone fighting. To be able to affect the void in a battle, what kind of people were fighting? Although she had only been in the void for a minute, she didn't know how many regions she had deviated from. And she didn't know which region she had deviated from, so she had no way of guessing the distance between her and the divine Devil Valley. She heard Zhuoma talking to Zhuo Ran on the beast carriage after she went out. "Father, she's already awake." Zhuoma said. "How is she?" Zhuo Ran asked. "She has already recovered quite a bit." Zhuoma replied. "That speed is much faster than what I've seen before." "Patriarch, we'll reach Evernew City in 2 days. We'll just send her to the inn then, right?" Zhui Yang said. After Evernew City, will be in the Jiang family's territory. If we bring her along, we might implicate her. Zhuo Ran said. But father, she's so good-looking, and that ever-new city's city lord is a guy. She's injured so badly, wouldn't it be bad if we leave her in the city? Zhuo Ma said disapprovingly. But we just received news yesterday that the Jiang family is preparing to intercept us. If we bring her along, won't we be held back? What if we die because of her? Zhui Yang said. Zhui Yang, shut up. Zhuo Ma scolded softly. She's someone we saved, how can you say that? If we really die, it's because we're not strong enough. How can you blame others? Zhui Yang, your cousin is right. You can't say that in front of her. Turan said. Oh right, what's that young master called? I forgot to ask. Zhuo Ma slapped her forehead and said in annoyance. I'm not spouting nonsense. Zhui Yang said. That person appeared in the desert for no reason, and we didn't feel any spiritual energy fluctuation from her body. That means she's not a spirit master. We're bringing a normal person. If we're not being held back, what is? Zhui Yang, you're the one who's afraid of death. Leave now and don't stay with us. Zhuo Ma said angrily. Zhui Yang was Zhuo Ma's cousin. Although the relationship between the siblings wasn't good, she had never scolded him like this. Now that an outsider had scolded him, he was angry. Isn't he just a pretty boy? Why are you so protective of him? I'm thinking of everyone's safety. Do you want to harm everyone's lives because of a pretty boy? You're spouting nonsense. Zhuo Ma's anger rose as well. Anyway, you're not allowed to leave him in Evernew City. I don't agree. Zhuo Ran didn't think that his daughter would be so insistent. He thought about it and said, how about this, we'll leave him at the next place after we pass Evernew City. Zhuo Ma snorted coldly, agreeing with Zhuo Ran's idea. Thinking that she would see Zhui Yang's face outside, she opened the door and entered. She didn't think that Sima Yue wasn't asleep. Seeing her understanding gaze, Zhuo Ma was a little embarrassed. That cousin of mine is like that. Don't take it to heart. Sima Yue said. Zhuo Ma was stunned. She then knew that Sima Yue was talking about her name. She smiled and said, Yue, why did you appear in the desert? How did you get injured? Where is your home? Although she felt that Sima Yue was a good person after seeing her eyes, she still wanted to know why she got injured. Do you know how far the Divine Devil Valley is from here? Sima Yue asked. Divine Devil Valley? We don't have a Divine Devil Valley here. Zhuo Ma replied. Chapter 430. Hearing Zhuo Ma's words, Sima Yue was startled. She asked, then what about the Moonbow clan and the Cloud Cave? Zhuo Ma shook her head and said, I've never heard of any of these. These were all great powers in the Middle Region, but she had never heard of them? Could it be that this was not the Primordial Lands? Is this the Primordial Lands? She continued to ask. Of course. Zhuo Ma said, why, you're not from the Primordial Lands? Hearing that she was in the Primordial Lands, Sima Yue heaved a sigh of relief and said, I just came to the Primordial Lands. Because of some problems, I didn't reach my destination. Your destination is the Divine Devil Valley, right? Zhuo Ma asked with a smile. Sima Yue nodded and did not deny it. Is this place in the middle region or the outer region? She saw that Zhuo Ma's strength was not high, so it should not be someone from the inner regions. We are in the periphery, Zhuo Ma said, and our place is very small. We have never heard of the Divine Devil Valley you mentioned. Divine Devil Valley is a powerhouse in the middle region. It's okay if you don't know about it. Sima Yue said indifferently. Although she said that she didn't care, she was feeling bitter in her heart. It wasn't easy to go from the outer region to the central region. He had never been to the outer region before, so he had to find a way to get to the middle region. But the premise was that he had to know where he was. Zhuo Ma saw the worry in Sima Yue's eyes and said, Don't worry, we don't know, but the people in the big places definitely know. After you recover, you can go to those big cities and have a look. That's the only way, Sima Yue sighed. Can you tell me more about your situation here? Her injuries were still quite serious, and it would take a few more days for her to recover. Sure. Zhuama knew that she had come up from the lower continent and definitely did not know much about this place, so she explained the situation to her. Sima Yue felt even more bitter after hearing that. In her previous life, she had heard that there were tens of thousands of regions in the periphery. She had always thought that it was an exaggeration, but she did not expect it to be true. There were countless skyscraping ridges and eightfold ridges in the periphery. The smaller forces would rely on the bigger forces for protection, while the bigger forces would rely on the higher-level forces, and so on. Because the area was too vast, Zhuama and the others had never been too far away in their lives. This was because only sects had teleportation arrays. How could those sects' teleportation arrays be used by ordinary people like them? Those teleportation arrays will not be used by outsiders unless you can enter a sect and become a core member, or if you have something that can make them willing to provide you with teleportation arrays. Zhuama said, only the Heavenly Tiger Hall has a teleportation array here, but the Heavenly Tiger Hall is not easy to talk to. Sima Yue looked at Zhuama's expression and knew that the Heavenly Tiger Hall was not as difficult to deal with as Zhuama had made it out to be. It was probably not a good faction. I heard you guys talking about the Jiang family just now. What's going on? She asked. Zhuama thought that it would be better to tell her now so that she would be mentally prepared, and said, the Jiang family and our Zhua family are both clans under the Heavenly Tiger Hall. If we want to be protected by the Heavenly Tiger Hall, we have to provide them with resources on a regular basis. If we do not meet the requirements, we will lose the protection of the Heavenly Tiger Hall and be bullied by other powers. Sima Yue knew about this way of life. It was the same in some places in the central regions. For example, the Zhongzheng family was dependent on the Yinyang sect, while the Yinyang sect was dependent on other powers. The Jiang family and our Zhua family have always been enemies. 2 years ago, our tributes to the Heavenly Tiger Hall were either stolen or destroyed by them. This caused us to not meet the requirements of the Heavenly Tiger Hall for many years. This year, the Heavenly Tiger Hall has already given us a final warning. If we do not contribute anything good, they will not protect us in the future. Zhuama said angrily. You guys have obtained something good this year? Sima Yue guessed. Zhuama nodded. By chance, we found a small mine in the depths of the desert. Although the mine is not big, the quality of the ores inside is not bad. It actually produced a rare crystal. Thus, we took the risk and went to the small mine to dig out some ores. My father said that if we handed these over, we would be able to pass. Sima Yue was slightly surprised. They actually found a rare crystal. To a small family like theirs, this was definitely a huge amount of wealth. However, even if they obtained it, they did not own it. Then will the Jiang family rob you? She asked. We received news yesterday that the Jiang family knew about the small mine and are preparing to rob us on the way. Zhuama was furious. This Jiang family is relying on the divine sect to bully us time and time again. When we have the power, we will definitely destroy them. There were not many ranks above the divine rank. There were only the divine king, divine sect, divine emperor and reverend gods. Every rank was not divided into 1 to 9 small ranks. It was divided into beginner, middle and high ranks. People with the power of the divine sect could be considered strong in this place. We will have to pass by the Jiang family's territory on our way back, so it might be dangerous. Zhuama said, however, if we put you in Evernew City, that city lord is not a good person. He likes men. You are so good-looking, it will be even more dangerous. Many thanks. Sima Yue said gratefully. In her previous life, she had seen too much deception. She never thought that she would meet such a kind girl here. What are you thanking me for? Actually, it is very dangerous for you to be with us. Although my father said that we will put you in the next city after Evernew City will belong to the Jiang family. To become early, Zhuama did not finish her sentence, but Sima Yue understood what she meant. However, she was not worried. Wasn't there still 2 days? No one knew how much she could recover in 2 days. After another 2 days, her body could move again. She still could not open her spirit pagoda, but her spatial ring was completely under her control. They did not enter Evernew City. Instead, they planned to go around the mountain range outside the city to avoid being unable to leave. It was already late, so they found a spacious place to rest. Before entering the mountain, the beast carriage Sima Yue used before was abandoned. Because the mountain path was rugged, beast carriages could not pass through it. Fortunately, her body had mostly recovered. Although her spirit energy had not fully recovered, she had no problem moving around. When they were setting up camp, Zhuama saw Sima Yue walking around in a circle, but she did not take it to heart. Sima Yue returned to the fire and sat down. Zhu Yang gave her a cold look, showing his dissatisfaction. He really could not understand why Zhuama had to keep her here. A burden. Late at night, everyone went to rest. Sima Yue suddenly opened her eyes and looked towards Evernew City. Chapter 431. After she was able to open her spatial ring, she took advantage of the fact that they weren't paying attention and ate a 6th-grade healing pill. Although she could recover by relying on her god-devil body, it would be faster with pills. Compared to the lower continents, the primordial lands were much crueler. As mentioned before, tens of thousands of people died every day. Who knew when danger would descend? He had to master his strength first. Sensing the aura coming from Evernew City, she wondered if she should inform the Zhua family. Before she could make a decision, Zhua Ran had already opened his eyes. His gaze was naturally in the direction of Evernew City. He was surprised to see Sima Yue awake and looking in that direction. This brat clearly looked very weak, so why did he feel an aura approaching? He stood up. The Zhua family members felt his movement and woke up one after another. "Father, what's wrong?" Zhuama stood up and asked. Zhua Ran said with a calm expression, "It seems that the Jiang family is more anxious than we thought." "Clan head, are the Jiang clan members here?" Zhu Yang asked. Sima Yue frowned as she sensed the approaching aura. It seemed like there were more people than she had expected. Zhua Ran also felt it and his expression changed greatly, saying, "Zhua Ma, quickly take those oars and leave. No matter what happens, don't look back. When you return, pass the oars to your third uncle and ask him to hand them over to the Heavenly Tiger Hall." Upon hearing this, Zhua Ma's face turned pale. "Father, did a lot of people from the Jiang family come?" "At least 2 high-level god kings." Turan said. "He was also a high-level god king, but if there were 2 of them, they wouldn't be a match for them." "Haha, it seems like your senses are quite sharp." A voice echoed in the forest, making it hard to distinguish the direction. "You want to leave?" "None of you are leaving today." Several figures came out of the forest and surrounded them. Sima Yue looked at them walking and felt that it was inconvenient to be on the top. Because the laws of heaven and earth were different, god kings could not fly in the air. Even though she could fly in the continent below, she could not fly in the air here. When Zhuo Ran saw who it was, she said coldly, "Jiang Fei, I didn't expect it to be you." My big brother said that since you're personally taking action, we naturally can't fall behind. But he's busy, so he sent me." Jiang Fei laughed loudly and said, "I heard that you found quite a few good ores. If you want to go through my Jiang family's territory, shouldn't you have left some tolls? Don't go to the Jiang family's people to bullies too. SSSST tusas tis SSSTs, TTSSSSS. TTSST, ST2TSST, SSSS Jiang." Zhuo Ran did not expect the Zhuo family to send Jiang Fei over personally. As the younger brother of the head of the family, Jiang Fei's status was not ordinary. "This is. Are you trying to silence me?" Zhuo Ran asked. "Wrong. We don't intend to kill all of you. At the very least, we want to kill those who know the location of the small mine, right?" When Jiang Fei mentioned the small mine, his eyes flashed with greed. "If you know what's good for you, then tell us the location of the small mine. Otherwise, when we cripple you and force you to confess, you'll suffer even more." "Don't even think about it." Zhuo Ran refused to compromise. "Even if we die, we won't hand over the mine to you." "Lord Jiang, look at that person." Another high-level god king saw Sima Yue sitting there calmly. He rubbed his hands and swallowed his saliva. This kid was really too handsome. He was 100 times better looking than those people in his family. He never thought that he would meet someone like this when he came here. From the moment he got close, he noticed Sima Yue. That peerless charm made him fall head over heels for her. He couldn't wait to take her back and enjoy her. Only then did Jiang Fei notice Sima Yue. He was also stunned by her appearance. When he saw the Yongxin City's city lord's perverted look, he said, "Don't worry, I'll hand her over to you later." "Thank you, Lord Jiang." The city lord looked at Sima Yue excitedly. His perverted gaze made her feel disgusted. Juma also saw it. She apologized to Sima Yue and said, "I'm sorry, I didn't expect to bring you trouble." "Don't worry," Sima Yue said calmly. She was not worried or anxious. I told you to let her go. Now she's taken a fancy to us." Zhuo Yang snorted. When Zhuo Ran saw Sima Yue's calm expression, he was surprised. Facing so many strong people, she did not panic at all. Could it be that she had something to rely on? Sima Yu calmly got up from the ground and patted the grass off her body, saying, "Patriarch Zhuo, since you've saved my life, I'll repay your kindness today." When Zhuo Ran saw Sima Yue's confident expression, he did not know whether to believe her or not. However, other than believing in her, they had no other choice. "Yue, do you really have a way?" Zhuo Ma looked at Sima Yue with uncertainty. In the past 2 days, she had been close to Sima Yue. She knew that her strength had not recovered and the other party was stronger than her father. Did she really have a way? Sima Yue smiled at Zhuo Ma and said, "Don't worry, nothing will happen to you tonight." After saying that, she looked at the city lord of Yongxin City and said, "I hate it when people try to take advantage of me, especially people like you. It's really disgusting. Hee boy, when you are in my hands, no matter how disgusting you feel, I have plenty of ways to make you feel good." The city lord of Yongxin City laughed wretchedly. "Let's see if you can survive the night." Sima Yue laughed coldly. When Jiang Fei saw Sima Yue's expression, he felt that something was wrong. A sense of danger rose in his heart. She was not a member of the Zhuo family and did not have much spiritual energy waves, but it made him feel very uneasy. "I am the one who will take your lives." Sima Yue laughed, like the grim reaper in the dark night. She injected spiritual energy into the place where she had been sitting. A bright light shone in the forest, breaking through the darkness and reaching the clouds. Everyone was shocked as a ripple of energy enveloped the entire Zhuo family. Then, an even larger ripple surrounded the entire forest. Everyone was trapped inside, unable to leave. Chapter 432. Array Master? Both the Zhuo family and the Jiang family were stunned when they saw this. At the same time, the Zhuo family was overjoyed while the Jiang family was flustered. "I did not expect you to be a formation master as well. I have underestimated you." Jiang Fei looked at Sima Yue. She had indeed brought about a change in the situation. However, he did not think that Sima Yue's array could trap him. The level of a formation was usually related to the strength of the person who set it up. Sima Yue seemed to have low spiritual power, so she might not have even reached the divine level. Moreover, this array formation could not be achieved without decades or centuries of research. Sima Yue's bone age did not seem to be very old. She had not been learning array formations for long, so she was definitely not very powerful. Thinking of this, his heart relaxed. He looked at Sima Yue and the others and said, "This is just an ordinary defensive array, right? Who knew how many attacks it could withstand from 2 high-level god kings? I'll give you a chance. Close the teleportation array and come out. If you do, I can spare your life." "Spare my life?" Sima Yue sneered and said, "We'll see if you have the ability to break my defensive array." It's just a small defense array." The mid-level divine king said disdainfully. He condensed his spiritual energy and attacked the defense array. The Zhuo family watched as the god king attacked the defensive array. They saw that Zhuo Ran did not move. They watched as the god king's attack drew closer and closer. Their hearts were in their throats. When the attack hit the defensive array, there was no fierce collision as everyone expected. The spiritual energy seemed to have been absorbed by the array and disappeared silently. The god king looked at the light of the defensive array and was so shocked that he was speechless. He was well aware of how powerful his attack was. That was an all-out attack, yet it didn't even budge. The Zhou family members were overjoyed. The defense array was so powerful that even a mid-level supreme being could not touch it. That meant that even if Jiang Fei personally attacked it, he might not be able to break it. Since you've already launched an attack, it wouldn't be right if I didn't reply to you. Sima Yue walked to the middle of the defense array and told Zhui Yang to move aside. After he left, she placed the array formation stone into the small groove that he was standing on just now. After the array formation stones were put in, there were no changes inside the defense array. However, white lights kept flashing outside. After the white lights disappeared, the people of the Jiang family went crazy. "Ah, I'm going to kill you." A younger man suddenly slashed at his companion. "You think you can kill me? You've been an eyesore for a long time. Motherf *Ker, how dare you hit me? I'm going to kill you today. Lord Jiang, I've been longing for you for a long time. Why don't we be together?" Even the city lord began to speak crazily. Scram, those people were talking nonsense as they attacked the people around them. Everyone used all their strength, as if the other party was their enemy for several lifetimes. Jiang Fei and the Eternal New City's city lord were engaged in a fierce battle. Those elemental paragons who could not withstand the shockwaves from the battle between the high-level divine kings were all killed. When the shockwaves came into contact with the defense array, they were all blocked outside. The Zhou family members who were inside did not feel anything at all. These people are too weak. They're all finished so quickly. Sima Yue looked at the fallen bodies and said calmly. The Zhou family members looked at her calmly. How did she look like someone who could kill a divine king? Zhui Yang thought about how he had always been against her and his palms were sweating. He did not expect her to be a respected array formation master. If he had known, he would not have dared to disrespect her. However, now that things had happened, what should he do if she held a grudge? He looked at her carefully, afraid that she would hold a grudge and throw him out. "Yue, what's wrong with them? Why are they suddenly killing each other?" Juma asked. "I set up an illusion array outside. Once the illusion array is activated, they will be hallucinating. They will not recognize the people around them and will only treat them as enemies. At the same time, they will express their inner thoughts." Sima Yue explained. "But isn't this a defense array?" Zhuama did not understand. She had never seen a defense array that could be used as an illusion array. Sima Yue explained patiently, "I didn't just set up a defense array at the start. Later on, I set up an illusion array. The two arrays overlapped. It can be considered an array within an array." Zhuama stared at Sima Yue in shock. She did not know what an array within an array was, but she knew that it was very powerful. Usually, it was not bad for an array formation master to set up an array. She could actually set up an array within an array. How high was her array formation mastery? The divine kings should still be fighting for a while. Everyone should go and rest. After she finished speaking, she returned to her seat and continued to meditate to recover from her injuries. The Zhou family members looked at her calm expression and then looked at the battle outside. They all shuddered. However, they were all thankful that Sima Yue was with them. Otherwise, they would have all died here tonight. They looked at the battle outside and realized that no matter how they moved, they could not leave the outermost layer of light. They could only fight inside. In other words, they could not leave at all. They could only fight their way out of the array formation. Seeing this, everyone looked at Sima Yue with fear in their eyes. She was really ruthless. These people came to kill them, but she did not even move. Instead, she killed them all. Most of the night passed and the sky was already turning white. Sima Yue only opened her eyes now. He's the one who survived? I thought it would be the one from the Jiang family who survived. She looked at the Yongxin City's city lord who was lying on the ground, panting. He was missing an arm, and the meridians in his legs were severed. His flesh was also cut open. He was about as strong as Jiang Fei. He was lucky to be able to win against Jiang Fei and survive. When he was the only one left in the array formation, the illusion array's effect disappeared. Only then did he see the blood and body parts on the ground. He looked at Sima Yue with fear in his eyes. She was a demon. The Zhou family members who had watched from the beginning to the end were deeply shocked and afraid. Sima Yue stood up and walked over. She kept the array formation stone and the illusion array disappeared. Master, these people? Zhuo Ran looked at Sima Yue and asked. He had changed the way he addressed her. Since they are here to deal with you, you can do whatever you want. I don't think you want the Jiang family to know about what happened today, right? Sima Yue said. Her body was not fully recovered yet. She did not want to care about these things. Zhuo Ran nodded and said, the few of you, clean up these bodies and blood. Yes, master. Sima Yue went to the nearby river to wash up. When she returned, the Zhuo family had already cleaned up the scene. When they saw her return, everyone froze. Chapter 433. Sima Yue noticed their strange behavior but did not take it to heart. In the primordial lands, everyone admired and feared array masters, not to mention that he had shown them the power of an array master last night. That kind of impact was something they would never forget for the rest of their lives. Master! The Zhuo family members greeted her stiffly. They were a little scared when they saw Sima Yue, but more than that, they felt awkward. Previously, they had been gossiping about her. Unexpectedly, she had saved their lives at the critical moment. Sima Yue frowned and said, don't call me master, just call me Yue. He wasn't used to being called master. The Zhuo family members did not show any signs of flattery. Instead, they were more embarrassed and embarrassed. This showed that they were not bad people. If they had tried to flatter her, she might have left by now. Moreover, Zhuo Ma had been taking good care of him these past few days, so he could forget about the unhappiness from before. Yue, are you done washing up? Zhuo Ma said with a smile. Sima Yue nodded and asked, is the Jiang family far from here? It's a bit far. If we take a flying beast, it'll take about a day, Zhuo Ran replied. Why don't you guys ride the flying beasts? Sima Yue asked. The Zhuo family members were a little embarrassed. We don't have any flying beasts. It was only then that Sima Yue remembered that this was already the primordial lands. In this place, not everyone had contracted beasts. This was because those spirit beasts valued their bloodlines very much and would not allow their clansmen to become contracted beasts of humans. Now that he thought about it, in the primordial lands, one couldn't fly in the air, contract spiritual beasts, or use teleportation arrays unless one was above the divine sect level. These were even more inconvenient than the lower realms. How far are we from your family? She asked. Based on our current speed, we'll arrive in less than half a month, Zhuo Ran replied. Although Sima Yue was not in a hurry, she did not want to waste time on traveling. But she couldn't contact Little Pring right now, so she had no way of calling them out. It would be great if we could find a means of transportation. Sima Yue said, if not, we can find a flying beast. But Yue, you can't say these words so casually. If the spirit beasts hear it, it will attract trouble. Zhuo Ran said. As long as the spirit beast is willing, it doesn't matter. Sima Yue said, are there any flying beasts here? Zhuo Ma said, I remember that there is a Luan bird a few mountains ahead. It is a sacred beast. Let's go and take a look. Sima Yue said with her eyes shining. All right. I'll take you there. Zhuo Ma was also a little excited. If they could really find a flying beast to ride on, it would be much safer and faster for them to return. Zhuo Ran wanted to stop them, but when he saw Sima Yue's confident expression and remembered that she had the same expression last night, he swallowed his words. It would be nice to have a flying beast as a means of transportation. Hence, they packed up their things and rushed towards the Luan bird's location. In the afternoon, they arrived at the mountain where the Luan bird was. From afar, they could see the huge nest in the middle of the cliff. It's there. Zhuo Ma pointed at the nest and said, the last time we passed by here, we saw the Luan bird. Sima Yue looked over and realized that the Luan bird was not in the nest. It must have gone out to look for food. Zhuo Ma, do you want a Luan bird to be your flying beast? Seeing Zhuo Ma looking at the nest with a yearning expression, Sima Yue asked. Of course I want to, but if I want to contract it, I have to tame it first. We have very few beast tamers here. There are not even 2 beast tamers in the entire Heavenly Tiger Ridge. Zhuo Ma said sadly. Sima Yue rubbed her nose. In the primordial lands, beast tamers were a special profession. Although they had a high status in the human world, they were few in number. This was because the spirit beasts hated beast tamers. Becoming a beast tamer was a dangerous thing. If I tame it, do you want it? She turned her head and looked at Zhuama. Zhuama was stunned and said, yes. Then let's wait here. Sima Yue said. She then looked at Zhuaran and asked, how high is that luan bird? Can you subdue it? Zhuaran said, that's a second-rank sacred beast. Sacred beasts, 1 rank and 2 ranks of sacred beasts were equivalent in strength. Moreover, because their bodies were stronger, their battle prowess was stronger. A second-rank sacred beast's strength was equivalent to a high-level divine king. If it had reached the late stage of the second rank, its strength would be equivalent to a low-level divine overlord. Zhuaran was only a low-level divine king. Naturally, he was not a match for this luan bird. Sima Yue thought for a while and said, I'll go down for a while. You guys wait for me here. After speaking, she quickly ran towards the opposite cliff. Looking at her speed, it seemed like her body had almost recovered. When she reached the bottom of the cliff, everyone saw her casually throw a few things. Then she walked around the bottom of the cliff and came back. Is this enough? Zhuama looked at Sima Yue with uncertainty. It's enough. Sima Yue said confidently, today, I'll gift you a luan bird. All right. Zhuama looked at Sima Yue and smiled shyly. They waited on the opposite mountain for more than an hour before the luan bird came back. After circling in the air once, it flew back to its nest. It's not a pure-blooded luan bird. Sima Yue commented after seeing the luan bird. She had met a real pure-blooded luan bird in her previous life. Compared to this one, it looked much more noble. Oh, the taste should also be much more delicious. And this bird only had a little of the luan bird's bloodline, so it looked similar to a luan bird. This bird's bloodline was not pure, but it could still become a sacred beast. This meant that its innate talent was not bad. When the luan bird landed on the nest, the array below was immediately activated. The luan bird was immediately trapped in the array. The sudden change caused the luan bird to panic, but it quickly calmed down. Seeing Sima Yue and the rest coming out from the opposite mountain, it said, Is this your doing? When it came back, it felt the presence of humans on the opposite mountain. It did not expect them to dare to scheme against it. Sima Yue walked over. Seeing its ferocious look, she was not afraid and said, It's our doing. I'm going to tear you apart. The luan bird flapped its wings and wanted to rush over, but found itself trapped in the array. It's no use. My array can even trap a high-ranking divine overlord, not to mention a level 2 sacred beast like you. Sima Yue said. What do you want? The luan bird stared at Sima Yue with red eyes. We don't want to do anything. Sima Yue said with a smile, We just want you to be our flying beast. The Zhua family could not help but frown at her words. She wanted the luan bird to be her flying beast, and she still said that she did not want to do anything? Chapter 434. The luan was enraged by Sima Yue's words, but no matter how hard it tried, it was unable to break out of the array. Don't waste your energy. Sima Yu jumped onto a large rock and said, If you didn't return to your bird's nest, you might have been able to avoid my array. However, you clearly knew that someone had come, yet you still ignored it. Your conceit has become your fatal killer. The luan exuded a cold aura and looked at Sima Yue with murderous intent. She was right. When he came back, he smelled the scent of humans. However, he relied on his high strength and didn't put them in his eyes. He didn't even check to see if there was any danger. What do you want? It tried a few times, but it found that it was useless, so it stopped. I said, I want you. Sima Yue said, Be her contracted beast. The luan firmly refused. You only have 2 choices. Choose her or die. Sima Yue said. Then I choose death. The luan said without hesitation. All right, I'll fulfill your wish. Sima Yue did not try to persuade him. Instead, she sent a stream of spirit energy towards the array and a wisp of Qi Yan's flame into it. When the luan saw Crimson flames, its eyes were filled with fear. The temperature of the flames, the aura, it was definitely that person. It wanted to say something, but the flames wrapped around it. The scorching temperature made it feel the aura of death, and the fear of death spread out from its heart. It lowered its head and saw that its feet and wings were burned to ashes by the flames. Then, the flames quickly approached its heart and head. Before the flames engulfed it completely, regret flashed through its heart. Why did it insist on choosing death? At this moment, it finally understood that being alive was more important than anything else. Even becoming a contract beast was better than dying. The last bit of its consciousness was swallowed up, and the Luan bird finally touched the aura of death. Everything returned to darkness. Bang! The Luan bird fell from its nest and landed heavily on the ground. It opened its eyes, which were filled with confusion. Wasn't it burned to ashes by the flames? How did he come back to life? Sima Yue walked to the edge of the array and looked at its puzzled expression, saying, "Are you curious about how you came back to life? What did you do?" Wan Yao looked at Sima Yue cautiously. "It's nothing. I just let you experience death in the illusion." Sima Yue said, "Although it's an illusion, I think your feelings are still very real, right? How does death taste? Do you still want to die? If you still insist, I won't be in an illusion this time." She played with the flame in her hand, her eyes smiling, but the Luan felt as if it had fallen into an ice cellar. It knew that Sima Yue was not joking this time, and she would not give it a second chance. Death or being contracted? It was in a dilemma, but when it saw the flame in Sima Yue's hand, the feeling of death struck its heart again. I surrender." In the end, it was defeated by the illusion just now. It did not want to experience that kind of fear again. "All right." Sima Yue kept the flame, saying, "Then come over here, I'll tame you." Wan Niao stood up and walked over, placing its head at the edge of the array. Sima Yue reached out and placed her hand on its forehead. She used the little spiritual energy in her body and began to tame it. Although Wan Niao surrendered, it was still unwilling, so Sima Yue had a hard time taming it. Of course, most of the reason why she was willing was because she had not fully recovered. Fortunately, her spiritual energy was strong. She used it to invade Luan Yao's brain and fought with it. In the end, Luan Yao was defeated. After its spiritual energy was defeated, Sima Yue had a much easier time taming it. Half a day later, Sima Yue retracted her hand. With a wave of her hand, she kept the array stones and the array was broken. She turned her head and looked at Zhuoma, saying, "Let's form the contract." When the Zhua family saw Wan Yao being tamed, they were stunned. It took a long time for them to regain their senses. They did not dare to speak. They did not even dare to breathe, afraid that they would disturb her training. She moved to the side and they saw that Wan Yao had been completely tamed. Its previously violent eyes were now filled with confusion. Zhuoma shouted and ran over. It looked at Wan Yao excitedly, then looked at Sima Yue, saying, "You're really giving this to me?" Sima Yue nodded. Oh, Yue, you're too amazing. You're actually a beast tamer." Zhuoma shouted excitedly. "Quickly form the contract. Once it's done, we can continue on our way." Sima Yue urged. Yes. Zhuoma nodded vigorously. It turned to look at its father. Seeing him nod, it turned around and placed her hand on Wan Yao's forehead to form the contract. Very quickly, the contract formation enveloped both of them. It then flashed into the space between their eyebrows. When the Zhua family saw that the contract was successful, they wanted to talk to Zhuoma. However, after taking 2 steps, they saw her and Luan Yao being enveloped by the light of advancement. It actually advanced. Young Miss and her contracted beast advanced at the same time. Is this the effect of the contract? But I've never seen anyone advance after forming a contract. This young Master Sima is too amazing. That's right. Not only is he an array master, but he's also a beast tamer. I don't know what kind of beast taming method he uses. He can actually advance after forming a contract. Young Miss Contracted Beast was originally a level 2 sacred beast. Now that it has advanced to a level 3 sacred beast, wouldn't its strength be on par with a divine sect? Then it's now the strongest in our family. That's right. With it, why would we need to be afraid of the Jiang family? That's great. As the family members discussed excitedly, Zhuoran found it hard to calm down. It could be said that their family's fate had changed in an instant. He looked at Sima Yue gratefully. If he hadn't saved her in the desert, they probably wouldn't have changed so much. Saving her was the best thing they had done in all these years. Very quickly, Zhuoma and the Luan Niao's advancement ended. Zhuoma was so excited that it jumped up. The Luan Niao was also unable to control itself. Thank you, Yue. Zhuoma happily expressed its gratitude to her. You saved me. Sima Yue calmly replied. If she hadn't insisted on saving it, it wouldn't have repaid her today. I still have to thank you. Zhuoma said, Yue, since you can tame beasts, then can you help us tame a few more? If the family members could have more contracted beasts, then wouldn't they be even stronger? When the Zhuo family members heard Zhuoma's words, they nervously held their breaths. Sima Yue hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said, Sure. You'll be responsible for bringing them back. Chapter 435. Great. Thank you, Yue. Zhuoma looked at Sima Yue gratefully. Don't worry, we will reward you. They knew that it was expensive for a beast tamer to tame a spirit beast, but even if they had to sell everything they had, they still wanted to increase their family's strength. Sima Yue did not say anything. She did not care about the reward either. The main reason why she agreed to their request was because when she first tamed the beast, she realized that the feedback from taming the beast could help her recover her spiritual energy. Although it was only a little, it was still possible to accumulate it. Anything below level 4 sacred beasts is fine. The higher you can catch, the more powerful the spirit beasts you'll get. Sima Yue said, I'm too lazy to go, I'll wait for you here. All right, let's go catch it. Zhuoma smiled and said, with the Luan here, are you afraid that we won't be able to catch it? She smiled as she climbed onto the back of the Luan bird. She called out to her clansmen to get on as well. Then they flew into the mountains. Sima Yue sat down on a big rock under the nest. There was the aura of the Luan here, so normal spirit beasts would not dare to come here. Yu, I've finally contacted you. Are you all right? Little Roar's voice sounded, both excited and worried. I'm fine. Sima Yue smiled and said, How is everyone? We're all fine. It's just that we couldn't contact you. Everyone was worried to death. Little Roar said, What happened? When I was in the void, I encountered some people fighting. The spatial passageway collapsed and I was injured by the void power. That's why I lost contact with the spirit pagoda and the spatial ring. Sima Yue said, But it's already recovering now. The space ring can be opened, and I believe that the spirit pagoda will recover soon. You'll be able to come out then. That's good. Little Roar said, Yu, where are you now? It landed in the periphery. I don't know where it is now. Sima Yue had a headache thinking about this. Once Little Roar heard that they had landed in the outer perimeter, he immediately cried out, Outer perimeter? It's very difficult for people from the outer regions to enter the central regions. How do you get to the Divine Devil Valley? Sima Yue said helplessly, I don't know. I've never been to the outer regions before. I'll ask around when we get to a bigger place. We can only do this. Little Roar said. Tell them not to worry, they will be out in a while. Sima Yue said. All right. Sima Yue and Little Roar kept chatting until Zhuoma and the others returned. Yu, we've caught 3 spiritual beasts this time. 2 of them are rank 1 sacred beasts and 1 is a rank 9 divine beast. Zhuoma said, You've just tamed a sacred beast. We'll bring these back and wait for you to recover your spiritual energy before taming them, all right? Sima Yue looked at the 3 spirit beasts. They were not spirit beasts that lived in groups. If they did, they would not dare to touch them. Let's tame it here. She stood up and walked over. Don't you need to rest? Zhuoma said. No need. Sima Yue saw that the 3 spirit beasts had already lost their ability to move. It seemed like the Luan bird was venting its anger on these spirit beasts. You can leave them here and continue to catch them. Sima Yue said, In 2 days, you can catch as many as you can. Is that really possible? Zhuoma asked in disbelief. Sima Yue nodded. But we don't have that much money to pay for it, Jiren said. They were naturally happy that Sima Yue was willing to help them tame spirit beasts. Usually, even if a beast tamer begged, they would not be able to get one. However, they knew that taming a spirit beast was expensive. If Sima Yue helped them tame a few, they would still be able to pay for it. But if it was more, where would they find that much money? That's right, we don't have that much money these past few years. Zhuoma also thought of the predicament at home and scratched its face in embarrassment. 1,000 middle-grade crystal stones. Sima Yue said, you only have 2 days. 1,000 middle-grade crystal stones. This price stunned the Zhuo clan. However, they quickly recovered and excitedly went to catch the spirit beasts. Taming one spirit beast was only 1,000 middle-grade crystal stones. Even if they caught 10, it would only be 10,000. 100 of them would only be 100,000 middle-grade crystal stones. In the past, the Jiang clan had hired a beast tamer out of nowhere and tamed one spirit beast for 20,000 middle-grade crystal stones. Sima Yue compared to that, it was simply too cheap. Sima Yue watched the Zhuo clan leave and her gaze fell on the 3 spirit beasts. She walked over and started to tame them one by one. In these 2 days, the Zhuo clan had sent back several spirit beasts and sacred beasts. Every time they came back, Sima Yue would tame them without stopping for a moment. They were all worried that she would not be able to handle it. In these 2 days, they had caught a total of 15 spirit beasts. Sima Yue spent 3 to 4 days to tame all of them. This time, those who could come along were the more important people in the clan. The Zhuo clan left 4 for the rest of the clan and the rest for the people present. After Sima Yue finished taming the spirit beasts, she told Zhuoma that she wanted to go into closed-door cultivation for 2 days. Zhuoma immediately said that she would protect her. She thought about it and agreed. After all, this place was not completely safe. She set up an array under the bird's nest and then went into closed-door cultivation. The Zhuo clan had obtained the spirit beasts and wanted to go into the mountains to see if they could find any resources. Zhuo Ran and Zhuoma stayed behind to protect Sima Yue. Looking at Sima Yue who was cultivating in the array, Zhuo Ran could not help but sigh. His daughter was right. However, seeing Zhuoma's expression, he sighed and said, "Child, he is not a fish in a pond. It is impossible for him to stay here." Zhuoma's expression stiffened and said, "Father, I understand." "It's good that you understand." Zhuo Ran looked at his daughter with a pained expression. She had always had high standards. Now that she had finally taken a liking to a man, this was the result. Zhuo Ran looked at Sima Yue's figure in a daze. A few days ago, when she saw Sima Yue open her eyes, she knew that she was a person with a story. It was impossible for her to stay here and live. However, this did not affect her feelings. However, if she knew that Sima Yue was a girl, she wondered if she would still be so insistent. These few days, Sima Yue's body had been recovering. Coupled with the feedback from taming the spirit beasts, she felt that the force that had been shackling the spirit pool since she woke up was loosening. This time, she planned to completely break the shackles and recover her spirit energy. Gotcha! After thousands of attacks, the shackles were finally broken. She could even hear the sound of the shackles breaking. The spirit energy was freed and quickly circulated in her body. She regained control of her strength. Ugh! She let out a comfortable sigh and opened her eyes. Her gaze was like a torch. Chapter 436. Zhuo Ran and Zhuoma were shocked by Sima Yue's aura. That aura was definitely not something an ordinary person could possess. Sima Yue sensed the power in her body and guided the spiritual power to circulate in her body again. When she opened her eyes again, her aura was restrained and she gave off the same feeling as before. She exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, got down from the rock, and opened the defense array. "Yue, have your injuries healed?" Zhuoma asked. "Yeah, it's almost healed. Just a little bit more and it will take some time." Sima Yue said. "Congratulations." "Thank you. Since you've recovered, let's call them back and prepare to head back," Turan said. Seeing that Sima Yue did not object, he took out a signal flare and shot it into the air. Not long after, the Zhuo family returned. This time, not only did they kill an important figure of the Jiang family, but they also obtained so many contract beasts. It could be said that they had gained a lot. It could be said that they were now the strongest in the Heavenly Tiger Ridge other than the Heavenly Tiger Hall. They sat on the back of the Wan bird and flew in the direction of the Zhuo family. Sima Yue felt the wind blowing against her face and sighed that it was faster and more comfortable this way. A journey that would have taken half a month was completed in just 2 days. Seeing them return on their flying beasts, the Zhuo family members all ran out to watch the show. Wow, it's really a flying beast. Look at how beautiful it is. And it's a sacred beast. Why did Patriarch and the others come back on a flying beast? Look, it has landed on Mrs.'s shoulder. Heavens, is that Mrs.'s contracted beast? How could Miss have a sacred beast contract beast? The Patriarch even brought a stranger back. From the looks of it, the Patriarch is very respectful to her. Could she be someone from the Heavenly Tiger Hall? Zhuo Xiao led the group out, and the clansmen all made way for them. Big brother, why are you back so early? How was the journey? Zhuo Xiao looked at Zhuo Ran and the others, surprised that they had returned early. We're fine. Zhuo Ran nodded at Zhuo Xiao. Then the Jiang family. The Jiang clan had received the news and knew that they had gone to dig for ores. How could they not interfere halfway? The Jiang clan has indeed sent someone over, and the one leading them is Jiang Fei. Turan said. They even called Evernew City's city lord. Zhuo Xiao was startled and said, 2 high-level divine kings? Then how did you escape? I'll tell you later, Zhuo Ran said, then turned to the side and said, this is Yue. She'll be staying with us for a while. Yue, this is my third brother, Zhuoyang's father. Zhuo Xiao looked at Zhuo Ran and knew that this person's identity was definitely not simple. She respectfully bowed to her. Sima Yue nodded at him. Zhuo Ma, we've been on the road for 2 days. Bring Yue to Shangyuan to rest. Zhuo Ran instructed. His father. Zhuo Ma said, Yue, let me take you to rest. Then Yue will take her leave first. Sima Yue finished speaking and followed Zhuo Ma into the Zhuo clan. Seeing Sima Yue and Zhuo Ma leave, Zhuo Xiao looked suspiciously at his elder brother and asked, Elder brother, what is Yue's identity? You actually let her stay in Shangyuan. That's a place that only the most respected people can stay. If you don't have a good reason, those elders in the clan won't be able to say anything. Since I let her stay there, she naturally has the right. Zhuo Ran said, Did you see that bird on Zhuo Ma's shoulder? Is that the flying beast that you came back on? Zhuo Xiao asked. When he came out, he heard that they came back on a flying beast. It should be that one. That's right, that's a level 3 sacred beast. It's Zhuo Ma's contracted beast now. Zhuo Ran said, shocking the Zhuo clan. They had already guessed that it was Zhuo Ma's contracted beast, but they didn't expect it to be a level 3 sacred beast. A level 3 sacred beast? That was an existence comparable to a divine sect. Their entire clan didn't have anyone with that kind of power. Could it be that you're saying? Zhuo Xiao sucked in a breath and guessed Sima Yue's identity. That's right, she's a beast tamer. Zhuo Ran said, not only did she tame a sacred beast for Zhuo Ma, she also tamed close to 20 spirit beasts for our clan. Really? Zhuo Xiao and the clan elders who had just arrived all cried out. Of course it's true. Zhuo Ran smiled and said, call out your contracted beasts. Yes, Patriarch. The clan disciples all called out their contracted beasts, and the lineup gave everyone a fright. They're all sacred beasts and level 9 divine beasts. The Zhuo clan great elder cried out. Not only that, look behind. Zhuo Ran waved his hand, and the clan disciples dodged to the side. Behind them were 4 cages containing 4 sacred beasts. These are? The second elder looked excitedly at the tamed sacred beasts. He guessed that they were prepared for them, but he couldn't believe it. These were tamed by Yue, we kept them for you. Zhuo Ran said. To tame so many spirit beasts, how much did you pay her? The third elder felt the pinch. Wouldn't the entire Zhuo clan be emptied to the cost of taming these spirit beasts? 1,000 middle-grade crystals each. Zhuo Ran said. Only 1,000 middle-grade crystals? Zhuo Xiao said in surprise. That's not much even if you add them all up. Why would she be willing to tame them for us? Because we saved her in the desert, Zhuo Ran said. He told them how he had met Sima Yu and what he had experienced over the past few days. The Zhou clansmen were stunned as they listened. She's also an array master? Yes, if it wasn't for her, we would have been killed by Jiang Fei outside Yongnu City. Zhu Yang said. Speaking of that night, they still had some lingering fear. The scene of the divine kings killing each other was too shocking. She's both an array master and a beast tamer. She's also a great benefactor to the Zhou clan. So, she's worthy of living in the upper court. Turan said. Now that our clan's strength has increased by a lot, third brother, the 3 elders, you should go and contract the spirit beasts first. There will be a surprise waiting for you. Turan said. All right, we'll go and contract them first. The first elder said. Oh right, Yue likes to be quiet. Tell everyone not to disturb her. Zhuoran ordered. Yes, master. When Sima Yue arrived at the upper court, she could feel that it was not a place for ordinary people to live. The things here were obviously better than outside. Zhuoma could see that she wanted to be alone, so it left. Sima Yue closed the door, then took out a drop of soul fluid and began to cultivate. Because of the changes brought by Sima Yue, the Zhou clan was full of joy. However, everyone remembered that Sima Yue did not like to be noisy. Only the upper court was quiet. Sima Yue went into seclusion for 3 days. When she came out, an uninvited guest came to the Zhou clan. Chapter 437. After Zhuoran and Zhuoxiao received the news, they hurriedly went outside, just in time to see the beast carriage swaying towards them. The beast carriage stopped in front of the Zhuo residence. Zhuoran and Zhuoxiao stepped forward and bowed respectfully. Welcome to the Zhuo residence, Hall Master Zhou. The one driving the carriage was a bearded man. He looked like a rough man who only knew how to fight. He got off the beast carriage and turned to open the door. Then, a man in white came out of the beast carriage. Although the man was dressed in white, he couldn't conceal his sinister aura. Greetings, Hall Master Zhou. Zhuoran bowed again. Yes. Zhou Shuren's nostrils flared as he glanced at Zhuoran and said, I am here on orders to investigate the affairs of the Heavenly Tiger Hall. I will be staying here for a few days, so I will have to trouble you to stay at the Zhuo residence. For Hall Master Zhou to be able to stay in the Zhuo clan is our fortune. Zhuoran said with a smile. I heard that your Zhuo clan's best courtyard is even better than my Heavenly Tiger Halls. I think it's called Upper Park. I'll stay there. Zhou Shuren said. Zhuoran felt bitter in his heart. He thought to himself that he had guessed correctly. Zhou Shuren would definitely want to stay in the upper park. This Zhou Shuren was just a hall master of a hall, but he was the most arrogant person in the Heavenly Tiger Hall. He had done a lot of things to show off. I'm truly sorry, Hall Master Zhou. There's currently a guest living in the upper garden. Zhuoran said, My Zhuo clan has another courtyard. What? The fact that our hall master is willing to stay in your Zhuo family is already giving you face, yet you still dare to let him stay elsewhere? A guard interrupted Zhuoran's words, pointing at his nose and scolding. That's right. Are you trying to show that you don't have any respect for the Heavenly Tiger Hall? Another guard chided. The coachman glared at him, the fury in his eyes chilling. Is that so? Zhou Shuren looked at Zhuoran, as if he would execute him on the spot if he dared to say anything. No, we are still under the protection of the Heavenly Tiger Hall. How would we dare to act rashly? Zhuoran smiled apologetically. It's just that this guest has already moved in a few days ago. If we let her leave now, Hall Master Zhou will be living in a place where someone else has lived before. Wouldn't this make Hall Master Zhou feel wronged? Zhou Shuren thought he was right. How could he live in a place where someone else had lived before? Who is that person? He actually dares to live in the place our hall master wants to live in? The guard who spoke first said angrily. He is a great master, a benefactor of our Zhuo clan. Zhuoran replied. Ask her to come see us. To act, to ran. Zhuoran was taken aback. He didn't expect them to be so persistent even after he had said so. However, he didn't dare to offend Sima Yu and evaded. Hall leader Zhou, he is currently in closed-door cultivation. I'm afraid it wouldn't be good to call him now. So you're not going? Although Zhou Shuren's character wasn't good, he wasn't an idiot. After a few times, he could tell that Zhuo Ran was protecting Sima Yuyu. 2. How would we dare to offend the Heavenly Tiger Hall? Even if we had the guts, we wouldn't dare. Zhuo Ran explained. The Hall Master of the Heavenly Tiger Hall was a high-ranked divine overlord. It was said that he was one step away from becoming a divine emperor. He was the highest ranked in this area. Furthermore, the Heavenly Tiger Hall had many members. Even if the Zhuo family's strength had increased, they would not dare to go against the Heavenly Tiger Hall. Ding-san, go and bring that person here. I want to see what kind of person she is. She is protected by the Zhuo family. Zhou Shuren snorted. Yes, Hall Master. The first person replied. He walked past Zhuo Ran and entered the Zhuo family. Zhuo Ma, who was hiding behind the main door, heard the words. Her expression changed. She turned and ran towards the garden. Zhuo Ran and Zhuo Xiao were shocked. They bowed and said, Hall Master Zhou, the garden is rather remote. Let me go and get her. Lord Ding-san, you don't have to make the trip. No need. I don't think you will be able to get her. Let Ding-san go. Ding-san, you go. Zhou Shuren laughed coldly. Yes, Hall Master. Ding-san turned and continued walking. Hall Master, this Lord Ding-san has never been to the Zhuo family before. I'm afraid he won't be able to find the garden. Why don't I lead him there? Zhuo Xiao said. Ding-san stopped again. That's right. He had never been to the Zhuo family before. He really didn't know the location of the garden. Then you lead the way. Zhou Shuren said. Zhuo Xiao cupped his hands and said. He then walked in front of Ding-san and said, Lord Ding-san, please. Zhuo Xiao led Ding-san to another path. He knew that Zhuo Ma and the others must have already gone to warn Sima Yue. Indeed, when they reached the garden, Sima Yue had already come out of seclusion. He knocked on the door and said, Lord Yue, Heavenly Tiger Hall's Hall Master Zhou would like to invite you over. Heavenly Tiger Hall's Hall Master Zhou? Who is that? Why should I go over? Sima Yue's voice came from inside the house. She didn't show herself. That cold voice caused Ding-san's face to darken. She actually looked down on the Heavenly Tiger Hall? Or you? Hurry up and come out. He roared. Who do you think you are? You think you can make me come out just because you want me to? You think too highly of yourself. Sima Yue said. Zhuo Ma was still in Sima Yue's house. Hearing her speak to the Heavenly Tiger Hall like that, her little heart thumped wildly. If she offended the Heavenly Tiger Hall, how would she be able to borrow the teleportation array from them? At this moment, her heart was filled with thoughts. If she offended the Heavenly Tiger Hall, what would happen to the Zhuo family? Sima Yue had already learned about the Heavenly Tiger Hall on the way back to the Zhuo family. She knew that they were always doing evil and had a bad impression of them. Just now, Zhuo Ma had hurriedly rushed over to tell her that the Heavenly Tiger Hall wanted her to leave because she was staying in the garden. She didn't have a good impression of them. She would leave just because they wanted her to? They really thought too highly of themselves. Didn't the Heavenly Tiger Hall have a high-ranked divine overlord? Even if his power was close to that of a divine emperor, he was only comparable to a late-stage third-rank sacred beast. Just because the Zhuo family didn't dare to offend them didn't mean that she didn't dare to. Ding-san was fuming with anger at Sima Yue's words. Ever since he joined the Heavenly Tiger Hall and followed Zhou Shuren, no one had dared to speak to him like that. This Sima Yue was too arrogant. In his anger, he immediately condensed his spiritual energy and attacked her door. He thought that he would be able to break the door and see what was inside. However, his spiritual energy was blocked by something at the door and was reflected back. Zhuo Xiao had been standing at the back from the start. When he saw his spiritual energy being reflected back, he quickly retreated. However, Ding-san didn't react so quickly. He was hit by the reflected spiritual energy. Pung! Ding-san was sent flying to the entrance of the courtyard, his limbs in the air. You don't have the right to see me. Go back and call your master. Sima Yue's voice sounded out. Chapter 438. Third Ding crawled up from the ground and wanted to attack again. Zhuo Xiao hurriedly went forward and said, Lord Third Ding, it's best that you don't attack. There's an array here. If you attack again, it will only attack you. Third Ding's spirit power paused and his expression turned ugly. There's a formation master inside? That's right, it's an array master. You see, the spiritual power that was bounced back just now is the effect of the array master. Zhuo Zhao's face was serious, but he was laughing in his heart. Who told you to flaunt your strength all the time? Now you've kicked an iron plate, haven't you? There was no array master in the entire Heavenly Tiger Ridge. You still dare to provoke an array master? Do you have nothing better to do? Serves you right. Scram. Sima Yuyue's voice rang out again. Third Ding was filled with anger, but he did not dare to vent it out. He could only grit his teeth and leave dejectedly. After they left, Sima Yue said to Zhuama, "You should go back first." Zhuama was a little worried, but seeing Sima Yuyue's unquestionable expression, she nodded and said that Zhou Shuren may not be strong, but he is a relative of the Heavenly Tiger Hall's hall master. His position in the Heavenly Tiger Hall is not ordinary. I got it. Sima Yue nodded. Zhuama wanted to say something, but seeing Sima Yue's indifferent expression, she swallowed her words and said, "Then I'll go back first." Sima Yue looked at Zhuama's gloomy eyes and sighed in her heart. However, she did not say anything and let her leave. Yu, I really didn't think that you would be able to attract a peach blossom debt like this. Little Roar appeared in her embrace and sneered. The spirit pagoda couldn't be opened yet, so Little Rock and the others couldn't come out. Because Little Roar had a soul contract with her, he was able to come out these 2 days. Sima Yue saw that even Little Roar could come out, and guessed that the day when the spirit pagoda would be opened was not far away. She rubbed her brows and said, "I didn't know it would be like this. I'm such a nice little girl. I originally wanted to wait for the spirit pagoda to open before leaving, but it seems like I have to leave early now. Actually, since I was able to come out, the time for the spirit pagoda to open shouldn't be too long." Little Roar said, "However, going from the outer regions to the inner regions is too troublesome. I don't know where to go in. We can only go to a bigger place to take a look." Sima Yue said, "Tianhu Ridge is considered a more backward place. In the past, we even said that we wanted to come to the outer regions to take a look. If only we were here back then." Little Roar was nestled in Sima Yue's embrace with his 4 paws facing the sky. He stretched out his short little legs and played with her long hair. "Even if we came, it would be useless. The Heavenly Tiger Ridge is so small, we wouldn't come." Sima Yue said, "But at least we know where to go to the central region. Unlike now, I'm in the dark. We'll know when we ask." Sima Yue said, "That's the only way." Little Roar imitated Sima Yue and sighed. Suddenly, his long ears moved and said, "They're here." Sima Yue also felt that they were here and placed Little Roar on the table. Then, she changed the position of the array stones in the house and added 2 more. Zhou Shuren's face darkened as he came to the upper park. Behind him were Ding San and Zhuo Ran. Just now, Ding San came out of the Zhuo residence in a sorry state. He did not bring along the person who dared to occupy the place he wanted to stay. Instead, he said that he was yelled at by the other party and that he had to go see her personally. Someone actually dared to challenge his authority. He immediately brought his men and rushed in. Originally, he wanted to punish Sima Yue on the spot. However, he did not expect to find out that she was an array master. He was in a difficult position. An array master's status was extremely respected. It was no wonder that the Zhuo family allowed her to stay in the upper park. However, he had already challenged her and she even injured his men. He could not take this lying down. As the saying goes, you have to look at the owner before you hit the dog. If he did not care when his own dog was hit, how could he continue to stay in the Heavenly Tiger Ridge? How could he raise his head in front of the other hall masters? "Hall master, it's here." Ding San pointed at Sima Yue's room door and said, "There's an array here?" Zhou Shuren looked at the normal room door and looked at Ding San suspiciously. His gaze was unkind, as if he would teach him a lesson if he dared to lie to him. "Hall master, it's true. I was injured by this array just now." Ding San nodded and said with certainty. However, Zhou Shuren still did not believe it. How could there be an array that could reflect attacks? "Go and try," he ordered. "Hall master." Ding San looked at Zhou Shuren with a bitter face. Seeing that he was about to explode, he could only swallow his words and helplessly take a few steps forward. The Zhuo family members all took a few steps back and distanced themselves from Ding San. Zhou Shuren also wanted to leave. However, if he left, wouldn't that mean that he believed their words? Go! He ordered. Ding San saw that he had made up his mind and condensed a bit of spiritual energy to attack Sima Yoyue's door. The spiritual energy touched a layer of ripples in front of the door. As if it had bounced off a spring, it flew back in the direction it came from and the attack power increased by several times. The moment Ding San attacked, he jumped to the side and the spiritual energy that bounced back hit Zhou Shuren directly. Bang! Zhou Shuren was sent flying by the spiritual energy and landed at the door of the courtyard. Ding San, I told you to try and you did as you pleased. You actually dared to use so much power. Cough cough, I'll chop you into pieces. Zhou Shuren cursed as he climbed up and glared at Ding San. Hallmaster, when did I use so much power? You saw it. I only threw a bit of spiritual energy over. Ding San said aggrievedly, it's this array that increased the power by 10 times. It has nothing to do with me. It doesn't matter. Can't you just stand in front and block it? You actually dared to run away. You're really looking for death. Zhou Shuren scolded. Hallmaster, I already said that it would bounce back. You were the one who didn't believe me. Ding San looked at his master pitifully. Under the latter's threatening gaze, his voice became softer and softer. So noisy. Sima Yoyue's voice came from the house and the courtyard immediately quieted down. Especially Ding San and Zhou Shuren, the two of them did not dare to speak. The other party's array was able to make them so embarrassed. What else could they use to clamor for the other party to give this place to them? Zhou Shuren glared fiercely at Zhuo Ran. He did not know where the Zhuo family had found this array master to be able to set up such a powerful array. Based on his understanding of the Heavenly Tiger Ridge, this person was definitely not from there. I heard that you wanted me to scram and give you a place to stay? Before Zhou Shuren and Zhou Shuren could speak, Sima Yoyue's voice came again. It was obvious that she was questioning them. Zhou Shuren did not dare to provoke Sima Yue now. However, the array was dead while the person was alive. They did not dare to touch her in the array. However, what if they brought her outside? Thinking of this, his lips curled into a cold smile. However, he said respectfully, Grandmaster is here. How would I dare to act rashly? I heard that the Zhuo family had an array master and was afraid that the Zhuo family would not be able to serve you well. I would like to invite you to the Heavenly Tiger Hall as a guest. Chapter 439. When the Zhuo family heard Zhou Shuren's words, they could not help but twitch their lips. This person was really shameless. Just a moment ago, he was still clamoring for people to teach Sima Yue a lesson. In the blink of an eye, he was flattering her. Invite me as a guest? Sima Yoyue's voice could be heard. She seemed to be in disbelief, but at the same time, she wanted to see for herself. Hearing her tone, Zhou Shuren knew that there was hope. He quickly said, yes. Since Great Master has come to the Heavenly Tiger Ridge, the Heavenly Tiger Hall naturally has to play host to you. Please come over to our place and stay for a few days. I heard that the Heavenly Tiger Hall is the strongest power in the Heavenly Tiger Ridge. I wanted to go and take a look too. I wanted to wait for the Zhuo clan to pay their tribute and go take a look with them. If Great Master wants to go, there's no need to wait until it's time to pay tribute. You can do it now. Zhou Shuren said. I can bring Great Master to the Heavenly Tiger Hall. You? Aren't you here to investigate the affairs of the Heavenly Tiger Hall? Sima Yue asked curiously. Those matters can be put aside for now. Bringing Great Master to the Heavenly Tiger Hall is of utmost importance. There's no rush. I still have some matters to attend to in the next 2 days. You can go and settle your matters first. After 2 days, we will leave for the Heavenly Tiger Hall. Sima Yue said. Zhou Shuren hesitated. What if Sima Yue ran away in the next 2 days? Creak. The door opened and Sima Yue walked out. Zhou Shuren found it hard to believe that the so-called array master was such a young lad. Hall Master Zhou, you can rest assured and handle your matters. I will be at the Zhuo clan for the next 2 days. 2 days later, I'll have to trouble you to bring me around the Heavenly Tiger Hall. Sima Yue said, Is 2 days enough time? Enough. I'll come back in 2 days, Zhou Shuren replied. Goodbye. He bowed to Sima Yue and left with his men. Although he wanted to leave with Sima Yue immediately, he felt that he could not make it too obvious. If she found out and did not want to leave with him, it would be troublesome. After exiting the Zhuo residence, Zhou Shuren immediately instructed, You two stay here and guard her. Make sure she doesn't leave. Hallmaster, are we really bringing him to the Heavenly Tiger Hall? The coachman asked. How is this possible? Third Ding knocked on the coachman's head and said, That person is currently in the array and we can't do anything to her. When she comes out of the array, wouldn't she be at our mercy? The coachman nodded in understanding. Both of you, keep an eye on him. Don't let anything go wrong. If I can't find him in 2 days, I'll hold the two of you responsible. After Zhou Shuren finished speaking, he got on his beast carriage and let the coachman drive the carriage away. After Zhou Shuren left, Zhuoran looked at Sima Yue worriedly and said, I'm really sorry. We didn't know that Zhou Shuren would come here. This has nothing to do with you. Don't blame yourself. Sima Yue said. Yue, do you really want to go to the Heavenly Tiger Hall with them? Zhuma asked. Sima Yue nodded. Yue, this Zhou Shuren is a narrow-minded person. You've offended him this time. If you leave with him, I'm afraid you'll be in danger. If you want to go to the big city, why don't you wait until it's time for us to pay our tribute? Zhuoran disagreed. There's no need. If I don't leave, the Heavenly Tiger Hall won't let you off. Sima Yue said, Moreover, I want to go out and gather some information. All right then. Hearing Sima Yue say this, Zhuoran and the rest didn't insist. In these 2 days, Sima Yue set up a defensive array for the Zhuo residence. Of course, she had to pay for it. It wasn't easy for the Zhuo family to meet an array master and one with such high attainments. They naturally had to grab hold of this opportunity. Although it was expensive, they had to borrow money to get it. Otherwise, if she left, where would they go to find another array master? Sima Yue was willing to wait for another 2 days to see if there were any changes to the spirit pagoda. If Little Roar could come out, then the other contracted beasts should be coming out soon. Moreover, she and the spirit pagoda were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. There should be a huge change in the next 2 days. Sure enough, after 2 days, she was able to summon all her contracted beasts. With Chongming and the rest, she had the confidence to go deep into the tiger's den. Once the 2 days were up, Zhou Shuren came to the Zhuo residence. He found out from his subordinates that Sima Yue hadn't left the Zhuo residence at all. Only then did he relax. Sima Yue carried Little Roar out of the Zhuo residence. The moment she stepped out, she saw Zhou Shuren's flattering face. She bid farewell to Zhuoran and the rest and entered Zhou Shuren's carriage. Zhou Shuren followed in and closed the door. The coachman drove the carriage away. Hallmaster Zhou, you are a hallmaster. How come you don't even have a flying beast? Sima Yue said as she reached out and patted Little Roar's back. Great master, you may not know this. Beast tamers are very rare. We haven't had a beast tamer here for a long time. Therefore, only the previous hall masters had flying beasts. Although Zhou Shuren was unhappy, he still explained with a smile. Originally, the hall had one. However, I wasn't in a rush when I came out, so I didn't take a flying beast. 2 days isn't enough for me to rush back. Sima Yue's mind turned. It had been a long time since a beast tamer had come here. Were there too few beast tamers on this continent, or was this place too remote? How long does it take to get to Heavenly Tiger Hall from here? About 20 days. Sima Yue's hands trembled. 20 days. The people above really had long lives. They weren't afraid of wasting time. She didn't want to waste so much time. Moreover, she didn't think that Zhou Shuren would give her such a long time. He was still respectful towards her now because he hadn't found out her true strength. She guessed that he would make a move on her soon. Just as she had guessed, Zhou Shuren had been using chatting as an excuse to get information from her. However, she didn't say anything. Instead, she went along with his questions and told him about herself. Something about how she came up from the continent below and how she had not recovered from her injuries. Zhou Shuren saw that she wasn't lying. After knowing her true strength, he was elated. Since she came up from the continent below, it meant that she didn't have a strong background. If he killed her, it wouldn't bring about any trouble. Since she had not recovered from her injuries, it meant that she didn't have any other combat abilities other than formations. As long as he didn't let her set up any formations, it would be fine. They walked for 7 to 8 days. After Zhou Shuren confirmed that Sima Yue really didn't have any combat abilities, he finally revealed his true identity. At that time, they were resting in a valley. Zhou Shuren asked his 3 subordinates to surround Sima Yue. He looked ferocious and planned to kill her. Sima Yue didn't panic. She smiled and said, "I thought that you would make your move after leaving the Zhou family for 2 to 3 days. I didn't expect you to be so cautious and wait for so many days. However, I need these few days to prepare myself. Thank you so much." Chapter 440. Zhou Shuren felt that Sima Yue's words had a hidden meaning, but he could not figure out what was wrong with this scene. Shouldn't she be afraid of being surrounded by 3 god-ranked experts? How could she still smile so calmly? And what did she mean by that? Why should she thank him for giving her so many days? Could it be that she still had some sort of trump card? Since he couldn't figure it out, Zhou Shuren decided not to think about it anymore. In any case, the arrow was already knocked on the bow, and he had no choice but to release it. "Go, kill her for me," he ordered. 2 of Ding San's group of 3 were elementary god kings and 1 was an intermediate god king. If they wanted to deal with an elementary god king, this should be a battle without any suspense. However, the 3 of them hadn't even started to move yet. What was going on with the people who appeared out of nowhere in the valley? Oh my God, after being trapped for so long, I can finally see the outside world. Fatty Chu stretched lazily and sighed comfortably. I haven't seen Yue for so long. I miss you. Are these people from the Heavenly Tiger Hall? Bei Gongtang looked at Zhou Shuren and the others, her eyes filled with undisguised killing intent. They already knew what Sima Yue had been through the contract beasts in the Spirit Pagoda. They also knew that Zhou Shuren wanted to kill Sima Yue, so they surrounded them as soon as they came out. Who are you people? Zhou Shuren was shocked when he saw Wei Ziqi and the others. Did these people appear out of thin air? It was impossible for her to transform into a living person, which meant that Sima Yue had something that could contain a living person. What a treasure! If he could reach it, seeing the greed in Zhou Shuren's eyes, Sima Yue said, "I've learned everything I need to know. They're useless now." "Then let's end this quickly," Sima Yulin said. Sima Yuming and the others immediately acted. They wanted to kill their precious little brother. They were really looking for death. Even though there were only 4 of them, the presence of an intermediate god king was enough to suppress them. That was why Sima Yulu and the others all went up. Although they had not yet advanced to the rank of divine king, they had absorbed quite a few spirit stones in the Spirit Pagoda, which was the spirit energy from the rare crystals. They were not far from advancing in rank, and their battle prowess was not too far off. Ding San and the rest had always relied on the name of the Heavenly Tiger Hall to intimidate others. Their strength was all a facade, and their battle prowess was not strong. Now that they suddenly saw more people, they were mentally subdued. For people were besieged by 11 people, and they were quickly defeated. Sima Yue did not give them a chance to speak. She immediately killed the 4 of them and turned them into ashes with her flames. After cleaning up the fleas, everyone was finally in the mood to talk to Sima Yue. Sima Lai came to Sima Yue's side and put his hand on her shoulder. He looked her up and down and asked, "Yue, are you okay?" Sima Yue shook her head. "Grandpa, I'm fine." "Have all your injuries healed?" Sima Lai asked worriedly. "They're all healed. Look, the Spirit Pagoda has returned to normal. This means that I'm fine." Sima Yue waved her hands, showing that she was really fine. "Fifth bro, don't think that we're long-winded. When you lost contact with the Spirit Pagoda, Grandpa was scared to death. He was worried that you had already. It was only when he saw that little Roar and the others were here that he relaxed." Sima Yuran said, "That's right. When we saw that you couldn't even contact your contracted beasts, we knew that you must have been seriously injured. If we don't see you recover with our own eyes, we won't be at ease. Sima Yuming said. Sima Yue naturally understood how they felt. She also proved to them that she had completely recovered, so they no longer asked about her injuries. Right, Yue, where are we? Fatty Chu asked. Sima Yue told them about the situation in the primordial lands, and the group of people's faces immediately turned bitter. So you're saying that life in the primordial lands is worse than life in the primordial lands? Sima Yue sighed. They couldn't fly in the sky, couldn't use teleportation arrays, and couldn't even contract spirit beasts. It was much worse than the continent below. Heavenly Tiger Ridge belongs to the southern 7th state. Beigong, do you know this place? Sima Yue asked. That's right. Beigong, your family is in the outer regions. You should be more familiar with the outer regions, right? Fatty Chu said. Beigong Tang shook her head, saying, I've heard of the southern 7th state, but I've only heard my family mention it once. Where is your family? Wei Ziqi asked. My family is in the central region. It's the largest region in the outer regions. There are 10 large regions in the outer regions. Northern 7th state, northern 5 seas, eastern 3 provinces, eastern 10 hills, western desert, western desolation, southern 7th state, southern 1,000 peaks, central region and central state. Sima Yue said, every region has countless other regions. The primordial lands is really big. It's just the outer regions, but it's already so big. Fatty Chu sighed. That's right. We want to go to the central regions. Looks like we have to go to the larger regions first. Wei Ziqi said. Sima Yue looked at Beigong Tang, saying, why don't we go to the central region first? Beigong Tang's body stiffened. Were they going back? Ever since she left, she had always wanted to go back. But now that she was really here, she was a little afraid. She was afraid that she wouldn't be able to see her mother and younger brother. If that happened, she didn't know what would happen to her. Sima Yue patted her shoulder, saying, don't be afraid. We'll be with you. Beigong Tang saw the encouragement in Sima Yue's eyes and nodded, saying, then let's go to the central region first. If her mother and the others were still here, she would save them and take revenge on the people who attacked them. If they were no longer here, then she would definitely destroy the entire Beigong family. Then let's go to the Heavenly Tiger Hall's Hong City first. Sima Yue called out Little Rock. She also called out Ouyang Fei's companions, Sang Muyu and Little Tuesday. Since everyone was out, it would be boring if it was just the two of them. Hong City was similar to a provincial capital. It was the largest city in the Heavenly Tiger Ridge. It was said that most of the people in the city were from the Heavenly Tiger Hall. However, they were considered outer disciples. Only inner disciples had the right to live in the Heavenly Tiger Hall. And those who didn't belong to the Heavenly Tiger Hall had to pay a protection fee like the other clans if they wanted to live here. Only after paying the protection fee could they open their doors and do business in the city. Sima Yue and the others had already been in Hong City for 2 days. The moment they entered, they felt that the atmosphere in the city was a little strange. The people on the streets looked at them strangely, as if they were surprised that they would come here. They found an inn and wanted to stay for a while. But before they could say anything to the innkeeper, a group of uniformed men rushed in. Every one of them looked like hooligans. When they saw Sima Yue and the others, they walked over with their noses in the air and asked with disdain, "Are you the people who just entered the city?" Chapter 441. Sima Yue and the rest looked at the group of people. From their attire, it was obvious that they were from the Heavenly Tiger Hall. Seeing the fearful expressions on the faces of the people around them, other than the Heavenly Tiger Hall, no one else had such power. "We just entered the city not long ago. Is something the matter?" Sima Yuming spoke on behalf of everyone. "It's like this. When you enter the city, each of you will have to pay an entrance fee of 1,000 low-grade crystals, and each of you will have to pay a protection fee of 500 mid-grade crystals. You have a total of 13 people, so 13,000 low-grade crystal stones and 6,500 mid-grade crystal stones." The man in the lead said. Hiss. When the surrounding people heard that man's words, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. 12,000 low-grade crystals and 6,000 mid-grade crystals. This was enough for a normal spirit master to live for several months. Why should we hand it over? Sima Yuming said, when we entered the city, nobody said that we had to pay an entrance fee, and I didn't see any soldiers standing guard there to ask us for it. Isn't it unreasonable to ask for an entrance fee now? What do you mean by reasonable? Our Heavenly Tiger Hall's words are the law. The man said. Besides, the entrance fee has always been charged. It's normal that you don't know about it since it's your first time here. Indeed, Hong City had always collected entrance fees. However, because the Heavenly Tiger Hall's entrance fee was too expensive, no one wanted to be bullied by them. Hence, the number of people visiting Hong City had decreased over the past 2 years. When the people from the Heavenly Tiger Hall saw that no one was coming, they decided to withdraw their guards. They would only receive the news when someone came in and collect the city fees and protection fees. Since we didn't collect the entrance fee when we entered the city, we shouldn't talk about it now. As for the protection fee, we don't need your protection. Please go back. Sima Yuming refused as expected. Don't they have crystal stones? He did, but he didn't want to give it to the Heavenly Tiger Hall. Furthermore, they did not expect to get along well with the Heavenly Tiger Hall. After all, Zhou Shuren had left with Sima Yue. Now that Zhou Shuren was dead and she was still alive, the Heavenly Tiger Hall would definitely pin the blame on her. In any case, it was only a matter of time before they shed all pretense of cordiality. There was no need to compromise now. When the people in the main hall of the inn heard what Sima Yuming said, they were all shocked. Did they know who they were talking to? Refusing to pay the city entrance fee and protection fee had serious consequences. The members of the Heavenly Tiger Hall were rejected so decisively that they could not react in time. Once they were sure that they had been rejected, they immediately flew into a rage and raised their voices. What did you say? What did I say? Are you deaf or stupid? Sima Yuming glanced at him and said lightly. Ha! Although they were afraid of the Heavenly Tiger Hall, the surrounding people could not help but laugh when they heard his words. After being glared at by the Heavenly Tiger Hall members, everyone lowered their heads. However, it seemed like they were trying to hold back their laughter. You dare to oppose the Heavenly Tiger Hall? Are you tired of living? The man in the lead shouted, Men, these people are disrespectful to the Heavenly Tiger Hall. They must be spies sent from other places. Capture them all. When the surrounding people heard his words, they couldn't help but roll their eyes in their hearts. How long had it been since an outsider came to Tianhu Ridge? Who would want to be a spy in a small place like yours? Why don't you take a look at yourself and see if there's anything that's worth it for others to covet? However, they only dared to think about it and not say it out loud. They did not have the guts to oppose the Heavenly Tiger Hall. Sima Yue looked around. These people were just beginner divine kings. To outsiders, this group was not bad. However, if they wanted to deal with her, they were still lacking. Aside from Sang Muyu, the others were all true divine kings. They even outnumbered them by a few. When they saw that the Heavenly Tiger Hall members were really going to capture them, the people in the main hall quickly ran out. Even the shopkeeper and the waiter fled. Capture them all. The man in the lead roared again. Those people took out ropes and prepared to tie them up. Bang dash, the person who was near Sima Yue was sent flying with a kick. He landed on the table and broke it. Little Roar was lying on Sima Yue's shoulder. When he saw her attack, he shook his head and sighed in his heart. Ever since she regained her memories, Yu had become more and more violent. You still dare to retaliate? All of you attack together. The Heavenly Tiger Hall members attacked together. Sima Yuming and the others naturally did not stay idle. They all waved their fists and attacked. The inn was not big. If they used spirit energy, they would be injured as well. That was why they could only fight with their fists. However, their fists were no match for Fatty Chu. He punched them one by one. Very quickly, those people were all thrown out. Since we've already entered the city, we naturally won't pay the entrance fee. We don't need your protection, so don't disturb us. Please leave. Sima Yuming said. The Heavenly Tiger Hall members crawled up from the ground. They looked at the people in the room and shouted, Just you wait. Those who dare to offend the Heavenly Tiger Hall will not have a good ending. Let's go and report to the Vice Envoy. Those who were watching the show did not think that the outcome would be like this. When they saw the Heavenly Tiger Hall members leave, they could not help but cheer in their hearts. How many years had it been? No one had dared to beat up the Heavenly Tiger Hall members. However, there were also people who urged Sima Yu and the others to leave quickly. You should leave quickly. The Heavenly Tiger Hall members have never been taken advantage of. Now that you've beaten them up, I'm afraid that they will bring more powerful people. You should leave before they come. Leave the Heavenly Tiger Ridge. Otherwise, you won't be able to escape. Fatty Chu and the others laughed, saying, since we dared to beat them up, we naturally won't be afraid of their revenge. Everyone saw that they were all divine kings. Hearing their confident words, they could not help but shake their heads. These people were too young. They did not know how big the world was. Innkeeper, give us 13 rooms. Simayuchi said. The innkeeper was in the crowd. He was in a difficult position. These people had offended the Heavenly Tiger Hall. If he let them stay here, wouldn't he be causing trouble for himself? Sima Yu looked at the innkeeper and waved her hand. 100 middle-ranked crystals appeared on the counter. She looked at the innkeeper and asked, do you have a room? When the people outside saw her casually take out 100 middle-ranked crystals, they knew that it was not that they did not have money. They really did not want to pay the Heavenly Tiger Hall. When the innkeeper saw the middle-ranked crystals, his eyes shone. He quickly walked over and kept the crystals, saying, 13 rooms. Waiter, why aren't you bringing them in? When the waiter saw the way his boss was acting, he smiled and said, dear guests, please follow me. I will bring you to your rooms. Sima Yu followed the waiter. Before she left, she looked at the innkeeper who was happily hugging the crystals. Her eyes flashed with a strange light. Chapter 442. He. The shopkeeper held the crystal stones and smiled foolishly, causing everyone to shake their heads. This shopkeeper loved money too much. He even dared to offend the Heavenly Tiger Hall. Wasn't he afraid of being captured by the Heavenly Tiger Hall as well? Only Sima Yue and the others could see that this inn was not an ordinary inn. The innkeeper was also not an ordinary innkeeper. Even if the shopkeeper loved money, he would not lose his life for money. The reason why he dared to accept Sima Yue and the rest was because he was not afraid of the Heavenly Tiger Hall. Moreover, Sima Yue could not sense the shopkeeper's strength, which meant that his level was not low. It might even be beyond her imagination. She was not the only one who thought of this. Sima Yu Lin and Sima Yu Ran were also deep in thought. This is your room. These are the keys. If you need anything, just call us. The waiter said as he handed the keys to Sima Yu Ming, then went downstairs. Sima Yu Ming distributed the keys to everyone, and everyone returned to their rooms to rest after receiving the keys. Sima Yue walked around the house and went downstairs. When the shopkeeper saw her, he smiled at her. Sima Yue walked over and placed a bag of middle-grade crystals on the table. When the shopkeeper saw the crystal, he immediately asked with a smile, is there anything you need? 50 mid-grade crystals for some information, Sima Yue said directly. The shopkeeper looked at the crystals, then looked at Sima Yue and said, I don't know much about the Heavenly Tiger Hall. If you give me such a huge reward, I will feel embarrassed. I don't want news from the Heavenly Tiger Hall. Sima Yue said. She already knew about the Heavenly Tiger Hall from Zhou Shuren. There was no need for her to find out more. Then what do you want to know? The shopkeeper asked. I want to know what's happening outside the Heavenly Tiger Ridge. Sima Yue said. The shopkeeper's eyes flashed and he said, how would I know what's going on outside the Heavenly Tiger Hall? Shopkeeper isn't from the Heavenly Tiger Ridge. How could he not know what's going on outside? Sima Yue said with a smile, not giving him a chance to refuse. If the shopkeeper doesn't want these mid-grade crystals, then I won't make things difficult for you. As she spoke, she wanted to take back the crystal stones, but before she could touch the bag, a big hand took the bag away. Speak, what do you want to ask? The shopkeeper said. Sima Yue looked at the shopkeeper's reluctant expression and smiled, asking, I would like to know if there are any other ways to leave the Heavenly Tiger Ridge other than the teleportation array in the Heavenly Tiger Hall? Yes, The shopkeeper said. What is it? Sima Yu asked. The Heavenly Tiger Ridge is very small. If you take a flying beast, you can get out in a few months. The shopkeeper replied. Sima Yu's mouth twitched. What kind of answer was that? Are there no other teleportation formations? She asked. No. The shopkeeper shook his head. The Heavenly Tiger Ridge is very remote compared to other places, and there aren't many cultivation resources. Those big powers aren't willing to come here. Then why are you here? The shopkeeper paused and said, I was asked to come here. Who knew that not long after I arrived, the Heavenly Tiger Hall's teleportation array broke down. I was too lazy to take a flying beast, so I stayed behind. The Heavenly Tiger Hall's teleportation array broke down? Sima Yue was stunned. Yes. The shopkeeper looked at Sima Yue and said, You want to use this teleportation array to get out, right? Sima Yue nodded. They had come to the great city to use the teleportation array. Now that it was broken, how were they going to get out? You guys are really daring. You wanted to use their teleportation array and even beat up their people. The shopkeeper said. What can we do? Who asked them to be so greedy? Sima Yue shrugged as if it wasn't her fault. Where does the Heavenly Tiger Hall's teleportation array lead to? Flower City, a place that's bigger than the Heavenly Tiger Hall. The shopkeeper said, above Flower City is Cloud City, and a little bigger is Innumerable Green City. Innumerable Green City and a few other cities are the central regions of the state. Sima Yue saw that the shopkeeper was very familiar with these places, and guessed that this shopkeeper wasn't like what he said. However, she didn't care about his private matters. Do you know how to get to the central region? The shopkeeper didn't expect Sima Yue to ask about the central region, and said, the central region and the 7 southern prefectures don't have a good relationship. They rarely interact with each other. But there must be a teleportation array to get there, right? Sima Yue asked. There are, but those few powers can't just casually enter. The shopkeeper said. Tell me which powers have it. Sima Yue felt more and more that this shopkeeper wasn't an ordinary person. He knew too much about the outside world. The closest one is, of course, the Innumerable Green Palace. The shopkeeper said proudly, the Innumerable Green Palace is the biggest power in this region, and they manage the land and water here. If you want to go to the central region, you can only go through the Innumerable Green Palace. What about the other powers? There are a few other powers like the Innumerable Green Palace, but if you want to go there, the journey will take you a long time. Without a teleportation array, it will take you at least a few years to get to the other places. The shopkeeper said, but teleportation arrays aren't something that can be found anywhere. This isn't the central region, where there are many teleportation arrays. Sima Yue raised her eyebrows. He had been to the central region? Why would such a person stay here? No matter what the reason was, she believed that it wasn't because the teleportation array was broken, and he didn't want to ride a flying beast. After that, Sima Yue asked the shopkeeper for more information about Flower City and Innumerable Green Palace. The shopkeeper told her everything in detail, but he increased the price twice. As Sima Yue understood the information, she was even more convinced that this shopkeeper wasn't an ordinary person. Shopkeeper, if you want to leave with us in the future, I will charge you a high price. Sima Yue said with a smile. It wasn't easy to earn money from her, especially from this shopkeeper. If she didn't pay him, he wouldn't sell her any information. 200 middle-grade spirit stones wasn't much to her, but she didn't like being taken advantage of. The shopkeeper knew that Sima Yue was saying that the price was too high. However, he didn't take her words seriously when she said that she would leave with them. Although he had stayed here long enough, he had been thinking about leaving recently. Sima Yue turned around and prepared to go upstairs. Just as she turned around, she saw a woman leading a group of people in from outside. These people were the Heavenly Tiger Hall people that Sima Yue and the rest had thrown out. Hall Master, they are the ones who didn't pay the entrance fee and protection fee, and even threw us out. She is one of them. The Heavenly Tiger Hall people pointed at Sima Yue and said. Sima Yue looked at the Heavenly Tiger Hall people and thought to herself that they were pretty fast. It had only been a while, and they had already called for reinforcements. The woman who was addressed as Hall Master wasn't angry. She looked at Sima Yue from head to toe, and her perverted look made her frown. Chapter 443. Thisk. What a beautiful girl. Zhou Shuyu stared at Sima Yue, almost drooling. Zhou Shuyu? When Sima Yue heard the name, she took a closer look at her face. She did look similar to Zhou Shuren. How dare you? How dare you call our hall master by his name? The man who had been beaten up roared. Zhou Shuyu waved her hand to stop that person from shouting. She looked at Sima Yue and smiled. You know me? What's your relationship with Zhou Shuren? Sima Yue asked. He's my brother. Zhou Shuyu smiled and said, Brat, you even know my brother. It seems like we're fated to meet. Sima Yue rolled her eyes in her heart. This was called fate? However, it was indeed fate. He had just killed her brother, and she had delivered herself to his doorstep. I don't want to have any fate with you. How can that be? Zhou Shuyu looked at Sima Yue angrily. I've already taken a liking to you. I'm going to make you my 18th husband. How could we meet if we weren't fated to meet? This Zhou Shuyu was originally quite good-looking and had quite the charm. Her anger made many people's hearts itch. Today, when she returned to the hall, she saw her subordinates beaten up badly. She wanted to scold them for being useless and punish them. Then she would send someone else to deal with Sima Yue and the others. However, she was told that there were a few good-looking men among them. Therefore, she personally sent someone to deal with this matter. She didn't expect to see the man she couldn't take her eyes off as soon as she came in. Her heart instantly flew away. Sima Yue could not help but feel disgusted at the mention of her 18 husbands. She said, I have no interest in a middle-aged woman like you. A middle-aged woman? Zhou Shu's face fell. She looked like she was in her 30s. Because her strength was growing slowly, she was slowly showing signs of aging. What she hated the most was being called old. Don't refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. Zhou Shuyu said, for people like you who openly oppose the Heavenly Tiger Hall, we can punish you on the spot. Even if you don't think for yourself, you have to think for your companions. Using you in exchange for their freedom, this is a good deal. I don't want to accept a toast, much less a forfeit. If you don't want the Heavenly Tiger Hall to lose any more face, you'd better take your men and leave. Sima Yue said indifferently. She didn't care about the Heavenly Tiger Hall at all. What an arrogant brat. Zhou Shuyu had never been spoken to like that in all these years. She scolded, Men, arrest her for me. Once we've caught her, we'll execute the others on the spot. Yes, Hall Master. 2 guards came out from behind Zhou Shuyu and answered. Oh no, we're going to fight again. If you break anything, you'll have to pay for my losses. The innkeeper cried out when he saw the situation and ran out of the inn. Sima Yue glanced at the innkeeper. She didn't see any fear in his eyes. Instead, she saw a trace of excitement. Could it be that he had run out like this the last time they fought? Yue. Sima Yulin and Bei Gongtang ran down from above and stood beside Sima Yue, facing off against the Heavenly Tiger Hall. When she saw Sima Yulin, Zhou Shuyu's eyes lit up. This guy was also handsome. However, when she saw Bei Gongtang, her expression turned ugly. She pointed at Bei Gongtang and said, Arrest these 2 guys. Kill this girl after she's disfigured. Hall Master, this girl looks pretty good. Why don't you give her to our brothers? A vulgar guy said with a smile. That's fine too. However, you have to disfigure her face after you've used her. I don't like her face. Zhou Shuyu said. Thank you, Hall Master, for your reward. The guys behind all smiled vulgarly. They looked at Bei Gongtang as if they were stripping her clothes off. Wei Ziqi and the others came down from above. When they heard what the Heavenly Tiger Hall's men said, they were all furious and filled with killing intent. Sima Yue laughed coldly, saying, You really are born from the same parents. You and your brother are just as disgusting. Can we kill these people directly? Fatty Chu asked. Sima Yue and Bei Gongtang were their goddesses. How could they allow their goddesses to be desecrated like this? Sima Yue said. With Sima Yue's permission, Fatty Chu rushed forward with his fists clenched before the Heavenly Tiger Hall's men could do anything. Little Two was even more furious and joined the battle with red eyes. Although he was young because he had the blood of a spirit beast, his battle prowess was not low. Who told you to have designs on my sister? Who told you to have designs on my brother? I'll beat you to death, Little Two said as he fought. After a few punches, those people were knocked unconscious. After that, he looked for the next target to attack. When the shopkeeper outside saw Little Two, his eyes flashed with surprise and interest. The Heavenly Tiger Hall's men realized that the opponent's body was stronger and knew that they had no advantage in close combat. They all flew outside. Sima Yulin and the others chased after them. The people on the streets quickly dispersed, in case they were implicated. Sima Yue directly faced Zhou Shuyu. Because they could not fly, they could only fight on the streets. This was the first time that Sima Yue had fought someone head-on since she had advanced to the divine rank. When she had killed Zhou Shu Ren, they had ganged up on him, unlike now. Zhou Shu Yu was at the peak of the beginner divine king rank. She was slightly higher than Sima Yue. However, because she liked to do things between men and women, her body was weak and her battle prowess was not strong. Zhou Shu Yu took out a whip. Sima Yue recognized that it was a top-ranked saint tool. It was close to the divine rank. If she used it to attack, the power would double. Slap. Zhou Shu Yu's whip was laced with spirit energy. It created a gust of wind in the air. Sima Yue did not dare to take it head-on. She dodged to the side, avoiding the whip. At the same time, she turned Ling Long into a whip in the spirit pagoda. Zhou Shu Yu saw that Sima Yue's reaction was fast. She dodged her whip and her hand shook. The whip chased after her again. Sima Yue happened to be forced to the wall. Seeing the whip chasing after her, she ran 2 steps towards the wall and did a backflip to avoid it. Do you think only you have a whip? She said as she took out Ling Long. She threw out a whip and it tangled with Zhou Shu Yu's whip. Sima Yue realized that after reaching the divine rank, spirit tools were much more useful to them. This was because their attacks with spirit tools could double their attack power. This was the first time that she had used Ling Long as a divine tool. Previously, she had used pots and pans, daggers and hammers. Of course, in everyone's hearts, the one that left the deepest impression was still the frying pan. Chapter 444. Zhou Shuyu did not expect Sima Yue to have a spiritual weapon that was not inferior to hers. She moved and realized that her whip was completely suppressed by Sima Yue's whip. You first. Just like that, the two of them faced each other with the whip between them. I didn't expect you to be so strong at such a young age, Zhou Shuyu said, but I don't know how good your whip is. After saying that, she exerted some force and the whip moved flexibly, separating itself from Sima Yue's whip. She then lashed out again, but the whip seemed to come alive as it attacked Sima Yue from all directions. Sima Yue had to admit that Zhou Shuyu's whip was very good. It looked like a set of whip techniques that could make the opponent unable to dodge and increase the power of the whip. However, her whip was not weak either. Although she had never practiced whip techniques, she had the advantage of the fact that Ling Long was an ancient artifact. It had a spirit and could freely change its length. It was simply a cheating artifact. With Ling Long's flexibility, Sima Yue was able to force Zhou Shuyu to dodge. Towards the end, Zhou Shuyu could not even use her whip and could only whip randomly. Ah! Zhou Shuyu was struck by the whip, and a long gash appeared on her clothes. Her flesh was badly mutilated. If it was just an ordinary whip, it definitely wouldn't have such an effect. Pa! Another whip hit, and Zhou Shuyu's back was almost exposed. How is this possible? Zhou Shuyu was hit twice in a row and was shocked. Her whip technique was already close to the level of an earth-level spiritual technique. How could she miss her opponent and be whipped twice? She saw that Sima Yue's whip seemed to be swinging casually. There was no whip technique to speak of, but the whip was very tricky. It could always dodge her whip and get close to her body. Do you know where your brother is now? Sima Yue suddenly asked. Zhou Shuyu's heart skipped a beat upon hearing her words. For the past 2 days, she had been looking for her brother for something, but she couldn't get in touch with him no matter how hard she tried. She sent someone to investigate, but there was still no news. You know about my brother? Of course I do. Sima Yue smiled evilly. Because your brother was with me for the last few days of his life. Zhou Shuyu's body trembled as she used her whip to shake Sima Yue away. She looked at her and asked, "What did you do to my brother?" "Kill him." Sima Yue spat out these two words lightly, as if it was a very ordinary thing. "You killed my brother?" Zhou Shuyu was a little mad. "I wanted to keep you alive to play with, but you killed my brother. Today, I want your life." After saying that, she waved her whip again. This time, it was even faster than before. The whip was condensed with even more spiritual power, making it even more powerful. Sima Yue swung Ling Long at an even faster speed. The onlookers could barely see their movements. After a few rounds, Zhou Shuyu was kicked to the ground by Sima Yue. Zhou Shuyu spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground. She was breathing out more than she was breathing in. Sima Yue came to her side and said, "I don't care how many people you've harmed over the years, but you shouldn't have come to provoke us." After saying that, she shot out a flame and burned Zhou Shuyu to ashes. She killed Hall leader Zhou. She's not afraid of the Heavenly Tiger Hall's revenge. She's so young, but she's so powerful. The others aren't bad either. The Heavenly Tiger Hall didn't get any benefits. Poor they don't look that old, but their battle power is so strong. I'm more interested to know what will happen to them in the future. The Heavenly Tiger Hall will definitely not let this matter rest. That's right. I don't know if they're really strong or if they're just young calves who aren't afraid of tigers. I think they're strong. No matter how strong they are, can they be compared to the Heavenly Tiger Hall? The innkeeper looked at the people around him who were discussing animatedly. He thought for a moment, then straightened his back and said, Hee, why don't we set up a bet? I'll be the banker. We'll bet on their final situation. If they're killed by the Heavenly Tiger Hall, the payout will be 1 to 10. If they're safe and sound, the payout will be 1 to 50. If they destroy the Heavenly Tiger Hall, the payout will be 1 to 100. How about it? Does anyone want to bet? Innkeeper Cho, is what you said true? Of course it's true. Innkeeper Cho chuckled and said, I'll set up a bet in the main hall of the inn. If you want to participate, come. It's been a long time since something so interesting happened in Hong City. This is a bet without any suspense. Let's place our bets later. We'll definitely win. We'll go too. While they were discussing the bets, the Sima family had finished off the Heavenly Tiger Hall. Seeing the corpses on the ground, they didn't feel any pity. If they were the weaker party, they would be the ones lying on the ground today. Sima Yue looked at Innkeeper Cho, who was trying his best to persuade the people to place their bets. She couldn't help but twitch her mouth. Things had happened in front of his inn, but he wasn't worried that the Heavenly Tiger Hall would be implicated. Instead, he was in the mood to set up a bet. I say, Innkeeper, you used us to set up a bet. Shouldn't you give us a share of the profits? Innkeeper Cho looked at Sima Yue and said with a smile, If you can survive, I should give you a share. Sima Yue didn't say anything else. She waited for Sima Yulu and the others to clean up the corpses before bringing everyone back to the inn. They're going back just like that? Everyone watched as they went back just like that. Their eyes widened. Weren't they too careless? If they didn't take it seriously now, they would be afraid when the Heavenly Tiger Hall members came. Only Innkeeper Cho smiled as he watched Sima Yue and the others leave. He looked at the waiter who was still in a daze and slapped him on the head. What are you still standing there for? Why aren't you going back to set up the bet? Oh, I'm going back. What's there to hit? The waiter muttered as he returned to the inn. He took out a wooden board with the odds written on it and placed it on a table. Just like that, the bet was set up. The news that a few people had killed the leader of the Heavenly Tiger Hall quickly spread throughout the entire great city. At first, everyone thought it was a joke and didn't take it seriously. However, the more they talked about it, the more serious it became. They even talked about how the inn had set up the bet. Only then did everyone believe it. They even went to place their bets. Bang! In the Heavenly Tiger Hall's discussion hall, a middle-aged man slammed the table fiercely. He looked at the person reporting the news and said, Is what you said true? Replying to Vice Hallmaster, It is absolutely true. Vice Hall Master Zhou has indeed been killed by those people. There is also news that those people have killed Vice Hall Master Zhou as well. What did you say? No pop-up window. Our address. We will provide handwritten versions of our works. You can download them in TXT format for free. Chapter 445. It turned out that Zhou Shuren and Zhou Shuyu were both hall masters of the same branch. Zhou Shuren was the hall master while Zhou Shuyu was the vice hall master. Vice hall master, we lost contact with hall master Zhou a few days ago. When Sima Yue killed vice hall master Zhou today, she said that she had already killed hall master Zhou. The person kneeling on the ground said, "Where are those people?" The vice hall master asked. "They are all at the inn." The guard replied. When the members of the Heavenly Tiger Hall heard the name of the inn, they all frowned. It was obvious that this was not a place they wanted to offend. "Go and capture them," the Vice Hall Master ordered with a solemn face. "Vice Hall Master, in my opinion, it's best if we don't go and capture them right now." A man sitting below said. "Why?" The Vice Hall Master looked at that person unhappily. If he couldn't give a good reason, he would definitely blame him. The man was not intimidated by his aura and said, "Those people dared to kill the Deputy Hall Master of our Heavenly Tiger Hall on the streets. They even said that they killed Branch Hall Master Zhou. If it wasn't for the fact that they are strong enough to not be afraid of us, then they must have some status that we don't dare to touch. If we act rashly, it might bring us some trouble. Why don't we send someone to check their identities first? If it's not the two situations mentioned above, it won't be too late to arrest them and punish them." Hearing his words, the others also fell into deep thought. His words were not without reason. "Vice Hall Master, I agree with Hall Master Bai's idea. These people suddenly appeared in the Heavenly Tiger Ridge. We should treat them seriously. If something like Shopkeeper Cho happens again, last time, they also went to look for trouble with Shopkeeper Cho. At that time, he was just a servant who had just entered Huqing. They also went to collect protection fees, but they were rejected and beaten up. Later on, the people they sent were all beaten up by him. Only then did they know that they had provoked a difficult person to deal with. In the end, the hall master had to personally apologize and compensate them with a lot of things before the matter was settled. Later on, Shopkeeper Cho opened an inn in Hong City and named it an inn. From then on, this place became a special place in Hong City. This was the only place where they didn't dare to collect protection fees. After so many years, such a thing had happened again. They had to treat it seriously. The Vice Hall Master also thought of this matter and said, "Since that's the case, then send someone to the inn to closely monitor their movements and then send more people to investigate them." Branch Hall Master Zhou went to the Zhou clan and then disappeared. "I think we should send more people to investigate. Perhaps we will find something. Go." "Yes, Vice Hall Master." Sima Yue and the rest were staying at the inn. The onlookers initially thought that the Heavenly Tiger Hall would send people to deal with them quickly. However, after waiting for an entire day, there was no movement at all. Only the shopkeeper, who was counting the money behind the counter, felt that there were more people outside. However, he only smiled and did not say anything. At first, Sima Yue and the others were surprised when they saw that no one came. However, they realized that there were people watching them from outside. They must have gone to check on them. Sima Yue and the rest were not in a hurry and stayed in the inn. However, in order to avoid being caught one by one, they did not go out to shop. In these 2 days, Sima Yue and Bei Gong Tang came downstairs and smiled as they walked to the counter. Looking at Shopkeeper Cho, she said, "Shopkeeper Cho, your income is not small." Shopkeeper Cho saw the smile on Sima Yue's face and subconsciously covered the crystals on the counter, saying, "These are uncertain. If you are killed by the Heavenly Tiger Hall in the end, I will have to pay a lot of compensation." As he spoke, he threw out a book and said, "Look at this thick book. It's full of people betting on your death." Sima Yue took it and flipped through it. There were at least 10,000 people betting that they would be killed by the Heavenly Tiger Hall. Innkeeper Cho took out a booklet and said, "This is for your safety." Sima Yue took it and quickly finished reading it. Because there were only 100 people on it, there were only a few pages. What's the other possibility? She thought of another possibility. Even if they destroyed the Heavenly Tiger Hall, the shopkeeper did not take it out. There's not a single person on that. Shopkeeper Cho said, speaking of which, if I wasn't the banker, I would have bet on that. Unfortunately, it's useless even if I bought it. There's no one to compensate me. Sima Yue looked at Shopkeeper Cho, who looked as if he had lost a lot of money, and said, if you dare to bet like that, aren't you afraid of losing a single cent? I've lived for so many years, I'm quite good at judging people. Shopkeeper Cho said. Sima Yue laughed, saying, Shopkeeper Cho looks handsome and refined. Don't tell me you're actually an old monster that has lived for thousands of years? Indeed, Shopkeeper Cho looked to be in his 20s or 30s. His white robes made him look even more elegant, but his greedy eyes made him seem like an ordinary person. Hearing her say this, Shopkeeper Cho pursed his lips. An old monster that has lived for thousands of years? How could he be that old? At the very least, it should be 50% more than 50%. Speaking of which, we've already agreed that if you use us as stakes, we'll get a share. I don't want much, just half of it will do. Sima Yue said with a smile. Shopkeeper Cho almost jumped when he heard this. You didn't do anything, how can you get half? Why not? Sima Yue said, you didn't do anything either, right? You only got someone to copy your name, but we contributed the manpower. That won't do. Shopkeeper Cho rejected decisively. At most, I'll give you 30%. 30%. Sima Yue placed both hands on the counter and looked straight at Innkeeper Cho, saying, do you believe that I can make it so that you won't be able to earn a single cent and even lose everything? Shopkeeper Cho's eyelids twitched. His instincts told him that this person could really do what she said. All right. He waved his hand, saying, I can give you half, but don't charge me a high price in the future. After saying this, he was stunned. Why did he say this? Sima Yue smiled, saying, that depends on what kind of work it is. But seeing that Shopkeeper Cho is so straightforward, I'll give you a 10% discount in the future. After saying this, she and Bei Gong Tang prepared to leave. After taking 2 steps, she turned back and said, these bets are not accurate. You can trick a few more people to place their bets. After saying this, the 2 of them left, leaving the shopkeeper to ponder over her words. Not a single one of them was accurate? Could there be other possibilities? Should he believe her? Forget it, he should believe her. If he lost, wouldn't she be unable to earn any money? Thinking of this, he suddenly slapped his thigh and shouted, what a loss! I only said that I would give her half of the profits, but I didn't say that if I lost, she would have to pay half as well. Chapter 446. After deliberating for 2 minutes, Shopkeeper Cho decisively adopted Sima Yue's suggestion and increased the odds for the last 2 bets. As expected, it attracted another 100 people to place their bets. Not enough. Shopkeeper Cho looked at the account book with a sad face and sighed continuously. Hearing his dissatisfaction, the waiter looked at him with disdain and said, Shopkeeper, let's raise the odds for the first one even higher. What do you know? Innkeeper Cho glared at him and said, there are already a lot of people who belong to the first category. Look, 90% of them belong to the first category. If there are any more and they get killed by the Heavenly Tiger Hall, we will have to compensate them so much that we won't even have our underwear left. Sk, do you think I don't know you? Weren't you sure that they would be fine? Even if something happened, you would go against the agreement and let them be fine. The waiter said with a face of disbelief. That's true. Innkeeper Cho thought it through and said, then release the news and change the compensation rate from 110 to 120. In just 2 days, nearly 10,000 people came to place their bets. Sima Yue was speechless when she saw the results. It seemed like not many people thought that they would survive. At this moment, everyone in the Heavenly Tiger Hall was looking curiously in the direction of the meeting hall. Ever since the incident with Shopkeeper Cho, the hall master rarely showed himself. All the decisions in the hall were made by the vice hall master and the elders. Today, he came out of seclusion again, which meant that something big must have happened. In the conference hall, everyone was silent as they looked at Hall Master Zhou Heimo, who was sitting on the main seat. Zhou Heimo looked to be in his 40s. He was not tall, but he gave people a sense of absolute oppression. What's going on this time? How did you offend a formation master and a beast tamer? His deep voice was filled with anger. It seemed like he was unhappy that he had offended Sima Yue and the rest. According to the information we've gathered, Hall Master Zhou offended her because he tried to chase her out of the Zhou family's upper park. As for Vice Hall Master Zhou, it was because they didn't pay the entrance fee and protection fee. When he went to deal with them, he took a fancy to that master's beauty and wanted to snatch it back. That was why he was killed by her. A branch hall master said. So you're saying that she wasn't the one who provoked the Heavenly Tiger Hall? Zhou Heimo asked. The hall masters looked at each other and had to admit this fact. They nodded and said, yes. If it weren't for the fact that I happened to come out of seclusion, would you have caused the same thing to happen again? Zhou Heimo asked. The people below were silent. But Hall Master, those are the children left behind by Little Ant. We said that we would take good care of them. Now that they have been killed, are we just going to let them go? Vice Hall Master Zhou Haimin said unwillingly. A master who is both a beast tamer and a formation master. Is he someone we can easily offend? Zhou Heimo scolded. Zhou Haimin disagreed and retorted, but we've also checked. They're just people from the lower continent. They don't have any status or background. Even if we kill them, no one will say anything. Zhou Heimo looked at his own brother and said, is it because you've been in charge of the Heavenly Tiger Hall all these years that you've become arrogant and complacent? Do you think that you can kill anyone? That's a beast tamer and a formation master. If you can't kill him, once he has the chance to leave, how can the Heavenly Tiger Hall continue to exist? But Zhou Haimin wanted to say something, but his brother glared at him. Are you trying to say that they aren't strong enough? Zhou Heimo said. Zhou Haimin didn't say anything, silently agreeing with his brother's words. Do you know how strong an formation master is? Zhou Heimo snorted, you've only seen their strength on the surface. You haven't seen the killing power of the formation master. Furthermore, their strength isn't weak. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to kill the hall masters of the Heavenly Tiger Hall. Or do you want to try the effects of the formation master? How could Zhou Haimin not know the power of an formation master? But he wanted to avenge his family more. You'd better give up on the idea of settling scores with them. From now on, you can't think of revenge. Instead, you have to treat them with respect. Otherwise, if you bring trouble to the Heavenly Tiger Hall, I'll be the first to not let you off. Do you hear me? Got it. Although he was unwilling, Zhou Haimin still responded. Then Hall Master, what should we do now? One of the Hall Masters asked. We've already provoked them twice. We can't offend them now. Instead, we have to go and apologize. If we can be on good terms with them, that would be the best. Even if we can't be on good terms with them, we still have to erase the grudges from before. Zhou Heimo said. Then who's going to do this? Zhou Heimo thought for a moment, then said, I'll go personally. Hall Master. The Hall Masters looked at Zhou Heimo in shock. He actually wanted to go personally? Ever since the Heavenly Tiger Hall's teleportation array broke down, we have less contact with the outside world. As a result, everyone has become frogs at the bottom of a well. Zhou Heimo said, an array master or a beast tamer master would have a very high status in the outside world. As for someone who is both an array master and a beast tamer master, even in a higher power, they would be treated with great respect. Now that we've offended them, we naturally have to go and apologize. Are they still in the inn? Yes, other than that Sima Yue and Bei Gong Tang who came out once, no one else has come out. Someone replied. Go to the warehouse and retrieve some good treasures. Zhou Heimo instructed. Yes, Hall Master. When the Heavenly Tiger Hall's members found out that the Hall Master had personally gone to apologize to Sima Yue and the rest, they were all shocked beyond words. They had been waiting for orders from above to capture Sima Yue and the rest. Now that they had been ordered to treat the other party with respect, their hearts were in a mess. What was even more inconceivable were the people of Hong City. When they saw the important figures of the Heavenly Tiger Hall personally appear at the inn, they all thought that their eyes were playing tricks on them. Oh, even the Hall Master is here. Innkeeper Cho looked up and saw Zhou Heimo, smiling as he said. Zhou Heimo saw that Innkeeper Cho was still the same as he had been for the past few decades. Other than his aura becoming more unfathomable, there was no trace of it on him at all. He smiled and asked, "How have you been all these years, Innkeeper Cho?" Innkeeper Cho chuckled and said, "Good, good. It's just that your people broke many of my tables and chairs, but you didn't compensate me. Aren't you going to compensate Innkeeper Cho for the tables and chairs?" Zhou Heimo glanced at Zhou Haimin, who was beside him. Zhou Haimin reluctantly came to the counter and asked, "How much?" "Not much, just 10,000 middle-ranked crystals." Innkeeper Cho narrowed his eyes and said. Zhou Haimin was furious, but he still accepted his fate and gave him 10,000 middle-ranked crystals before returning to Zhou Heimo's side. "Innkeeper Cho, is Great Master Sima still here?" Zhou Heimo asked. Innkeeper Cho blinked, his heart skipping a beat. "Great Master?" Chapter 447. Sima Yue was reading in her room when she heard someone knocking on the door. "Sir, the people from the Heavenly Tiger Hall are here. They want to see you," the waiter said from outside. Sima Yue opened the door and saw the waiter. "Are you sure you want to see me and not catch me?" No, it's the Heavenly Tiger Hall's hall master who came personally. He said that he wanted to see you and apologize in person," the waiter said. "Didn't they say that the Heavenly Tiger Hall was unreasonable? I killed their branch leader. Instead of coming to arrest me, they came to apologize to me?" Sima Yue said. "This Heavenly Tiger Hall is indeed not a good place, but their hall master is still passable. It's just that he's focused on cultivation and left this Heavenly Tiger Hall to his younger brother to manage. That's why it's become such a foul place," the waiter said. "Sir, they're waiting downstairs. You can leave first," Sima Yue said. "Okay, then I'll go downstairs first." The waiter finished speaking and went downstairs. Sima Yue looked at the way the waiter walked and knew that he was not an ordinary waiter. The doors of the other rooms also opened after hearing the knock. After hearing the waiter's words, the waiter said, "Yue, are we going down?" "Yes, of course." Sima Yue said. Zhou Ran previously said that the Heavenly Tiger Hall was not bad, or else it would not have developed so much. Later on, for some reason, it became what it is today. I think it must be because the hall master's younger brother came to power. Now that their hall master is here, we naturally have to go down and meet him. We should all go down, Sima Lai said. All right. Downstairs, Zhou Heimo and shopkeeper Cho were drinking tea at a table. When Sima Yue came down, she saw the two of them sitting opposite each other and raised her eyebrows. Why would innkeeper Cho drink tea at the same table as someone else? When shopkeeper Cho saw Sima Yue, he pouted angrily and said, "There, she is Sima Yue." Zhou Heimo stood up and cupped his fists towards Sima Yue. He bowed deeply and said, "Great Master Sima, I am the Heavenly Tiger Hall's hallmaster, Zhou Heimo. I have come specially to apologize for the Heavenly Tiger Hall's previous offense." When the other members of the Heavenly Tiger Hall saw their hall master bowing, they all bowed in apology. Many people had already gathered outside the inn. When they saw the people from the Heavenly Tiger Hall, they thought that they would capture Sima Yue and the rest or execute them on the spot. Innkeeper Chao's apology was just an excuse for them to come down. However, he did not expect that the Heavenly Tiger Hall would really bow and apologize when both parties met. Sima Yue looked at Zhou Heimo. She could feel his apology. But as for the others, she could tell at a glance that they were just putting on an act. Hallmaster Zhou is too courteous. Sima Yue waved her hand. She was actually a very easy person to talk to. She did not hit a smiling person. Since the other party had come to apologize, she would not fight to the death. Of course, this was on the premise that the apology was sincere. Zhou Heimo took out a space ring and handed it to Sima Yue with both hands, saying, "This is a little apology that we have prepared for offending Great Master. We hope that Great Master will accept it." Sima Yue took the ring and scanned it with her spiritual energy. When she saw the pile of items inside, she smiled and said, "Hall Master Zhou is too courteous. I am a little embarrassed that you are like this. This is what I should do." that Zhou Shu Ren and Zhou Shuyu did not know the gravity of the situation and offended Great Master. They deserved to be beheaded. Zhou Heimo said, I have already warned them not to cause trouble. They did not listen to my advice, so the blame is on them. Sima Yue looked at Zhou Heimo. She could tell that he really felt that way and said, We are very grateful that Hall Master Zhou does not blame us. Since Hall Master Zhou has personally come to apologize and compensate us, we will not be able to continue harping on past grievances. As long as the Heavenly Tiger Hall does not provoke us in the future, we will not find trouble with you. When Zhou Heimo heard Sima Yue say this, he heaved a sigh of relief and bowed deeply again, saying, Thank you, Great Master Sima. When the other members of the Sima family saw that Zhou Heimo had lowered himself and Sima Yue had also said that this matter was over and would not pursue it any further, they were no longer so wary. Hall Master Zhou, I heard that if you want to leave the Heavenly Tiger Ridge, you have to first sit on a flying beast for a few months and then use the Heavenly Tiger Hall's teleportation array. Sima Yue said. That's right. Zhou Heimo said, In the past, we still had many connections with the outside world. However, a few decades ago, the teleportation array was broken. After that, no array master came to fix it, so our connections with the outside world were basically cut off. Could it be that no one is willing to sit on a flying beast and leave? Fatty Chu asked. It's not that no one is willing, it's that no one dares. Zhou Heimo said. No one dares? Because there are spirit beasts living in the areas where we are connected to the other ridges. If we want to leave, we have to pass through their territory. However, where do we have the power to go to the spirit beasts? Zhou Heimo said with a bitter smile. Spirit beasts? Sima Yue looked at Innkeeper Cho, who had returned to the counter to settle accounts. Was he here because of this? The teleportation array is broken and there are spirit beasts outside. That's why no one has entered or left the Heavenly Tiger Ridge for a long time. Zhou Heimo said, I heard that the teleportation array is not open to outsiders. I wonder if we can take a look at the teleportation array? Sima Yue asked. It was not difficult for her to set up a teleportation array, but she needed to know the geographical coordinates of the place. If she set it up carelessly, she might not be able to leave the Heavenly Tiger Ridge. Instead, she might be sent directly to the spirit beast's territory. If she went to take a look at their broken teleportation array, she might be able to get the coordinates of the outside world. If that was not possible, they could only choose to pass through the spirit beast's territory. When Zhou Heimo heard this, his eyes lit up and said, Of course you can. If possible, we would like to invite all of you to the Heavenly Tiger Hall as guests. This Sima Yue was an array master, and the array she set up was very powerful. This showed that she had high attainments in array formations. If she could fix the teleportation array, they would be able to leave in the future. Let's not go as guests. We're used to being idle. If we go to your place, we will not be used to it. Sima Yue said, We will continue to stay here. I will go with them to take a look at the teleportation array. SSS Dash, they actually rejected the Heavenly Tiger Hall's invitation. The people outside looked at Sima Yue and felt that she was becoming more and more mysterious. Third bro, Yulin, Beigong, come with me to the Heavenly Tiger Hall to take a look. Sima Yue said, Grandfather, bring everyone here and wait for us to come back. Okay, you guys be careful. Sima Lai was still a little worried about Sima Yue. We will. Sima Yue said, Oh right, the bet that Innkeeper Cho set up, none of the participants guessed correctly. That's why the money belongs to the banker now. We agreed to split it in half. When you guys are here, you can split the money with Innkeeper Cho. After speaking, she nodded at Zhou Heimo and the two of them walked out together. Sima Yu ran and the other two and the Heavenly Tiger Hall members followed behind and left the inn. Chapter 448. Those who had placed bets were all howling in grief. Not a single one of them had guessed correctly. They had lost all their bets. However, none of them had expected Sima Yue to be a master. If they had known earlier, they wouldn't have bet on it. Actually, he had guessed correctly that he would be safe and sound in the first round. However, it was still a far cry from becoming an esteemed guest of the Heavenly Tiger Hall. Thus, shopkeeper Cho smiled. This banker had done a good job. Total victory. However, when he saw the Sima family members who came to share the money, his heart ached again. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have agreed to share so much. Zhou Heimo invited Sima Yue and the rest to the Heavenly Tiger Hall. Only then did the people from the Heavenly Tiger Hall know that she was actually an array master. No wonder the hall master personally went to apologize. After entering the Heavenly Tiger Hall, Zhou Heimo said to the branch hall masters, "All of you can go and do your own things." "Yes, hall master." The branch hall masters left, leaving only Zhou Heimo and Zhou Haimin. "You can leave as well. Go home and reflect on your mistakes," Zhou Heimo said to Zhou Haimin. "Yes, big brother." Zhou Haimin left without even looking at Sima Yue. "I'm really sorry." Zhou Heimo smiled at Sima Yue and the others and said, "I'll take you to see the array now." "All right." Zhou Heimo took them to an independent courtyard. The courtyard was very big, but there was no one there now. It looked particularly desolate. "The array formation is in the hall." Zhou Heimo pointed to the room without a door and said, "In the past, there were many people coming and going here, so it was built very big." Sima Yue went in and saw an abandoned array. The array stone was still there, but it was covered with dust. There were also many names of places on the wall that were connected to the formation. Because of the fear of damaging the array again, no one usually comes here. Zhou Heimo explained, "Master, is there any way to repair this array?" "I need to study this." Sima Yue said, "There are many reasons why this array is damaged, but no matter which one it is, it will affect its connection with the void. If we don't find the problem, we won't be able to fix it." Zhou Heimo did not know anything about arrays, but after hearing what Sima Yue said, he felt that it was troublesome, but not impossible. He bowed to Sima Yue and said, "Master, please help us repair the formation. We will reward you handsomely." "I need time," Sima Yue said, "and some materials." "Grandmaster, please speak. As long as the Heavenly Tiger Ridge has it, I will definitely get someone to get it," Zhou Heimo said excitedly. Sima Yue gave Zhou Heimo a few materials and asked him to leave. Once he left, Sima Yuran asked, "Fifth bro, can this array really be repaired?" Sima Yu and Sima Yulin looked at each other and laughed. Sima Yulin patted Sima Yuran's shoulder, saying, "There's no big problem with this array at all. Any array master will be able to fix it. It's just that when the array broke, the Heavenly Tiger Ridge did not have an array master, so naturally, no one could fix it." "Then why did Fifth Bro say it was so difficult?" Sima Yuran said, "So you wanted to extort them. The Heavenly Tiger Ridge has squeezed so many things out of the commoners these years. It's no big deal if we get some." Sima Yue said, "Yulin, look at the array. Can you find out the uniqueness of the spatial coordinates of this continent? It's different from the continent below." Sima Yulin said, "Yes, maybe it's because the power of the void is different here. That's why those who aren't divine overlords can't fly. The spatial coordinates are different as well." Sima Yue said, "We can use this array to study the teleportation array of this continent." "Not bad," Sima Yulin said excitedly. As such, the two of them began to study the array, while Bei Gong Tang and the others did their own things. 3 days later, Zhou Heimo appeared again, holding the materials that Sima Yue wanted as well as the rewards that they had prepared. "Great Master, the materials that you wanted have all been prepared." Zhou Heimo took out an interspatial ring, saying, "Apart from this, these are all rewards for Great Master." Sima Yue did not think that the other party would act so quickly and that the rewards would be so generous. However, she still frowned slightly. "Is Great Master not satisfied with the rewards? If so, I'll get someone to send some more over." Zhou Heimo was very good at reading people's expressions. "Hall Master, you can just give whatever you want. What I'm worried about is whether or not these materials will be able to fix the array." Sima Yue said, "I've been studying it these 3 days. Apart from the previous problems, there are many hidden problems. If we don't get rid of these hidden problems, I'm afraid that even if the array is fixed, it won't be able to be used for long." "What else do you need? Just tell me, Great Master," Zhou Heimo said. As such, Sima Yue said the names of a few more materials, and Zhou Haimo left once again. 5 days later, Zhou Haimo appeared again with the materials and a portion of the rewards. This time, Sima Yue did not make things difficult for him. After receiving the items, she told him to come back in 10 days. Within these 10 days, she was not to let anyone disturb her while she was fixing the array. Zhou Haimo left, full of anticipation. At the same time, he announced that no one was to disturb Sima Yue. Knowing that the array might be fixed, the people of the Heavenly Tiger Hall were extremely happy. People from other places thought that the Heavenly Tiger Hall did not allow anyone to use the teleportation array. Only they themselves knew that without the array, they had been cut off from the world for a long time. Of course, Sima Yue and the rest did not do much in these 10 days. For the first 9 days, they were cultivating here. On the morning of the 10th day, Sima Yue stood up and walked to the side of the array. First, she removed the dust on it, then changed all the array stones. When she changed the position of the stones, the array was fixed. In the afternoon, Zhou Haimo brought the other hall masters of the Heavenly Tiger Hall. When they saw the new array, they were extremely excited. "Great Master, is the teleportation array ready?" Zhou Haimo looked at Sima Yue and asked. Sima Yue did not say anything. She only smiled and injected some spirit energy into the array. With the injection of spirit energy, the entire array was activated. The light from the array lit up the entire room. "It's done. It's done. It's really done. I haven't seen this light in so many years. It's really exciting." "That's right. Great Master is indeed amazing." "Thank you, Great Master." Now, the entire Heavenly Tiger Hall was unhappy with Sima Yue. Although she killed their hall masters, how could a hall master be more important than the teleportation array? Now, everyone was rejoicing that they did not kill Sima Yue and the rest. Otherwise, the teleportation array would never be fixed. "Thank you, Great Master." Zhou Haimo brought his men and bowed to Sima Yue. Although they paid a lot of money, as long as the teleportation array was fixed, it was all worth it. Seeing how grateful they were, Bei Gong Tang and the rest laughed in their hearts. These guys were really easy to fool. Chapter 449. Sima Yue did not feel embarrassed and said, "Since the array has been fixed, we will go back first. I haven't been back for so long. My grandfather and the others must be worried." Actually, she had already used the Sun Mother Stone to tell Wei Ziqi and the others that she would be staying here for a period of time. They were not worried about her at all. "If that's the case, I'll send you off." Zhou Haimo said. "No need, just find someone to lead the way for us." Sima Yue said, "Now that the teleportation portal is ready, I'm sure you guys have something to discuss. We won't trouble the hall master." "How can that be? Nothing is more important than sending the Grandmaster away," Zhou Haimo said. He insisted on sending them off. Sima Yue did not reject his offer and left the Heavenly Tiger Hall. Returning to the inn, Sima Lai and the others saw that the 4 of them had returned safely, and only then did they truly let out a sigh of relief. "Grandfather, let's get ready and leave tomorrow." Sima Yue said, "Why isn't shopkeeper Cho here today? He hasn't been in the inn for the past few days." Sima Lai said, "Xian? Are you looking for him for something?" "Nothing much, I just wanted to ask him something." Sima Yue said. The waiter just happened to come out from the back hall and heard her words. He said, "Dear guest, my shopkeeper said that if you have any business with him, you should wait for him for 2 days. "He knows that I'm looking for him?" Sima Yue asked in surprise. "Hee, there's nothing that my shopkeeper doesn't know about in Hong City," the waiter said narcissistically. Sima Yue nodded and went upstairs to her room. Sima Yue was even more curious about innkeeper Cho since he knew that she was looking for him. Sima Yue and the rest waited for innkeeper Cho for another half a month. Fortunately, everyone was able to cultivate, and these 10 or so days were also the days for everyone to go into seclusion. One day, the waiter knocked on Sima Yue's door and told her that shopkeeper Cho had returned and invited Sima Yue to meet him in the back hall. Although it was said to be the back hall, it was actually quite far away. Previously, she hadn't noticed that the back of the inn was the back hall. The waiter brought her into a room and let her go in alone. The room was very dark. After closing the door, it was almost impossible to see what was going on inside. "You're injured," Sima Yue said. "You have a sharp nose." Innkeeper Chao's voice came from the darkness. "The smell of blood is too strong, it's impossible not to smell it." Sima Yue shot out a ray of light and lit up the room. Shopkeeper Cho was lying on a chaise lounge. "What did you do to anger the heavens and the people? How could he be so severely injured? Your waiter doesn't know that you're injured so badly, right?" Innkeeper Cho laughed bitterly and said, "I didn't tell him. I was afraid of scaring him. If you die, won't he know?" Sima Yu saw that there were lights all around the room. She lit them up and the whole room lit up. "Why did you call me here?" "I want you to help me bring Xiao to the innumerable green palace." Cough cough. "Hand him over to the soaring cloud palace master." Innkeeper Cho said, "You really are from the innumerable green palace." Sima Yue said, "We're not familiar with each other. Aren't you afraid that I won't agree to your request?" "I naturally have conditions that can move you." Innkeeper Cho said, "Then aren't you afraid that I won't do the job after taking it?" She asked again. "Ah." Innkeeper Cho laughed and said, "I've lived for so many years and I'm quite good at reading people. You're not that kind of person. You really think too highly of me." Sima Yue said, "You were beaten up to this state, right? If I were to bring Xiao out of Sky Tiger Ridge, I'm afraid that I would be killed before reaching the innumerable green palace." "You're really smart, much smarter than I thought." Innkeeper Cho no longer looked like a greedy shopkeeper. His aura was even stronger than Zhou Haimo's. "So are you willing or not? If you agree, I'll give you a reward." Sima Yue walked over and casually pulled a stool to sit down, saying, "I'm very interested in your reward. Why don't you tell me about it and see if it can move me?" Innkeeper Chao's thoughts moved and a box appeared on the short table beside him. Sima Yue picked up the box and opened it. Inside was an array stone the size of a palm. The bigger the array stone, the higher the level of array it could set up. Most array stones were only the size of a longan. Some were the size of a lychee. Those that were the size of an egg were relatively rare. But this one was actually the size of a palm. This was enough to show its value. Even someone as knowledgeable as her could not help but be moved by this array stone. "What do you think?" Innkeeper Cho asked. Sima Yue kept the box and said, "I was thinking that if you usually keep a lot of treasures, and if you die and I snatch them, there will definitely be more than this array stone. Anyway, your Xiao won't be able to snatch them from us. Who knows, I might even be able to get a reward from your enemies with your heads." Innkeeper Cho calmly listened to Sima Yue. He was neither anxious nor angry, as if he thought she was joking. When she finished, he opened his mouth and asked, "Do you want to make this deal?" Sima Yue saw that Innkeeper Cho was not angry and stopped joking, saying, "You really know how to cater to my interests. I am indeed interested in your array stone, but I don't intend to get involved in your business." Innkeeper Chao's eyes darkened. "But I can make a deal with you." She continued. "What deal?" "I'll heal your injuries and get the array stone. As for your Xiao, I'll let you take care of him. What do you think?" Innkeeper Cho looked at Sima Yue. When he was sure that she was not joking, his eyes flashed with a hint of playfulness. "Are you a doctor or an alchemist?" "Both," Sima Yue said. "So, do you agree or not? If you drag this out, it will be difficult to treat you. I'll have to raise the price then." "You're an array master," Innkeeper Cho said. "But that won't stop me from becoming an alchemist." "Deal." Great. Sima Yue patted her thigh and kept the box containing the array stone into her spirit pagoda. Then she took out her silver needles and laid the chaise lounge flat. She quickly stripped Innkeeper Cho of his clothes, leaving only his underwear. Innkeeper Cho watched as Sima Yue took out her silver needles. It was the first time he had seen someone treat injuries this way. "Aren't you supposed to give me pills? Why are you using these needles to treat my injuries?" He could not help but ask. "Of course you have to take pills. But some parts of your body have already lost their functions. If you don't use the needles, it won't work even if you take pills." Sima Yue took out a pill and stuffed it into his mouth. Then she disinfected her hands and the needles. She picked up the needles and stabbed them into Innkeeper Chao's body. It was the first time innkeeper Cho had been stabbed with a needle. Moreover, Sima Yue was stabbing into his vital acupoints. Those places would be very painful if he understood them. Seeing the needles, he instinctively closed his eyes. Chapter 450. It was swollen and hot, but it didn't hurt like he had imagined. When he opened his eyes, he saw Sima Yue looking at him in amusement. "What kind of treatment is this?" he asked. "Acupuncture." Sima Yue said as she inserted the needles. "You're badly injured now, so it's best if you don't talk. Save your breath to absorb the effects of the pill." Innkeeper Cho was indeed very tired, but his eyes were exceptionally bright as he said, "Cho Xiaotian." "My name," Cho Xiaotian said and closed his eyes, allowing Sima Yue to insert needles all over his body. In a trance, he felt that the life force that had been flowing away was slowly recovering, and the aura of death no longer surrounded him. A piece of clothing was draped over his body, and Sima Yue's voice made him slowly regain consciousness. "Alright, I won't die." Cho Xiaotian opened his eyes and looked at Sima Yue. Under the light, she looked tired. It seemed that she had spent a lot of energy to save him. "Thank you," he said weakly. "If you want to thank me, I'll waive the bill for our room." Sima Yue said as she kept the silver needles. "All right." Cho Xiaotian agreed without hesitation. Sima Yue packed up her things and looked at Cho Xiaotian, saying, "I've been thinking about something. If I didn't save you, you probably wouldn't have lasted 2 hours. Are you really not going to say goodbye to your waiter?" "His name is Lian Hong." Cho Xiaotian said, "If I die and you don't bring him away, then let him live here for the rest of his life." "How cruel." Sima Yue smacked her lips and said, "For his own good." Cho Xiaotian smiled bitterly. "What about now? You're not dead, and you're still staying here? I need to think." "Take your time to think about it." Sima Yue placed a jade bottle on the table and said, "Take it again tomorrow at this time and you'll be fine." "Thank you." "You're welcome. I've been paid anyway." Sima Yue said, "If you really feel bad, give me another array stone like this. The door is over there. I won't be seeing you off." Sima Yue did not really want to knock on his door. She turned around and went out. When she opened the door, she saw Lian Hong standing in the courtyard with tears streaming down his face. "Go in," she said and left. Lian Hong had never left, and Sima Yue knew all along. Only Cho Xiaotian, who was severely injured and had lost too much of his life force, was not aware that Lian Hong was still outside. "Thank you." Lian Hong bowed to Sima Yue gratefully. Sima Yue smiled and left the courtyard. She knew that the two of them had a lot to talk about. It was best if she didn't know, lest she got involved in other people's affairs. With a responsible attitude for the patient, their schedule was pushed back by a few more days. 5 days later, Cho Xiaotian appeared in front of the robbery in high spirits. When he saw Sima Yue and the rest coming to settle the bill, he said, "Your bill has been waived." "Since that's the case, are we still going to refund the deposit we gave?" Sima Yue asked. "That won't do. We can't refund what we've already given," Cho Xiaotian said with a serious face. He was afraid that Sima Yue would ask him for money. Sima Yue smiled and said to Sima Lai and the rest, "Grandfather, let's go." The group left the inn. Cho Xiaotian looked at the empty room and said to Lian Hong, who was cleaning, "Do you want to leave with them?" Lian Hong rolled his eyes at Cho Xiaotian and said, "You're the one who wants to leave with them. Why are you dragging me along?" "So you don't want to leave with them?" Cho Xiaotian narrowed his eyes and said. Lian Hong threw the broom in his hand and said, "Then why aren't you packing?" "I'll go immediately. I'll be done in a few minutes." After Lian Hong finished speaking, he ran to the back hall like a wisp of smoke. "Stinky brat." Cho Xiaotian scolded jokingly. Sima Yue and the rest went directly to the Heavenly Tiger Hall. When the people there saw her and heard that she wanted to use the teleportation array, they politely led her to the courtyard where the teleportation array was. Although the teleportation array had been repaired, it had not been announced to the public yet. They only sent people to guard the place and did not allow anyone to come close. When Sima Yue arrived, Zhou Haimo also received the news and rushed over. "Is Great Master leaving?" Zhou Haimo asked respectfully. Yes, I was originally going to use this path to go outside. I didn't think that I would stay here for so long. Sima Yue said. Why? Hasn't anyone used the teleportation array yet? No, we sent 2 people out and they have already returned safely. It's just that the teleportation array hasn't appeared in front of everyone for too long. In order to not cause panic, it hasn't been announced to the public yet. Then can we use it? Sima Yue asked. Of course you can. Zhou Haimo said, if Great Master wants to use it, you can use it anytime. Thank you so much. Sima Yue said. Grandfather, let's go. They entered the hall and stood in the teleportation array. Just as they were about to inject spiritual energy into it, they heard a call. Wait for us. Sima Yue looked outside and saw 2 people walking in anxiously. Young Master Sima, wait for us. Lian Hong saw Sima Yue and the rest and raised his hand to shout. Chou Xiaotian followed behind and the 2 quickly entered the house. He was the only one who could come here without permission. Innkeeper Chou? You guys are leaving too? Zhou Haimo looked at Chou Xiaotian and the rest in surprise. Master said that he's had enough of the inn and wants to go out for a walk. I'm not a waiter anymore. Lian Hong said with a smile. Young Master Sima, can you give us a ride? We're not going the same way as you. Sima Yue said. It's on the way, it's on the way. Lian Hong said, we'll go wherever you guys go. How could it not be on the way? You're planning to follow us? Fatty Chu asked with a smile. My master said that it's best if we bring you to wherever you want to go. Lian Hong said. Sima Yue knew that he was talking about the innumerable green palace. She thought about how Chou Xiaotian mentioned the soaring cloud palace master and guessed that they must know each other. Since that's the case, let's go together. All right. Lian Hong stepped into the teleportation array and Chou Xiaotian walked in slowly. Great Master, where are you guys going? Zhou Haimo asked. Flower City. Sima Yue said. Flower City had a teleportation array that led directly to the innumerable green city. Zhou Haimo nodded and injected spiritual energy into the teleportation array. The array activated and with a flash of light, the group of people disappeared into the array. Outside Flower City, a space tunnel opened and Sima Yue and the rest walked out. At this moment, they were already a few million kilometers away from Hong City. The teleportation array here is really troublesome. We can't even teleport directly into the teleportation array. Fatty Chu complained. There's a strict hierarchy here. Places like Heavenly Tiger Ridge don't have the right to teleport to Flower City. We can only teleport to somewhere near Flower City. Chou Xiaotian explained. Chapter 451. Crazy Wife. The Fifth Miss of the Divine Doctor. Book title, 451. Chapter 451. Being Dragged into the Waters. Sima Yue looked at Chou Xiaotian and said, Since we're here, let's part ways here. No rush, no rush. Chou Xiaotian said, Since your destination is the innumerable green palace, so is mine. Why don't we travel together? At least we can take care of each other on the way. I don't think that being with you is about taking care of each other. Sima Yue said bluntly. But with me around, you can enter the innumerable green palace faster. Otherwise, if you want to use the teleportation array, you'll have to go through a lot of trouble. Chou Xiaotian fanned himself and smiled slyly. The rest of the Sima family looked at Sima Yue, not knowing what she and Chou Xiaotian were talking about. Yue, since we're going the same way as them, why don't we travel together? Fatty Chu said. They're ticking time bombs. Sima Yue said. 2 array stones. This was the first time Chou Xiaotian heard about ticking time bombs, but he roughly understood what it meant. Sima Yue stared at him and said, Let's talk alone. Hence, the 2 of them walked to the side and Chou Xiaotian set up a barrier. Everyone could only watch the 2 of them talk. At first, it was Chou Xiaotian talking most of the time, while Sima Yue frowned. You're saying that Lian Hong is the nephew of the Soaring Cloud Palace Master? Then who are his parents? Sima Yue asked. The Soaring Cloud Palace Master is called Lian Zhe. He's the second young master of the Lian clan. Lian Hong's father is his elder brother. Chou Xiaotian said. What about his mother? His mother is a young lady from the Fei clan, the Lian clan's enemy. Chou Xiaotian said, the Fei clan is very unhappy with the two of them. They don't approve of this child, Lian Hong. All these years, they've been sending people to kill him. So that's why you brought him to Sky Tiger Ridge and destroyed the teleportation portal? Sima Yue said with certainty. The Heavenly Tiger Ridge is an inconspicuous place in the state. They would not expect us to be there. There is no teleportation array and there are spirit beasts outside. Normal people would not be able to find this place. Chou Xiaotian did not deny it. But there are also people who can directly create space tunnels. Sima Yue said. For example, Old Man Devil and Wu Lingyu. When she thought of Wu Lingyu, she suddenly remembered that not everyone could open a spatial tunnel. One had to be at least at the divine realm to do so. Could it be that he had already broken through to the divine realm at such a young age? Chou Xiaotian didn't know what she was thinking and continued. Those from the Fei family who can open the passage will not participate in this matter. But according to what I know, this matter was done by a young master of the Fei clan. He used to like Lian Hong's mother. Chou Xiaotian said. So you're saying that we are not going against the entire Fei clan? Sima Yue said. Then what is the background of the Fei and Lian clans? They are second only to the innumerable Green Palace. Chou Xiaotian said. Stesh, Sima Yue glared fiercely at Chou Xiaotian. Are you trying to scam me or scam me? You want to drag us down with such a powerful force? No way, not with you guys. It's too dangerous. You guys are already in the water. Chou Xiaotian said with a smile. You guys appeared outside Flower City with us. With the Fei clan's power, they must have received the news. Even if you guys split up with us now, you won't be able to escape the Fei clan's pursuit. That guy would rather kill 1,000 innocents than let a single one go. Sima Yue said helplessly, we are just small characters from below. Why are you dragging us down with you? No, we can only survive with you guys around. Chou Xiaotian said, these few years, I have been trying to find a chance to reunite Lian Hong and Lian Zhe, but the moment I leave Heavenly Tiger Ridge, I will be chased by the Fei clan. Let's not even talk about going to innumerable Green City to find Lian Zhe. We are just a group of divine-ranked people. We will definitely drag you guys down if we fight. It's useless even if you drag us along. Sima Yue said, who knows, maybe you could have gone to 2 cities, but you only went to 1. I have no choice. You are my last bet. Chou Xiaotian said, if we miss you guys, we don't know how long we will have to stay in Heavenly Tiger Ridge. The Fei clan has already noticed Heavenly Tiger Ridge. Even if we don't go with you, we will have to consider leaving. And I believe that with you guys, we will have a bit of hope. You schemed against us. Sima Yue said coldly. I'm sorry, but we have no other choice. Chou Xiaotian said, other than the reward I promised you, I owe you a favor. Sima Yue had a headache. She only wanted to go to Central State to help Bei Gong Tang and save her mother and brother. How did she end up meeting such a troublesome fox? What's your relationship with them? What about his parents? His father and I are brothers. His parents are dead. Before they died, they asked me to take care of them. Chou Xiaotian said. As long as I bring you guys to Innumerable Green Palace? Sima Yue asked. Chou Xiaotian nodded. For array stones and a favor. Sima Yue did not hold back and directly increased the price. 3 and a favor. I only have 3 left. Chou Xiaotian said. Sima Yue stared at Chou Xiaotian for a long time, before saying unwillingly, deal. Advance payment. Just as he said, they had appeared in the outskirts of Flower City. The Fei clan would definitely get the news. At that time, it would be difficult for her to escape the fate of being chased. She might as well bring them along and earn some benefits. Chou Xiaotian took out an array stone. Its size was about the same as the previous one. Sima Yue took the array stone and inspected it. She kept it in her spirit pagoda and asked, where did you get such a big array stone? I got 4 by chance. Chou Xiaotian replied. Actually, I've always been curious about your identity. Sima Yue looked at Chou Xiaotian. Previously, I thought you were from innumerable green palace. Now, it seems like you're not. Who exactly are you? I'm from Middle State. I also unintentionally got involved in this matter. Cho Xiaotian said. Then you didn't try to contact your sect or think of a way to go back. Sima Yue did not understand. You just came to this continent and are not familiar with the outskirts. Cho Xiaotian said, the teleportation arrays here can't be used casually. Moreover, there are people from the Fei clan in every city and sect. They control all the teleportation arrays. How can I go back to Middle State? Sima Yue suddenly thought of something and shouted, then we can't use the teleportation array either? Seeing Cho Xiaotian nod, she wanted to give him a good beating. She suddenly felt that she had only received 3 array stones. It was a huge loss. The two of them talked for about half an hour in the barrier before coming out. Cho Xiaotian was still smiling brightly while Sima Yue was a little depressed. Let's get on our way. Otherwise, it will be troublesome if the Fei clan people chase after us. Cho Xiaotian said to everyone. The Sima family looked at Sima Yue. She waved her hand and said, I'll tell you the details on the way. Let's get on our way. Chapter 452. However, before they could move, a group of people came out from Flower City. When Cho Xiaotian saw those people, his face instantly turned grave. The Fei family? Sima Yue guessed from his expression. Yes, I didn't expect them to come so quickly. Cho Xiaotian said, looks like they've already guessed that we're in Heavenly Tiger Ridge and are preparing to look for us in Flower City. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sent so many people to such a small city. It seemed like it was the right decision for them to come out. The Heavenly Tiger Ridge's teleportation array had already been repaired. Flower City could directly use the teleportation array to enter Hong City and find them. The Fei family members quickly surrounded them. Sima Yue looked around and realized that there were about 100 of them. Cho Xiaotian, you are indeed here. A middle-aged man dressed in red walked out from the back and looked at Cho Xiaotian as he spoke. I was wondering which dog it was, so it was you, Fei Wu. Cho Xiaotian said. Sima Yue and the others burst out laughing when they heard the other party's name. Fei Wu, trash. You can still laugh now, but you won't be able to laugh in a while. Fei Wu sneered. Fei Wu, last time I beat you up so badly that even your parents couldn't recognize you. You said that you spent so much effort to escape, so why did you come back to throw away your life? Cho Xiaotian exposed Fei Wu's scars without holding back at all. Do you think you can escape like last time? Fei Wu shifted his gaze away from Sima Yue and the rest. They were just a bunch of low-level deities. They were not worthy of his attention. He looked at Cho Xiaotian and said, we found out long ago that you guys were hiding in the Heavenly Tiger Ridge. It's a pity that the teleportation array there is broken. Otherwise, how could you guys be free and unfettered for so long? You and this bastard have been dealt with long ago. Lian Hong clenched his fists tightly. This was the first time someone had called him a bastard. However, he wasn't angry. When he decided to find out his identity, he had already expected such a situation. You call me a lowly bastard, but you're just a lackey of the Fei family. He retorted without backing down. Even if he couldn't win in a fight, he could still find some satisfaction in his words. Sima Yue looked at the people around her and said, the sooner we settle this, the sooner we leave. The longer we delay, the more disadvantageous it will be for us. Cho Xiaotian also knew, nodded and said, let's do it. Oh Yang, you are in charge of protecting Auntie. Sima Yue said, the rest of you, call out your sacred beasts and attack together. Sima Lin and the others called out their sacred beasts. At the very least, they had at least 2 sacred beasts. They were densely packed beside them. The Fei family, Cho Xiaotian, and Lian Hong were shocked to see so many sacred beasts. In the primordial lands, very few people had so many sacred beasts. If the spirit beasts found out that one of their own had been contracted, it would bring about a lot of trouble. Therefore, most people would only have 1 or 2 contracted beasts. It was rare to see so many of them. Sima Yue called out Yaguang, Little Rock, Thousand Resonance and Little Roar. Chongming and Little Dream did not come out, as they would be their trump cards in the future. Seeing that she alone had 4 sacred beasts, Chou Xiaotian felt that this guy was really heaven-defying. It was right for him to have followed them out. Although Fei Wu had brought close to 100 people, most of them were at the beginner or intermediate level of the divine rank. Even though he was stronger, he had only just reached the divine overlord rank. Chou Xiaotian's strength was also at the divine overlord rank. The two of them exchanged blows the moment the battle began, and fought in the air. The Fei family had a few sacred beasts as well, but they were few in number. The others were all at the peak of the divine rank, and could not compare to Yiguang and the others. However, they had more people, and the battle lasted for close to an hour before it ended. Sima Yulu and the others were slightly injured. After a round of fighting, Sima Yue led them and jumped onto Little Rock's back, saying, "Let's leave this place quickly." According to what Chou Xiaotian said, the teleportation array could not be used, so they could only take flying beasts to the innumerable Green Palace. At this time, more people came out from the city. Chou Xiaotian and the others quickly jumped onto Little Rock's back. Little Rock flapped his wings and led everyone away. "Young Master, see, they have flying beasts. What do we do?" A guard asked a handsome man. "It's our negligence." Fei Si's face darkened as he looked at the people who were getting further and further away, saying, "Go back and report to the family that Chou Xiaotian has brought that bastard out. They will definitely go to the innumerable Green Palace. They will definitely not dare to enter the city or use the teleportation array. Let the family members kill them along the way." "Yes, young Master C. Also, they have flying beasts. Don't forget this point." Fei Si instructed. "Also, send people to investigate who those people following Chou Xiaotian are. They dare to go against the Fei family and have so many sacred beasts. They should not be small characters." "Your subordinate understands." "Your subordinate will take his leave." The guard retreated and left. Fei Si looked at the direction that Sima Yue and the others had left in and thought for a while. He shouted, "Men!" "Young Master C." Two guards who were standing at the back stepped forward. "Send people to the Four-Winged Rock family. Say that someone has contracted the Four-Winged Rock King and even made it his mount. Also, spread the news that they have so many contracted beasts. You must spread it to those spirit beast clans." Fei Si instructed. "Yes, young Master C." Fei Si looked into the distance, his stern face expressionless. He thought of something and suddenly turned towards the city, saying, "Go to the Goshawk family." Chou Xiaotian saw that no one was chasing after them and heaved a sigh of relief, saying, "Thank you." If it were not for them, he and Lian Hong would have been killed the moment they came out. Lian Hong was injured and ate a pill. He looked at Sima Yue gratefully, saying, "Thank you, Yue." "Yu, what the hell is going on?" Fatty Chu and the others did not know why they encountered such a situation the moment they came out. She had said that she would tell them on the way, but they were almost killed before they could leave. Sima Yue told them about Lian Hong's background, how Chou Xiaotian and the others were hiding in the Heavenly Tiger Ridge to avoid being killed, and how she had dragged them into the water. After listening, everyone stared at Chou Xiaotian and scolded him for being unkind and cunning. "Don't blame Master. He did it for me. If you want to blame someone, blame me," Lian Hong said when he saw that everyone was angry. "Lian Hong, you didn't even know that something like this would happen when you came out. How can we blame you?" Sima Yulu said. They had chatted with Lian Hong in the inn and knew that he was a simple person, so they did not blame him. But there was no point in blaming Chou Xiaotian. That guy's skin was too thick. But they also knew that Chou Xiaotian and the others had no choice. Otherwise, they would not have stayed in Great City for so long. Their dangerous situation was not unrelated to Sima Yue. It was because she had repaired the teleportation array that they had no choice but to leave. Thinking of this, Sima Yue was not so angry and asked, "Where are we going now?" Chapter 453. Sea City is just ahead. Based on our current speed, we should be able to reach innumerable Green City in 10 years if we continue in this direction. Chou Xiaotian said. "PFFF," everyone spluttered. Was this guy joking or was he joking? 10 years. How could she waste 10 years on the road? Furthermore, this was Little Rock speed. If it were any other flying beast, It would probably take at least 15 to 16 years. And this is under the condition that there is no obstruction along the way. Zhou Xiaotian said, but we don't know how many spirit beast territories we'll pass through and how many people we'll encounter. Sima Yuyue rubbed her forehead. This was not something to be happy about. What about the Lien family? Didn't they say that Lien Hong's father was a member of the Lien clan? Does their clan not care about him? Wei Ziqi asked. His father was expelled from the family in order to be with his mother. Zhou Xiaotian said, I really admire how much he values relationships. That's why I agreed when he asked me to take care of him. Then the Lien clan doesn't care about Lien Hong? Fatty Chu asked. It's already good enough that the Lien clan didn't send anyone to kill us. Zhou Xiaotian smiled bitterly. I originally wanted to bring him to the central region, but I was being chased so I had no choice but to escape to a remote place. Then does the Lien clan know of Lien Hong's existence? Sima Yuran asked. He may or may not know. Zhou Xiaotian said, back then, one of his clansmen was with us, but we were separated when we were fleeing. If he survived, then the Lien family would know. If he's dead, the Lien family won't know. I think that the Lien clan would know if that clansman survived or not. Sima Yue said, the Lien clan and the Fei clan are old enemies, so they would definitely pay more attention to their matters. All these years, the Fei clan has been hunting you down quite a bit, so it's impossible for the Lien clan to not know about it. He could only say that it all depended on what the person in the Lien clan who knew about this thought. However, the Lien family hasn't done anything for so many years, so you don't have to have any hopes. Sigh. Zhou Xiaotian sighed. Lien Hong lowered his head. Speaking of which, why did you bring him to Lien Zhe? Sima Yu asked. This is his father's request. Zhou Xiaotian looked at Lien Hong and said, before his father died, he said that if the Lien clan could not be trusted, then he should go to the innumerable Green Palace to find his younger brother. He was definitely trustworthy. As long as he entered the innumerable Green Palace, the Fei clan would not dare to kill Lien Hong. This was because even the Fei family did not dare to make a move against the innumerable Green Palace. But in the end, we couldn't get in touch with his uncle. Sigh, things are getting a little troublesome. Sima Yulu said, I haven't seen this uncle for so many years, who knows if he's still as reliable as before. If we rush over so eagerly, it'll be troublesome if it's a road of no return. If it doesn't work, then she can only follow me to Central State. Zhou Xiaotian said, once we reach Central State, the Fei clan will not be able to do anything to us. Let's first think of a way to get to the innumerable Green Palace. Sima Yuran said, 10 years? Let's not talk about how long it will be. The longer we stay outside, the more dangerous it will be. That's right. Fatty Chu agreed. The longer we stay, the more chances they will have to kill us. Who knows, the people they send might be even more powerful. However, our strength will not increase by much in a short period of time. Not bad, Fatty Chu can even analyze. Wei Ziqi laughed as he teased. TSK, I'm not just a simple-minded person. Fatty Chu used his elbow to poke Wei Ziqi, unsatisfied with his teasing. Everyone laughed as well. They were no longer as worried about the dangerous situation they were in. Sorry, I've caused trouble for everyone. I'll repay you in the future. Lien Hong suddenly said. Sima Yu knew that he was meticulous and kind. For him to be able to be like this with an old fox like Zhou Xiaotian was not bad. She said with a smile, Lien Hong, you don't have to feel guilty. Your master has already paid us. Lien Hong looked at Sima Yu and knew that she was comforting him. He smiled and did not say anything, but his heart was filled with gratitude towards them. They flew for a few days, but did not meet any Fei clan members. In order to let Little Rock rest, they changed to a flying beast. This time, they thoroughly felt the vastness of the primordial lands. They flew for more than a month, but did not even see a single city. He could only see the continuous mountain range, the vast plains, and the magnificent river. Just as they were rushing, Fei Si brought a few people to a mountain range. Before their flying beast landed, they were surrounded by a group of goshawks. For you, Fei Si stood on his flying beast and looked at the goshawks surrounding him calmly, The Fei clan's Fei Si requests an audience with the Goshawk King. He has something to tell you. The Fei clan? A goshawk with a white feather on his head looked at Fei Si sharply. Seeing that he did not avoid his gaze, he said to the goshawk behind him, "Go and report to the king." The goshawk flapped his wings and flew away. After a while, he returned and said, "The king said to bring him in." "Bring him in," the white goshawk ordered. More than 10 goshawks surrounded Fei Si's flying beast and flew into the depths of the mountain range. Fei Si looked at the area where the goshawks lived and found that there were a few goshawks in each mountain range. Even the young goshawks were undergoing cruel training. After they entered the depths of the mountain range, they were not allowed to fly. Thus, they landed on the ground. Fei Si kept his contracted beast and the few of them followed the goshawks to the highest mountain. After 2 hours, they finally reached the top of the mountain. At the top of the mountain, the Goshawk King, who was as tall as a small mountain, was facing the setting sun. After a while, the Goshawk King stopped and turned around to ask, "You are Fei Si?" Fei Si bowed slightly and said, "Fei Si of the Fei clan greets the Goshawk King. My Goshawk clan has never had any dealings with humans. What business do you have with us?" The Goshawk King said lightly. His arrogant attitude showed that he did not put Fei Si in his eyes. Fei Si smiled and said, "I am here today to cooperate with the Goshawk King." "Cooperation? I don't think we have anything to cooperate with. You humans are not of the same origin as us. We have never had any dealings with each other." The Goshawk King said, "If this is the important matter you are talking about, you can leave now. Seeing that the Fei clan is considered a big clan, I will not pursue the matter of you trespassing on my clan's land." After the Goshawk King finished speaking, 2 flies landed and were ready to take them away. "Goshawk King, don't be in such a hurry to chase me away." Fei Si said confidently, "You haven't heard what kind of cooperation I am talking about. After I tell you, I think you will be interested in cooperating with us." The Goshawk King looked at Fei Si and said after a while, "Tell me what it is first." "The King of the Rocks has appeared. I wonder if the Goshawk King is interested in this news?" Fei Si looked at the Goshawk King and said. Seeing the Goshawk King's expression change, he smiled with satisfaction. Chapter 454. Goshawk King stared at Fei Si, his gaze as sharp as a knife. He wanted to cut Fei Si open to see if he was lying. "How do you know about the appearance of the Rock King?" "I saw it with my own eyes." Fei Si replied, "The divine bird hasn't appeared in the world for millions of years. If the 4-winged Peng activates the Great Peng's bloodline, it will one day evolve into a Great Peng and become the king of the rocks. All other birds will submit to it. Am I right? However, although the 4-winged rocks have always possessed the Great Rock's bloodline, and over the years, there have been a few who have had the bloodline power in their bodies, but none of them have been able to successfully activate it. In fact, over the past 10,000 years, the Great Peng bloodline in their bodies had become thinner and thinner, and there were very few Great Peng bloodlines in them. The Great Rock has not appeared for hundreds of thousands of years." The Goshawk King said, "What makes you think that the Rock King has appeared?" "I saw it with my own eyes." Fei Si said, "Impossible." A rock flew over and landed on the top of the mountain. It said firmly, "We have been paying attention to the 4-winged rock all these years. There was no appearance of the Great Rock bloodline at all. The few that had appeared before had already been killed by them. How could there be more?" Fei Si saw that this goshawk only bowed slightly to the Goshawk King after descending, which meant that it had a very high status in the Goshawk clan. After the goshawk bowed, he glared at Fei Si and scolded, "You're just a human. How dare you come to my Goshawk tribe to spout nonsense and disturb our people? Do you dare say that all the 4-winged rocks are under their surveillance?" Fei Si was not afraid and said, "You should know that the 4-winged rocks have known for a long time that the clansmen with the Great Rock bloodline would die of various causes. It was either you or the other bird clans that caused trouble. So when they found out that a clansman with the strongest Great Rock bloodline had appeared in their clan, they sent him to the lower realm." "How did you know about the 4-winged rock?" Goshawk King asked. "That's because a few days ago, we sent the news of the 4-winged rocks to the 4-winged rocks. Although he didn't know which continent they had sent him to, he was back today." Furthermore, it has successfully become a sacred beast and awakened the great rock's blood in its body. It has already shown the characteristics of the great rock. Fei Si said, "Is what you said true?" "Of course. Otherwise, why would I dare to come to the Goshawk clan? Some of you should be paying attention to the news from the four-winged rocks, right? Wouldn't you know once you see what's going on over there?" Fei Si said calmly, but Goshawk King believed him. The Goshawk King looked at the goshawk that had just descended and asked, "Song Tong, what's the situation over at the four-winged rock side?" "This month's news hasn't arrived yet." Song Tong replied, "Today is the day that the news will arrive." "Then we'll wait." The Goshawk King said, "If what you said is true, then it's not impossible for us to cooperate. If you dare to deceive us, then don't even think about leaving the Goshawk clan's territory. Even if your Fei family is a big family in a state, it's nothing to my Goshawk clan. When the news comes back, the king will know if what I said is true." Fei Si didn't say anything else after he finished speaking. Everyone rested on the spot and waited for the news from outside. The sky gradually darkened. In the middle of the night, the news came back that the four-winged rock clan had made a big move. The clan elders who were in closed-door cultivation had all come out. And for some unknown reason, the originally happy elders suddenly became angry and left the clan's territory with murderous intent. One had to know that these clan elders hadn't left the clan's territory for hundreds of years. This time, they left because something big must have happened. When the Goshawk King heard the news, his breathing became chaotic, causing the surrounding air to become turbulent. A strong wind blew around him, almost blowing Fei Si and the others away. "King, the most important thing now is not to be angry, but to kill it in the cradle before it completely evolves and gains the recognition of all the birds." Song Tong's feathers were blown into a mess as he said loudly. The Goshawk King's breathing slowly calmed down, and the strong wind also disappeared. However, his breathing was still chaotic. "Go and call all the clan elders out. Tell them that there's something important to discuss." The Goshawk King ordered. "Also, call all the captains back. We'll discuss this together." The two goshawks obeyed and left. The Goshawk King looked at Fei Si and said, "Now, let's talk about the cooperation." Okay. After flying for 3 months, Sima Yue and the others finally saw a city. After a long discussion, Sima Yue got Chou Xiaotian and the others to wait outside the city and hide well. Then she would enter the city to see if she could find a way to get close to the teleportation circle and steal the coordinates of other places. If she could get the coordinates of other cities, she could also set up a teleportation circle. This way, they wouldn't have to fly so hard. If it wasn't for Chou Xiaotian, she could have kept everyone in the Spirit Pagoda. With fewer people, they would be less of a target. However, now they could only wait outside the city. Sima Yue called out 1,000 resonance and fused with him. With a shake of her body, she became a complete stranger. Then she swaggered into the city. Before she entered the city, she saw a wanted poster on the city gate. On it, there were pictures of Chou Xiaotian and Lian Hong, as well as more than 10 of them. The poster didn't say anything about Lian Hong. It only said that they had offended the Fei clan. If anyone killed them, the Fei clan would pay a certain amount of reward. Also, they would pay a certain amount of reward for information. What made Sima Yue depressed was that the person with the highest bounty was Lian Hong. The person with the second highest bounty was not Chou Xiaotian, but her. Her bounty was actually higher than Chou Xiaotian's. What kind of situation was this? If I meet anyone from the Fei clan, I must ask them properly. Why is my bounty the second highest? What kind of enmity do I have with them? She touched her chin and said, if anyone from the Fei clan heard this, they would roll their eyes. She had brought people to kill more than 100 of them. What enmity did she have with them? Did she still want her face? After reading all the information on the poster, she entered the city. When she entered the city, everyone was compared to the portraits. Previously, she had asked Chou Xiaotian. In a city like this that wasn't directly controlled by any power, the teleportation circle was usually controlled by the city lord. And the city lord was usually someone from a sect. Therefore, the teleportation circle was still controlled by the sect. After she entered the city, She found someone to ask for the location of the city lord's residence. Then she followed the path to the courtyard beside the city lord's residence. There, the teleportation circle was being activated in an orderly manner. In the corridor of the courtyard where the teleportation circle was located, a few people wearing the Fey clan's uniform were staring at everyone who came to use the teleportation circle. Chapter 455. Sima Yuyue observed them carefully. Those people had to be checked by the Fey clan before they could use the teleportation array. If anyone purposely got close, they would be captured and interrogated. Looking at the situation, it was impossible for her to get close to the teleportation array to get the spatial coordinates, and Chou Xiaotian and the others would not be able to use the teleportation array. "Hey, do you want to use the teleportation portal?" The guard at the entrance asked when he saw Sima Yue. "No. I was passing by to look for someone, but I didn't see him, so he probably hasn't arrived yet. I'll look elsewhere." Sima Yue turned around and left. After leaving the city lord's mansion, she walked around the city and checked on some other things. Then she left the city and flew in the direction she came from. Something's not right. After entering the mountains, she asked Little Rock to stop and looked around vigilantly. "Master, I seem to smell something familiar." Little Rock said. "A familiar smell? Get out of the way." Sima Yue shouted before she could say anything. Little Rock's mind was connected to hers. Whenever she had a thought, he would bring her away from the original place. A ray of light came from the mountain stream and brushed past Sima Yue's hair. "Master, are you all right?" Little Rock asked. "I'm fine." Sima Yue stood on Little Rock's back and looked down. She was worried about the safety of the others. Pucci. Suddenly, hundreds of large birds flew out from the mountain stream and forest. Upon closer inspection, they were all four-winged rocks. The information we received was indeed correct. "Despicable humans, you actually made my clan into flying beasts." An old voice came from the front. Sima Yue and Little Rock looked at the densely packed four-winged rocks with a serious expression. "Who are you?" "We are the four-winged rocks. You actually dared to treat our future king as a flying beast. You are truly too audacious." That elder said angrily, "Men, capture her for me. Be careful not to hurt the king." "Yes, clan elder." The surrounding four-winged rocks replied in unison and glared at Sima Yue fiercely. "Which one of you dares to harm my master?" Little Rock shouted and flew away from the encirclement with Sima Yue. While flying, he even attacked the four-winged rock. Those four-winged rocks didn't dare to fight back and could only retreat. Some of the rocks had their feathers shaved off by Little Rock's attacks. When the elder saw the four-winged rock helping Sima Yue, his heart ached. "King, why are you helping an outsider? We are your clansmen. I don't know you. I only know that Yu is my master. If you dare to harm her, I will fight you to the death." Little Rock replied. "Do you even know who you are?" The elder said angrily. "Of course I know my identity. I am Master's contracted beast." Little Rock said. The elder almost fainted from anger. "Nonsense. Nonsense. You are the king of the rocks. How can you become a human's contracted beast?" "Elder, don't be angry. Perhaps King didn't know his identity in the past. After all, he was sent to the lower continents when he was still in his egg." One of the rocks came forward to persuade him. "Let's talk to King properly. He will understand. Let me talk to him." What a good son you gave birth to." Although the elder was angry, he told them not to make a move first. That female rocks flapped her wings and flew over. She looked at Little Rock lovingly and said, "Child, don't be afraid. I am your mother. You should be able to feel the blood relationship between us." Little Rock looked at the female rocks. Although he was a little confused, he did feel that there was something different about her. He knew that this was the beast race's most direct way of judging bloodlines. "You are my mother?" Little Rock looked at the female rocks. He was a little emotional. So he had a mother and a clansman. "Yes, you are my child." Tears fell from the female rock's eyes. She had waited a few hundred years for him to call her mother. Sima Yue patted Little Rock's back, indicating for him to put her down on the ground. Little Rock understood Sima Yue's meaning. He brought her to the top of a mountain and waited for her to come down. He stood beside her. The female rocks also flew over. When she saw Little Rock, she used her beak to peck Little Rock twice. Her eyes were filled with love. "Child, I have finally waited for you to come back." The female rocks hugged Little Rock with her wings. She was very happy. "Mother, what is going on?" Little Rock looked at the rocks in the sky. The weakest of them was a sacred beast. If they wanted to hurt Sima Yue today, they would not be able to fight back. The female rocks looked at Little Rock and then looked at Sima Yue. She said, "I am Little Rock's mother. My clansmen call me Ninth Rock." "Hi, hello." Sima Yue did not know how to address Ninth Rock. According to etiquette, she should call her aunt or auntie. However, she did not know how to address a bird like that. Ninth Rock saw Sima Yue's discomfort. A ray of light flashed and turned into a beautiful woman. She wore a long dress made of feathers. Seeing his mother transform, Little Rock also shrunk himself to be as tall as them. "Mother, why do they call me king?" Little Rock asked. Ninth Rock reached out and patted Little Rock's head. She said, "Because you are the king of the four-winged rocks." "But I only came up from the lower continents." Little Rock said. "But you were born here. That year, we had no choice but to send you to the lower continents." Ninth Rock said. "We had no choice. Didn't you guys not want me?" Little Rock always thought that he was a child abandoned by his parents. Because he saw that Little Two was abandoned by his family, he thought that he was the same. "We can even give up our lives for you. How could we not want you?" Ninth Rock said. "Then why?" Ninth Rock sighed and said, "It all started from 10,000 years ago. Since the god bird died 1,000,000 years ago, the king of the rocks became the Great Rock. Later on, the Great Rock also disappeared. We, who have the Great Rock bloodline, became the bird clan that had the highest chance of producing the king of the rocks. Every few years, a rock with the Great Rock bloodline would be born. However, the other bird clans were not willing to see this happen. Therefore, those rocks died before their bloodline power could be fully activated and they could evolve into great rocks." Speaking up to here, she looked at Little Rock with pride and worry. "A few hundred years ago, when you were born, there was a strange phenomenon. The clan elders determined that it was a sign of the Great Rock bloodline being born. In view of the fact that no matter how hard we tried to protect you, you would die prematurely. We decided to send you to the lower continents and not let anyone know of your existence. Who would have thought that after a few hundred years, before we even went to find you, you would come up on your own? Moreover, you have already successfully activated your bloodline power. Therefore, you are now the king of the four-winged rocks and the future king of the rocks." Little Rock looked at his mother. He could not digest this sudden news. Chapter 456. Ninth Rock did not care if Little Rock accepted his new identity or not. She turned to Sima Yue and said, "My son's identity is noble, so he cannot be a human's contract beast. According to the clan's rules, we will forcefully break the contract and kill you to wash away the shame of being contracted. However, seeing how my son is protecting you, if you break the contract, I will let the clan not pursue this matter." Before Sima Yue could say anything, Little Rock shouted first. He left Ninth Rock's side and stood in front of Sima Yue, not letting his mother hurt his master. "Child, you are the future king. Do you want to be a human's contract beast for the rest of your life?" Ninth Rock looked at Little Rock with disappointment. "I have no interest in being king. I only want to be with my master," Little Rock said, expressing his position. "Nonsense." Ninth Rock scolded, "Your identity is predestined. Look at your feathers. Look at your color. Golden feathers. Even a phoenix does not have such a color. Do you think you can give up this kind of identity just because you want it? For a human, how can you say such things? Although she is a human, she is my master. She is my family," Little Rock said. "She is the one who has accompanied me all these years. She is also the one who brought me up. If you want me to give up on her for a throne, I will not." Little Rock's attitude was firm. He looked at Ninth Rock with an unwavering gaze. If he wanted to give up on his master, that was impossible. Ninth Rock saw the way Little Rock was acting and didn't say anything to him. Instead, she looked at Sima Yuyu behind him, saying, I can tell that you are a good person. As its master, don't you want it to be better? Sima Yuyue's lips curled into a smile. This Ninth Rock was smart. Seeing her son so determined, she did not directly go against him. Instead, she tried to find a way to break through. She looked at Little Rock's protective figure and said, as long as it is what Little Rock wants, I will support it. If he wants to be king, I will let him be king. If he wants to be by my side, I will keep him by my side. Her voice was not loud, but it showed her determination and her attitude. Little Peng turned around and looked at Sima Yue, his round eyes filled with gratitude. He knew that his master would not abandon him. Ninth Rock's face darkened. From her point of view, this was Sima Yue's excuse. She only said this because she heard Little Rock say that he was unwilling to leave her. Human, it is because you are the master of my child that we are so polite to you. If you don't listen to us and our clansmen get angry, you and your friends won't have a good ending. Ninth Rock said. As she spoke, she pointed behind Sima Yue. You captured our friends. Sima Yue turned around and saw the four-winged rocks holding Sima Lin and the others in their claws. As long as they used their strength, everyone would be torn into two. The four-winged rock's claws were the most powerful. She had once seen Little Rock tear apart a sea beast with a single claw. At that time, it was only a divine beast. Thinking of Sima Lin and the others' current situation, her aura turned cold. If you dare to hurt my family, I will definitely make you regret it. Ninth Rock saw the way Sima Yue was acting and was slightly stunned. Her gaze made her believe that what she said was true. If you are willing to break the contract with my son, I will let them go. Ninth Rock said, actually, I am doing this for your own good. If we wait for the clan elders to come, they will definitely kill you. We have a secret method to break the contract without hurting my son. However, you must die. I am doing this for my son's sake. I don't want him to be sad, so I want to let you live. Sima Yue looked at Ninth Rock, then looked at the 104-winged rocks in the sky and Sima Lai and the others below them. This was the first time she felt troubled. Did she really have to give up on Little Rock? No, Little Rock was already her family. How could she give up on Little Rock? However, if she really fought the four-winged rocks, what would her grandfather and the others do? Didn't you say that I am your king? Then I will ask you to let everyone go. Little Rock said. You have to leave her before you can become our king. The clan elders came down one by one and turned into human form. Most of them were old and decrepit. Wind Rock looked at Little Rock and said, we cannot accept our king as a human's contracted beast. That is why you have to break the contract with her before you have the right to become our king. I already said that I have no interest in becoming your king. Little Rock said, since I don't want to be king, you have to let me go and let me be with Master. No way. Wind Rock said, the blood of the great rock flows in your body. You are destined to be our king. This is something that cannot be changed. Even if you don't want to, you have to be. If you are not willing to break the contract, then we will do it ourselves. At that time, whether or not we can keep this human's life will depend on whether or not he has the luck to survive. You are going too far. Sima Yue was enraged as well. They used the excuse that Little Rock had the blood of the Great Rock and wanted him to return to be their king. However, they did not place Little Rock in the same position as he should have. So what if we are going too far? You are just a human who has just advanced to God rank. What right do you have to be my four-winged rock's master? I will give you one last choice. Do you want to break the contract or do you want to die with them? Wind Rock's attitude was much more arrogant than Ninth Rock's. He did not even look her in the eye. At the same time, he released his own pressure. Sima Yue felt as if she was being pressed down by a mountain. She was unable to breathe and fresh blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. His strength was so high. She had always been more resistant to pressure. However, she was still forced to spit out blood. How long had it been since something like this happened? Little Rock saw that Sima Yue was injured and wanted to attack Wind Rock. However, he found that he could not move. In a moment of desperation, he shouted, if you dare to make a move against Master, I will kill myself. I will let you see the blood of the great rock, but you will not be able to obtain it. Then you will still have to kill yourself, Windrock said. Then he ordered the people beside him, go and use a secret technique to break their contract. Clan Elder. Ninth Rock looked at Little Rock worriedly. She was afraid that he would really do something extreme. He is currently being affected by the contract. Once he regains his freedom, he will naturally thank us. Windrock said, go quickly. Sima Yue's body was being pressed down to the point that she was about to kneel down. Hearing Windrock's words, she glared at him fiercely and said, don't even think about it. Yes, Clan Elder. Two middle-aged men walked towards Sima Yue. One of them reached out and grabbed Sima Yue's head. The other hand was about to poke between her eyebrows. Just as he touched her eyebrows, a golden light was emitted from Yue's body. The person who was grabbing onto Sima Yue was sent flying. Chapter 457. Seeing that golden light, all the rocks present wanted to submit from the bottom of their hearts. A kind of bloodline power that was even higher than the great rocks made them tremble from the bottom of their souls. The golden light dissipated and Qi Yan appeared in front of Sima Yue. Seeing the blood at the corner of her mouth, he frowned and scolded, why didn't you call me out? Windrock's pressure disappeared the moment Crimson Flame appeared. Sima Yue stood up and wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. She took out a pill and ate it before saying, I saw that you were in a deep sleep and wanted to call you when I couldn't take it anymore. Crimson Flame looked at Sima Yue. Was it because he didn't come out often that he didn't have a presence? This girl was his contracted master, but she didn't have the habit of relying on him. This was what he had hoped to see in the past. Now that he saw it, he felt uncomfortable in his heart. At that time, she was still so weak and had just started cultivating. He was afraid that she would become too reliant on him and lose her motivation after knowing his strength. After getting along with her, he realized that no matter how good her external conditions were, they could not stop her from moving forward. He sighed in his heart and turned around to look at Windrock and the others. Without saying anything, he placed his hands behind his back and released his aura. The spirit beasts in the mountains only felt a pressure that went deep into their souls. The four-winged rocks that were flying in the sky all fell from the sky. Not only that, even the other birds in the mountains knelt down in submission. This is... Windrock looked at Crimson Flame in shock. He couldn't control his body and knelt down. Only Little Rock, who was also Sima Yue's contracted beast like Crimson Flame, was barely able to stand. However, his heart was filled with the desire to submit to him, as if submitting to him was something that he was born with. Zhou Xiaotian and the rest took the opportunity to escape when the four-winged rock landed. He looked at Sima Yue in shock. He did not expect her to have such a contracted beast. Was she really someone who came up from below? How could she have so many contracted beasts, and all of them were so powerful? Little Rock being the king of the rocks was already shocking enough. Now that this one had appeared, it was obvious that she was even more powerful. Crimson Flame arrogantly looked at Windrock and the others, saying faintly, is my contracted master someone you can touch? As he spoke, he increased the pressure on Windrock, causing him to be unable to withstand it. He reverted to his original form and prostrated himself on the ground. This isn't the aura of a great rock. You're a divine bird. Another elder cried out. Sima Yue blinked, not knowing what they were talking about. She looked at Qi Yan. She hadn't seen his real body yet. Qi Yan looked at her curious gaze and said, you want to see my real body? I want to understand you. Sima Yue said that she didn't even know what her contracted beast looked like. She was probably the only person in the entire continent who was so embarrassed. All right. Qi Yan smiled at her. With a wave of his hand, the area within a radius of 10 miles was covered by a barrier. Then, he leaped into the air and transformed into his original form. A fiery red bird appeared in front of everyone. This is a phoenix? Lian Hong looked at Qi Yan who was flying in the air and said in a daze. Zhou Xiaotian swallowed his saliva and said, this isn't a phoenix. This should be one of the legendary 4 ancient mythical beasts, the divine bird Vermilion Bird. He felt as if he couldn't breathe. He actually saw the legendary Vermilion Bird. This was too inconceivable. Sima Yue was also stunned when she saw Qi Yan's appearance. She had once read about the vermilion bird in an ancient book. There was only one in the entire world. Once the divine bird appeared, all other birds would submit to it. Four-winged roc and the others were completely petrified. The divine bird that hadn't appeared in millions of years had actually appeared today. Moreover, it shared a contracted master with Little Roc. If it was Little Roc, they could still force him to break the contract with Sima Yue. They could even go against his wishes. However, in front of the divine bird, they were all ants. Just as he said, they didn't have the right to make a move against Sima Yue. His contracted master's status was far higher than theirs. Qi Yan circled around in the air and flew towards Sima Yue. When he landed beside her, he was once again that peerless man. We didn't know that this was our king's contracted master. We have offended you. Please forgive us. Wind Roc laid on the ground and said in a trembling voice. Qi Yan looked at Wind Roc and a ball of flame appeared in his hand. Feeling the temperature of the flame, Wind Roc and the others' eyes were filled with deep fear. Master? Little Roc looked at Sima Yue with a pleading look in his eyes. Sima Yue patted Little Roc's head and said, Qi Yan, since they are Little Roc's clansmen, let them go. Anyway, I'm not that badly injured. If you kill them, Little Roc will be sad. Wind Roc and the others didn't think that Sima Yue would speak up for them. They wanted to kill her just now. Lifting their heads, they saw the love in her eyes as she looked at Little Roc. Only then did they understand that she was doing this for Little Roc's sake. She just didn't want him to be sad. This meant that when she said that she would follow Little Roc's wishes, it was true. Ninth Roc looked at Sima Yue and felt a little sad. She knew that she had to follow Little Roc's wishes and give him what he truly wanted. Why was she, as a mother, not as good as a human? Moreover, Little Roc was more dependent on Sima Yue. They looked more like a family. Sima Yue saw Ninth Roc's gaze and patted Little Roc's head and said, Go and help your mother up. Little Roc nodded and flapped his wings to Ninth Roc's side and said, Mother, I really don't want to be separated from Master. Don't force me. Mother, please get up. Ninth Roc supported Little Roc's wings and stood up. She really didn't feel Qi Yan's pressure anymore. She touched Little Roc's face and said, Mother won't force you. You can do whatever you want as long as you're happy. The four-winged roc clan didn't know what to say. With Qi Yan here, how could they dare to force Sima Yue and Little Roc? You all should get up too. Sima Yue said. Wind Roc and the others saw that Qi Yan didn't object and stood up. They didn't know what to say in front of the king of birds. In the end, it was Wind Roc who spoke. We apologize for our actions just now. Actually, we did this to protect him. If those bird clans knew of his existence, they would definitely do their best to kill him. Those clans? Sima Yue frowned. Since the four-winged roc and the others had received news of Little Roc, then those other bird clans must have also received news. If they didn't clarify things, then there would be a lot of trouble in the future. Qi Yan asked. 7 to 8 bird clans with the goshawk clan as the main one. They all have the idea of ruling the entire bird clan. Our children who died prematurely were all killed by them. Wind Roc replied. Master, I want to transform. Little Roc suddenly said. Everyone looked at Little Roc. They didn't know why he would have such a thought at this time. Chapter 458. They were talking about goshawks, so why did he suddenly want to transform? Little Peng saw that everyone was looking at him. Only then did he realize that his voice had been too loud and had interrupted their conversation. Ahem, you guys continue. Sima Yue understood Little Peng's intentions and smiled. Wind Roc saw that Crimson Flame did not speak and continued. The Goshawk clan has developed better than the other clans these few years, so they are becoming more and more powerful. There are already many bird clans under them. It is also because of this that their ambitions have been fostered. What about the Phoenix clan? Did they not care about the internal strife of the bird clan? Crimson Flame asked. The Phoenix clan has always been living in the middle and inner regions. They don't care about the outer regions. Wind Roc said, furthermore, we also received news that Goshawk obtained the support of one of the Phoenix's branches. Phoenixes had the bloodline of the vermilion bird, so they looked quite similar to the vermilion bird. In the entire bird race, the phoenix race had the highest status. Of course, if a great roc was born, they would have to submit to the great roc's might. However, there had always been only one great roc, while the phoenix was indeed a race. There was no way to compare their strengths. Hearing them mention phoenix, Sima Yue thought of rainbow. Back then, it was sent to the surface by Chongming. After so many years, she knew how it was doing now. After Crimson Flame heard Windrock's words, he said to Sima Yue, "It's not convenient for me to appear in front of the world right now. Help me deal with these matters." Sima Yue pointed at her own nose and said, "Even though you are my contracted beast, my strength is limited. How can I settle this for you?" "And him?" Crimson Flame looked at Little Rock. Sima Yue immediately understood what Crimson Flame meant. When Crimson Flame wasn't around, Little Rock was the king of birds. Crimson Flame wanted her and Little Rock to deal with it. But Little Rock's bloodline power hasn't been fully activated yet. She said, "The other bird clans won't recognize him." "Doesn't he want to transform? Then when he goes through the lightning tribulation, help him open up all his blood vessels." Crimson Flame said. Sima Yue looked at Little Rock and said, "Not now. I need to prepare." Crimson Flame nodded and said, "Then we'll talk when you're ready. I wonder what contract master is preparing. Do you need our help?" Wind Rock asked. "No need." Sima Yue said, Just make sure your people don't attract too much attention." The Peng Wind allowed those who could transform to transform, and those who couldn't transform to mimic. The valley that was originally densely covered by the four-winged rocks suddenly became spacious and empty. Crimson Flame returned to the Spirit Pagoda and Little Rock was pulled aside by Wind Rock and the others to talk. Sima Yue went down from the mountain peak and came to the mountain stream to meet up with Sima Lai and the others. "Grandpa, are you all right?" Sima Yue saw that their clothes were torn by the claws of the four-winged rocks. She was afraid that they were injured as well. "Don't worry, those are just superficial wounds." Sima Lai said, "We just used some pills and the wounds have already scabbed over." "That's good then." Sima Yue said. "Yue, is Crimson Flame really the primordial divine vermilion bird?" Sima Yue asked. Sima Yue nodded. "Oh my god, this is simply too frightening." Fatty Chu said, "This scared my little heart so much that it's jumping up and down. Your two contracted beasts are too amazing." Sima Yue didn't think that she would encounter such a thing after leaving for a while. Thinking about what she had promised Crimson Flame, she felt that the burden on her shoulders had become even heavier. However, why did he say that it wasn't convenient for him to appear in front of the world? "Yue, are your injuries all right?" Bei Gong Tang didn't forget that she had been injured by Wind Rock's pressure. "It's nothing serious. It's already much better," Sima Yue said. Looking at Chou Xiaotian, she said apologetically, "We have some matters that will delay us for a while. No rush. In any case, we're not in a rush." Chou Xiaotian said. He looked at the four-winged rocks that filled the valley, and the shock in his heart continued. At the same time, he was excited. If the four-winged rocks were to escort them, they wouldn't have to worry about their safety on the way to the innumerable Green Palace. "What do you want to do?" Sima Yulin asked. Little Rock wants to transform. Crimson Flame said that he would help him activate his bloodline power when he transforms. "I want to refine some pills just in case. I'll also refine some for 1,000 Resonance and the others so that they can transform together." Sima Yue said. "Let's wait until your injuries are healed. Tell me what you want to refine. I'll help you refine it," Bei Gong Tang said. Sima Yue said, "In any case, you can refine those pills. I'll give you the ingredients in a while." Bei Gong Tang nodded. Sima Yue looked at Fatty Chu, saying, "Fatty, I need a few lightning-resistant spirit tools for them to use when they transform. Do you know what to refine?" "I do. You've already told me so many times. I'll definitely refine them for you," Fatty Chu said. "Your rank isn't high enough yet. Just refine a few more. If we don't have enough quality, we'll just have to make up for it," Sima Yue said. After that, she looked at Sima Yulin. Before she said anything, Sima Yulin said, I'll set up an array to help them resist the lightning tribulation. Sima Yue smiled, I'll have to trouble you. Okay, let's begin then. Fatty Chu said as he went to choose a flat area. He took out his tools and began to refine them. Sima Yulin called out his flying beast and flew into the air to observe the terrain. He was prepared to use the terrain to set up a large array. Sima Yue and Bei Gongtang were discussing what pills they needed to refine. Just the recovery pills were not enough. As for Sima Lai and the others, they seemed to be used to it. Each of them was cultivating at the side or cooking. Zhou Xiaotian, Lian Hong and Wei Ziqi were together. They watched him cook, occasionally glancing at Sima Yue and the others. Who would have thought that apart from Sima Yue, who was an alchemist and an array master, they actually had an armament master and an array master in their group. With so many sacred beasts and so many different professions, he guessed that not many people from the lower realms would have this kind of power, right? If they were to say who was the beast tamer master now, he would not be surprised. In the next 2 days, Sima Yue and the others had been preparing. As for Little Rock, Ninth Rock and the others, they understood the situation of the bird clans above and understood the heavy responsibility on their shoulders. As for Ninth Rock and the others, they also found out about Sima Yue from Little Rock. After hearing about her, they were extremely shocked. There was actually someone like her among the humans. With this talent and strength, it was not too much to ask for her to be Little Rock's contracted master. However, the four-winged rocks had always been a high and mighty existence. Now that they knew that their king had been contracted by a human, although this person was very strong, they still felt uncomfortable. 2 days later, Sima Yue waved at Little Rock and the others. They flew into the valley and landed beside her. The preparations have been completed. We can transform anytime, Sima Yue said. Chapter 459. Hearing Sima Yue's words, Ninth Rock clenched her fists and looked at Little Rock worriedly. She had also experienced the transformation lightning tribulation, so she naturally knew how terrifying it was. There were so many sacred beasts in the primordial lands. The reason why many of them did not want to transform was because the lightning tribulation was too powerful. Seeing the sacred beasts fail to transform and turn into ashes in the end, everyone was terrified. Mother, don't worry. You can trust me. Little Peng comforted her. Yes, you have to do your best. Ninth Rock knew that this was something it had to go through, so she did not say anything to dissuade it. Sima Yue said to Wind Rock, I'll have to trouble Clan Elder to ask the others to leave this place. All right. Wind Rock waved his hand and all the four-winged rocks flew out of the valley, leaving the area that Sima Yue said. Sima Yue looked at Sima Lai and the rest. They were all sitting on their flying beasts, far away from the area where the lightning tribulation could appear. Mother, you should leave too. Little Rock said to the unwilling Ninth Rock, I'll be fine. Ninth Rock touched Little Rock reluctantly and prepared to leave. Seeing that Sima Yue was still there, she said, Let me take you away. I'll stay behind with Little Rock. Sima Yue said, We have a contract. We can fight against the lightning tribulation together. Ninth Rock was taken aback. It was unknown what she was thinking as she said, Thank you. After saying that, she transformed into her true form, spread her wings, and flew away. When everyone was far away, Sima Yue said, Let's start. Chongming, come out and teach Little Peng how to trigger the lightning tribulation. The appearance of Chongming made Zhou Xiaotian, who was far away, shocked. How did this guy have a contract beast? Other than these, she couldn't possibly have more, right? Chongming taught Little Rock how to activate the qi in his body. Little Rock tried to follow Chongming's instructions and found some dark clouds floating in the sky. As he sped up, the speed at which the dark clouds formed in the sky also sped up. When Sima Yue saw that it was about time, she kept the Chongming and activated the array. She took out the things that Fatty Chu had refined and put them on herself and Little Rock. She then took out the pills that she had refined and put some in Little Rock's mouth. She also kept some for herself in case of emergencies. In the distance, Wei Ziqi and the rest were observing the situation of the tribulation clouds. Seeing that the dark clouds were still condensing, he said worriedly, Why are these dark clouds still condensing? From the looks of it, it's already much bigger than Chongming's tribulation cloud and it's still growing. Could it be that Little Rock's tribulation cloud is much stronger than Chongming's? Fatty Chu was also worried. Will Yue and the rest be alright? When Chongming transformed, it was in the Yilin continent. That place was suppressed by the laws of heaven and earth. The tribulation clouds were not as powerful as the ones above. Furthermore, because Little Rock's bloodline is slightly higher, I heard that the higher the bloodline, the more powerful the transformation lightning tribulation. Yang Fei said. Furthermore, Little Rock wants to use the lightning tribulation to activate the power of his bloodline. I'm afraid that there will be unforeseen events later on. Bei Gongtang said. Ninth Rock and the rest were even more worried. They had never seen this kind of tribulation cloud before. It was even more powerful than when they transformed. Sima Yue looked at the tribulation cloud in the sky and furrowed her brows. Looking at the situation, the lightning tribulation this time would not be easy to pass. Could it be that the tribulation cloud has felt the power of the great rock's bloodline in your body? That's why it's so powerful? She looked at the tribulation cloud that was still growing in size and could not help but twitch her mouth. It was a good thing that they had done quite a bit of preparation this time. If they had directly faced the tribulation, they would have been completely destroyed. Just as the lightning was about to fall, Crimson Flame came out and flicked a drop of golden blood at Little Rock. Little Rock opened his mouth and directly sucked the blood in. Use the power of the lightning to catalyze it. After saying this, he returned to the spirit pagoda. Sima Yue was speechless. This guy didn't even greet her when he came out and went in. ZZ, the lightning made a sound in the sky, but did not fall. It was as if it was tormenting their hearts. The commotion here had attracted quite a few people. Many people were sitting on flying beasts and rushed over. They wanted to see what kind of spirit beast had transformed to cause such a huge commotion. Seeing that more and more people were rushing over, Chou Xiaotian's expression became ugly. Their whereabouts would definitely be exposed like this. As expected, he saw a few people gather together to discuss after seeing them. After that, a few people quickly left. However, he guessed that the Fei clan would not dare to directly go against Sima Yue and the rest. As long as Little Rock passed the lightning tribulation and completely activated the power of his bloodline, he would become a great rock. He would be able to command more than one race of birds. The Fei clan would not dare to take this risk. Sima Yue did not have the energy to pay attention to what was happening outside. All of her attention was on the sky. It was a good thing that when she got Sima Yulin to set up the array, she thought of this and added a protective array inside. This way, others would not be able to enter and increase the intensity of the lightning tribulation. It's coming down. Sima Yue said, the lightning at the beginning will not be very strong. You have to experience it yourself. It can activate your bloodline and improve your physique. I will go with you later. Little Rock replied and prepared himself to face it alone. The people who had come to watch were extremely shocked when they saw Sima Yue and Little Rock standing together. Is that the spirit beast's contract master? What is he doing inside? Is he going to go through the tribulation with the spirit beast? Is this person crazy? He's actually going through the tribulation with the spirit beast? I've never seen someone like this. Isn't he afraid of being struck to death by lightning? That's right. If the spirit beast is struck to death, it can still contract another one. But if this person is struck to death, there will be nothing left. Isn't that so? This person? I don't know if he's really stupid or if he's too nice to his contract beast. This lightning tribulation is a little too big. Someone finally realized that something was wrong. It seems like it. Isn't this a four-winged rock? I've never seen such a big commotion before. It's definitely a higher bloodline. I heard that the four-winged rock has the bloodline of the great rock. Could it be? It's possible. Look, its feathers are golden yellow. Zap dash. While everyone was discussing, the first bolt of lightning was finally ready and struck towards Little Rock. When the lightning struck the teleportation array, some of the lightning energy was absorbed by the array and sent to the ground, neutralizing a portion of its power. When it landed on Little Rock's body, Fatty Chu's lightning protection clothes also took effect and blocked out a portion of the lightning. The rest of the lightning entered Little Rock's body and the pain instantly tore at his nerves. The drop of golden blood in his mouth turned into an ancient aura and swam around his body that was being ravaged by the lightning. Little Rock could feel that wherever the aura passed, his blood seemed to be boiling. Very quickly, the second bolt of lightning struck and the lightning protection clothes on Little Rock's body were destroyed. However, it blocked out a lot of the lightning. Boom! Little Rock felt as if something in his body had awakened. He raised his head and cried out. The aura he emitted shocked all the birds present. Chapter 460. Other than the four-winged rocks, there were many other birds who had come to watch the show. Among them were the goshawks who had heard the news. After sensing Little Rock's aura, the bird clan was shocked, while the goshawk clan's faces all darkened. No matter how hard he tried, he was still a step too late. Now that Little Rock had completely awakened the Great Rock bloodline, it could be said that he was now a great rock and no longer a four-winged rock. As long as he could survive the lightning tribulation, he would be the king of rocks. When Goshawk saw the four-winged rock's agitated state, he said coolly, "It's still unknown whether or not it can pass the manifestation lightning tribulation. It would be best if he was struck by lightning." "Captain, look, the tribulation clouds are changing." A transformed goshawk looked at the tribulation clouds in the sky and said happily. Everyone looked up and saw that the tribulation cloud had stopped sending down lightning. Furthermore, it had increased its power once again. The dark clouds grew larger and denser, causing everyone's hearts to tremble. F***ck, luckily I didn't choose to transform back then. If this lightning struck me, I would have turned into a roasted bird. It was unknown who said this, but the onlookers all laughed. Bei Gong Tang and the others rolled their eyes at those people. As expected, they were just here to watch the show. They could still laugh at a time like this. Sima Yue took out a new lightning protection cloak and put it on Little Rock's body. At this moment, he was still evolving and was lying on the ground, unable to move. "Master?" Little Rock raised his head and looked at Sima Yue. At this moment, he wasn't as successful as everyone thought. His body was undergoing tremendous changes and he didn't have the strength to resist the lightning tribulation. If he was alone, 2 more lightning bolts would have turned him into ashes. Sima Yue patted his head and comforted him. "Don't worry, just focus on evolving. Leave the rest to me. You can replace me when you're done." After saying that, she stood up and looked at the tribulation clouds in the sky. Pa! The tribulation cloud seemed to have sensed Sima Yue's provocation as a bolt of lightning struck down. Sima Yue leaped up and condensed her spiritual energy to attack. When she landed on the ground again, her body was already covered with electricity. The pain in her body made her kneel on one knee. She quickly mobilized the spiritual power in her body and let the electricity flow through her meridians into her body. She transformed it into lightning spiritual power and flowed it into her dantian, where it lay dormant. When she discovered that the lightning attribute spiritual power had increased quite a bit after entering the pool, she exclaimed, "It actually increased so quickly. Then, if he absorbed a little more, would he be able to advance?" Furthermore, after absorbing the electric current into the dantian, the pain in my body has decreased by a lot. Thinking of this, she stood up and took off the lightning protection clothing on her body. She faced the lightning tribulation alone. "Yue, what are you trying to do?" Fatty Chu shouted. "She'll lose her life like this." Sima Lai and the others were also very worried. How could she take off her lightning protection robe? The power of the lightning will only get stronger and stronger. "Grandfather, don't worry. Fifth Bro has always done things appropriately. He won't act recklessly." Sima Yuran comforted him. However, his tightly clenched fists also showed the worry in his heart. Ninth Rock and the others never thought that Sima Yue would be able to receive the heavenly lightning. While they were shocked by her strength, they were also relieved. With her around, Little Rock's chances of passing the lightning tribulation would be much higher. Seeing Yue take off her lightning protection robe, she was also surprised. However, after interacting with her for the past 2 days, she believed that Yue was not a reckless person. She must have her own reasons for doing this. Zap dash, Sima Yue received another bolt of lightning. This time, she mobilized her spiritual power from the start and absorbed the lightning directly into her body. Although her entire body was in pain the moment it entered her body and she fell to the ground because of it, the effect was not bad. The lightning was absorbed into her dantian. Lightning struck, absorbed, struck again, absorbed again. Sima Yue did not know how many times she was struck by lightning. Her body only moved mechanically. What she didn't know was that, including the 2 bolts that Little Rock had received, there were already 40 bolts of lightning. If it wasn't for the fact that she had absorbed the power of the lightning, she would have long been struck into pieces. Even so, her current situation was not optimistic. Because every time the electricity in her body was not completely sent to her dantian, she would receive another bolt of lightning. More and more lightning remained in her body. If this continued, even if she did not die from the lightning, her body would explode. She raised her head and looked at the dark clouds. This time, half an hour had already passed and it still had not descended. This meant that the lightning this time was even more powerful. She had already eaten more than half of the pills that she had refined. Her body was about to fall apart from the injuries. The array had also been completely destroyed by the previous few bolts of lightning and was no longer of any use. She did not know if she would be able to receive another bolt of lightning this time. Suddenly, an even more ancient aura came from Little Rock's body. Compared to the aura at the beginning, this aura caused the rocks to tremble. Right now, he had truly completed his evolution and become a great rock. Little Rock moved his body and the lightning protection robe on his body fell off. Only then did everyone see his current appearance. His 4 wings had turned into 2 wings and all the feathers on his body had turned pure gold. It was not like the faint gold from before. His feathers were all shining with a sharp light. This meant that every feather was a powerful weapon. Golden-winged great rock. Master, leave the rest to me. Little Rock's voice sounded even more mature. He stood up and looked at the tribulation clouds in the sky. There was not a trace of fear in his eyes. Sima Yue saw Little Rock's current appearance and smiled. She nodded and said, "All right, you still have to go through your tribulation in the end. Only then will you be able to understand the heavenly Tao." Moreover, she did not have the strength to receive another bolt of lightning. Little Rock looked at her with gratitude and heartache. He lowered his head and picked up the huge lightning protection robe. He placed it on her body and said, "Master, just watch me go through the tribulation." "All right." Seeing Little Rock's confident appearance, she smiled. She crossed her legs and changed to cultivation mode. She tried to control and guide the lightning energy in her body so that it would not run amok in her body. However, the moment she entered cultivation mode, the lightning attribute spiritual energy from the tribulation also swarmed in, increasing the burden on her body. Right now, not only did she have to convert the lightning energy into lightning attribute spiritual energy, she also had to guide the lightning attribute spiritual energy that she had just absorbed into her body into her dantian. Woo! Her internal organs were injured by the lightning energy. She had been suppressing it all this while. Now that she relaxed, blood kept flowing out from the corner of her mouth. There were many cracks on the surface of her body. Her entire body was soaked in blood. She looked as if she had been fished out of a pool of blood. Feeling the injuries on her body, she had no choice but to retreat. She took out a pill and ate it. However, the lightning attribute spiritual energy and lightning energy in her body became even more violent, worsening her injuries. Damn, don't tell me that the lightning didn't kill me and now I can't take it anymore? Chapter 461. Just when she thought that her body couldn't take it anymore, the blood ring on her left hand emitted a dark red light. It was not obvious because of the blood. Then, a gentle power came from her hand. Wherever that power passed, the thunder attribute spiritual power settled down and followed her guidance into the dantian. Yue let out a long sigh. Her first thought was that she was not going to die. She waited until all the spiritual energy in her body had been transferred to the pool before she opened her eyes and looked at the blood ring on her finger. That gentle power just now came from this ring. She looked at it carefully, but she didn't find anything different. Pa! A thunderous roar pulled her back from her thoughts. She raised her head and saw Little Rock falling from the sky with a bloody mess, landing heavily on the ground. Little Peng. She hurriedly crawled up and pounced towards Little Peng. Seeing that he was completely roasted, her heart ached. Fortunately, the tribulation clouds in the sky slowly dissipated after the lightning strikes. Otherwise, if it came again, the two of them would be finished. Master, we've succeeded. Little Rock's voice was very weak. Clearly, his injuries were very serious. However, as long as he was alive, those injuries were not a problem. At this moment, a gentle light was emitted from Little Rock's body, enveloping him. Within it was the silver light of advancement. Sima Yue also felt that the energy in her body was increasing. The opportunity to level up was right in front of her. After reaching the divine level, advancing to the next level was not all about the accumulation of power. Many people might not be able to advance even after reaching the great perfection stage. It was because they lacked such opportunities. When the four-winged rocks and Sima Lai saw that the two of them had just passed their lightning tribulations, they hurriedly went forward and stood around the valley, surrounding them to protect them. Half an hour later, Sima Yue had successfully advanced to the intermediate God King level, while Little Rock had also advanced from a level 2 sacred beast to a level 3 sacred beast. Yaguang, Thousand Resonance, and the others also received different levels of power feedback. Although they didn't advance, it was much better. After Sima Yue finished leveling up, the first thing she saw when she opened her eyes was a handsome guy. Before she could say anything, he hugged her and shouted happily, "Master, Master! My transformation is a success." Pa. Sima Yue couldn't breathe as he hugged her. She smiled and said, "I knew you would succeed. Little Peng has always been great. But if you keep hugging me like this, I'm going to suffocate to death." Little Rock's face was red as he let go of her. He had just successfully transformed and was not used to using his hands, so he could not control his strength. "Thank you, Master. If it wasn't for Master, I would have died in less than half of the battle." Ninth Rock and the others had told him that Master had taken 38 bolts of lightning for her. Although the first 9 bolts of lightning were not very powerful, and the most important ones were the last 9 bolts, if it had not been for her, he would have been killed when he activated his blood. Sima Yue stood up and looked at Little Rock from head to toe. She laughed and said, "I didn't expect our Little Rock to be so good-looking after transforming. What a handsome guy." Little Rock also liked his human form very much. From time to time, he would lower his head to look at his body. Sima Lai and the others walked over and hugged Sima Yue when they saw that she had recovered. "You really scared Grandpa to death." Sima Yue patted Sima Lai's shoulder and said, "I've made Grandpa worry. Yue, your advancement speed is really fast. It hasn't even been a year since you became a divine king and you've already advanced to the intermediate level. But your advancement speed is really too scary." Fatty Chu looked at Sima Yue. She still had many scars on her body. The power brought by her advancement only healed her internal injuries. These superficial wounds did not have much of an effect. Ninth Rock came to her side and held her hand. She looked at her gratefully and said, "Thank you. I really feel that Little Rock is lucky to have a contracted master like you." "I'm also lucky," Sima Yue said. "Mother, let's go and settle things over there. Let Master rest and recuperate first," Little Rock said. Not far away, many bird clans were waiting for him. Little Rock brought Ninth Rock and left. Sima Yue ate 2 more pills. They were both 6th-ranked healing pills. From the beginning of the tribulation, she had already eaten many pills. If one was not an alchemist, no one would be able to afford this kind of consumption. Those people who came to watch the show all dispersed. Only the bird clans stayed behind. Although some were unwilling, once the Great Rock appeared, no one dared to go against it. They had to treat it as their king. In the city, a black-clothed man received the news. His face was so black that it could drip water. The people around him did not dare to speak carelessly. "I didn't expect that we were still one step too late and allowed it to evolve into a great rock," he said hatefully. Thinking that his own people were now bowing down to Little Rock, his heart was filled with anger. Goshawk King, according to the news they sent back, that Great Rock relied on external help to successfully evolve. Its strength is not very strong. Fei Si said, if we can kill it before it grows, then you will have the final say in the future. Although its strength is not high, in front of it, all the bird clans will be suppressed by its bloodline. If we want to kill it, it will not be easy. The black-clothed man, Goshawk King, said. Aren't we working together? Fei Si smiled and said, if we can help you get rid of that great rock. Really? Goshawk King looked at Fei Si, wanting to confirm if what he said was true. I said, this is a collaboration. We are working for you, so we will naturally bear the risks. You will naturally have to give us benefits in return. You know, our Fei clan and Lien clan are both super clans. We have deep grudges. Fei Si said. If you can help us kill the great rock, we can help you. Goshawk King said. Fei Si was in a difficult position and said, that would be the best. However, I am worried that if we kill the great rock, it will cause the bird clans to attack us. Although our Fei clan is big, we do not have the ability to fight against the entire bird clan. You don't have to worry about that. These bird clans have been independent all these years. Not many of them are willing to be ruled by others. As long as there is no great rock, I have a way to prevent the bird clans from finding trouble with you. Goshawk King said. That's good. Fei Si said, however, I cannot make the decision on such a big matter. I also cannot mobilize too many experts. Therefore, I would like to invite Goshawk King to Innumerable Green City to discuss with my clan head. What do you think? Goshawk King was silent for a while, then said, all right, then we will make a trip to Innumerable Green City. If you have nothing else to do, we can leave now. This great rock is in the outskirts. Are you not going to pay your respects? Fei Si asked. Not going. If you want me to pay my respects to it, that is impossible. Goshawk King laughed coldly and said, since that is the case, then let's go back. Fei Si took out a one-time use teleportation array and placed it on the ground. The teleportation array to the Fei clan was formed. The group of people entered and quickly disappeared from the house. Chapter 462. When Sima Yuiwei opened her eyes again, the birds that came to worship Little Rock had already returned. Only the four-winged rocks remained. After asking, he found out that she had been in seclusion for half a month. After washing up, she walked out of the tent. Little Rock, who was talking to Wind Rock and the others, quickly walked over. Master. Sima Yue looked at Little Rock's handsome face and said with a smile, don't call me master in the future. You are the king of the rocks after all. Calling me master in front of others is damaging to your dignity. Then I'll call you Yu. Little Rock said, you, how about that? That's right. Sima Yue smiled. She looked at Ninth Rock and the others and asked, how are things going? These past few days, most of the royal bird clans have already come. Only a few haven't come. Little Rock said. Goshawk King? Yes. Little Rock nodded. We received news that Goshawk King Tsang Mang went to the Fei clan. He should be discussing something. The Goshawk King and the Fei clan must be up to no good. They might even be discussing how to destroy us. Cho Xiao Tian said from the side, Goshawk King doesn't want Little Rock to live. Fei clan doesn't want Lien Hong to live. Lang and Bei are connected just like that. I'm afraid it's not that simple. Sima Yulin said. How do you know? Cho Xiaotian knew that Sima Yulin was usually a man of few words, but he was always right. The Goshawk King wants to use the Fei family to kill Little Rock. This hypothesis is valid. However, if the Fei family wants to use the Goshawk King to deal with us, they are making a mountain out of a molehill. Sima Yulin analyzed, the Fei clan is one of the most powerful clans in the province. If they want to kill you, it won't be that difficult. Compared to killing Little Rock, the conditions are not equal. The Fei clan wouldn't do such a thankless task. That's right, then they must have other conditions. Cho Xiaotian said. Let's put aside the matter of dealing with the Goshawk clan and pacifying the bird clan's internal strife for now. Let's go to Innumerable Green City first. Only after completing this matter can we fully focus on the battle. Sima Yue said, Little Peng, you don't have to come with us. Go back with your mother and the rest to discuss these matters. We'll come back for you after we send them over. Little Rock hesitated. He didn't want to be separated from Sima Yue, but from the news he received from his mother and the elders, the situation here was more troublesome. If he delayed for too long, the Goshawk tribe and the other tribes might make a big move. Ninth Rock saw her son's hesitation and said, "How about this? I'll get a few of the higher-ranking members of the clan to escort them to innumerable Green City. Little Rock, you go back to the clan and take charge of the situation. Once they're done with their business, you can meet up with us. Alright, tell me your coordinates. We'll use the teleportation formation to come over. It won't take too long." Sima Yue said. "Alright then." Little Rock said, "Mother, you must send someone stronger to protect you and the others." "Mother will." Ninth Rock replied. In the Four-Winged Rocks clan, those who were named after numbers were of higher status in the clan. If she wanted to send someone to protect Sima Yue and the others, it was still possible. In order to narrow down the target, Sima Yue got Sima Yulu and the others to stay behind. Initially, she only wanted to bring Sima Yulin because the two of them would be able to set up the teleportation formation together. Furthermore, his battle prowess was higher than the others. However, they all said that it was too dangerous for the two of them to go alone. In the end, she got Bei Gong Tang and Ouyang Fei to go with them. Ninth Rock found 4 spirit beasts for them. They were all in human form and wouldn't stand out if they went with them. The 8 of them flew into the city. After the lightning tribulation, everyone in the city knew that Sima Yue was with the Four-Winged Rocks. Now that she had entered, even if they knew that she was someone the Fei clan wanted to capture, no one dared to do anything. That was because no one dared to go against the Four-Winged Rocks. They went to the city lord's residence. When they saw them, the people in the city lord's residence were shocked. Someone quickly came forward and asked, "Are you going to use the teleportation formation?" "Yeah, we're going to innumerable Green City." Sima Yue said. "I'm really sorry. We can't go directly to innumerable Green City from here." That person said. "Then let's go to the nearest city. The nearest is Grand City." Hearing Grand City, Lian Hong's body shook. Chou Xiaotian's expression turned ugly. "What's wrong?" Sima Yue asked when she saw their strange expressions. "Grand City is the city where the Lian clan is located," Chou Xiaotian said. Sima Yue was stunned, saying, "Then why don't we change cities?" Lian Hong shook his head, saying, "No need. Let's just go there. I want to see the place where my father grew up." "That's fine too." Sima Yue said to the people in the city lord's residence, "Then let's go to Grand City." The 8 of them entered the teleportation formation. The people in the city lord's residence inserted their spirit energy into the area marked as Grand City. The teleportation formation lit up and the 8 of them quickly disappeared. Outside, the 2 Fei clansmen looked at each other, quickly informed young Master C of their whereabouts. Grand City was rather far away. When Sima Yue came out of the teleportation formation, she was already dizzy. The few of them had no choice but to find an inn to stay the night. Bei Gong Tang supported Sima Yue into the room and gave her some water to wash her. "See, it's a good thing I came. Otherwise, no one would be able to take care of you like this." Sima Yue lay on the bed and said dizzily, "Previously, when we left Heavenly Tiger Ridge, the distance was not far, so I didn't feel anything. I thought that I wouldn't be dizzy, but I didn't expect that I would still be dizzy. If you can learn how to calculate the space in this continent, you can set up your own teleportation formation," Bei Gong Tang said. "Yeah, I'll learn it when I return to Divine Devil Valley." Sima Yue rubbed her temples. "I heard that Martial Uncle is an array master. Maybe I can ask him for advice." "That's good too. Bei Gong, do you have any suggestions?" "It's not a suggestion. I just heard from my mother that there's a very good academy in the central region that has very high attainments in various professions. If you can learn the art of divination here, you'll be able to get rid of this pain sooner." "Is that academy very famous?" Sima Yue asked. "It's an organization that's comparable to the surrounding powers. I heard that many people went to the central regions after they came out. Furthermore, many of them even entered the Divine Devil Valley." Bei Gong Tang said. "Since that's the case, after we save your mother and brother, we can go and take a look." Sima Yue said, "But for now, let me sleep first." Bei Gongtang looked at her pained expression and laughed before turning around and leaving the house. At this moment, in a large courtyard on the other side of the city, a figure hurriedly ran in. He entered a study room and said, "Mistress, Lian Hong and Chou Xiaotian came to Grand City today." Chapter 463. Sima Yue slept for a whole day and felt much better at night. She couldn't sleep anymore. Just as she was about to get up to drink some water, she suddenly felt two strong auras surrounding the small courtyard. Not good. She put down the glass and rushed out. As soon as she opened the door, she saw two black shadows flashing past. They were holding a person in their hands. "Stop!" She chased them down the corridor and came to the window. She saw the two of them carrying Lian Hong and flying out. A figure chased after him. It was Chou Xiaotian. "You come up." Sima Lin sat on his flying beast and came up. Sima Yue jumped down, and Bei Gongtang, who had rushed over, also jumped up. The three of them followed Chou Xiaotian and chased after them. The four-winged rocks also chased after them. They transformed into their true forms and soon overtook Sima Yue and the rest. The speed of the four-winged rock was very fast. It did not take long for it to catch up with the two people and surround them. "Bring him over," one of them said to the other. "All right." That person carried Lian Hong and continued to fly forward while the other person attacked Sima Yue and the rest to prevent them from chasing after them. Sima Yue and the other two four-winged rocks surrounded the man while Chou Xiaotian chased after him with the other two four-winged rocks. She did not know what they had done to him. He was even unconscious. He let that person lead him to soak in the water. "Who are you people?" The four-winged rock looked at that person and asked. "The Lian family?" Sima Yue saw that they hadn't changed into their night clothes. Their attire was still considered to be of high quality. Furthermore, they dared to brazenly kidnap people and only captured Lian Hong alone. Other than the Lian clan, there was no other possibility. That person did not answer. Instead, he attacked with all his might towards Sima Yue and the others, trying to break through their encirclement. Since that person was able to fly, he was at least at the divine ancestor level. Sima Yue and the rest could only dodge his attacks. This also achieved his goal as he instantly flew in the opposite direction. "Young miss, what do we do now?" the four-winged rock asked. They knew how to address Sima Yue. They couldn't keep calling her contractor, so everyone called her Mississippi. Sima Yue looked in the direction that the person had left in and said, "Let's not care about that person. Let's chase after them." That person was just a small soldier of the Lian clan. If Lian Hong was really brought to the Lian clan, they would have to gather their men to rescue him. They flew in that direction for a while and saw Chou Xiaotian and the two four-winged rocks being attacked by a group of people from afar. Lian Hong was nowhere to be seen. The two four-winged rocks also joined the battle. They didn't expect the Lian clan's people to be so strong. Just a few of them dealing with a single flying beast was actually able to hold them back. "Brother Chou, where's Lian Hong?" When Chou Xiaotian saw Sima Yue and the others rushing over, he hurriedly said, "Yue, they have captured little Lian and brought him down." Sima Yue looked at the courtyard not far away and said, "Yu Lin, let's go over." The flying beast brought them over. Just as they flew above the Lian clan's courtyard, many guards came out from inside and surrounded them. "Who are you? How dare you trespass into the Lian clan's courtyard?" The leader of the guards scolded. Sima Yue looked at the 10 over people who came out all of a sudden and said, "You've captured our people. We're here to save them." "Nonsense. How could our Lian clan capture your people?" The leader of the guards said. "You've just captured them. Do you still want to deny it?" Sima Yue saw that the other party was denying it and said that she was worried for Lian Hong's safety. She said anxiously, "You'd better let them go. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite." "Impudent," the leader of the guards scolded. "Where did you come from? How dare you threaten the Lian clan? You've indeed captured our people just now. Your guards are still fighting with our people over there. Our people saw you bring them here. We're not threatening you. We're just stating a fact." Sima Yue said. "No matter who you are, if you dare to offend the Lian clan, you must be captured. Get them." The leader of the guards waved his hand and the others came forward to capture them. "You're asking for death. She quickly formed a flaming sword and injected Qi Yan's flames into it. She swept it out and the few people and their mounts were burned to ashes. The rest of the people quickly retreated and looked at the flame in Sima Yoyue's hand in fear. Just as the leader of the guards was about to call for help, two people flew out from the two courtyards of the Lien clan. They looked at Sima Yoyue's flame in shock. This is... The two of them were extremely excited. They looked at Sima Yue and asked excitedly, "What kind of flame is this?" Sima Yue did not speak. She looked at the two old men cautiously. She could not feel the aura of the two at all. They were just like normal people. However, the two of them could fly. Elder Black and Elder White, they said that we captured their people and trespassed into the Lien clan. They even killed a few of our guards. The leader of the guards said. Elder Black and Elder White looked at Sima Yue and asked, "Why do you want to kill our people?" "You captured our people." Sima Yue said. "Do you know who captured them? Which courtyard did they enter?" Elder White asked. "We didn't see them." Sima Yue said, "When we rushed over, they were already gone. However, we recognized their clothes. There was a magnolia flower at the corner of their clothes just like yours. You didn't see it with your own eyes. How can you be so sure that they entered our Lien clan? Even if they were wearing our Lien clan's clothes, others could wear them and impersonate them." Elder Black said. "It was your people who captured Little Lien." Cho Xiaotian flew over. The four-winged rocks came to Sima Yue's side and turned into their human forms to protect her. "Miss, are you all right?" The four-winged rocks felt the temperature of Qi Yan's flame and asked nervously. "I'm fine." Sima Yue retracted her flame. "Four-winged rocks?" Elder Black and Elder White looked at the four-winged rocks and raised their eyebrows. Cho Xiaotian looked at Elder Black and Elder White and said, "Although Little Lien is a member of your Lien clan, you have never asked about him all these years. He will not be a threat to you. Please let him go." The birds of this bird clan were the most arrogant. Why would they follow a human and protect her? "Our clan's people? You're saying that we captured our own people?" Elder Black frowned and said, "Would we have nothing better to do than eat and do something like this?" The situation here had alarmed the higher-ups of the Lien clan and they all rushed over. Clan. Everyone flew to the side and made way for a tall and skinny man. Lien Ju flew to Elder Black and Elder White and said, "I didn't think that the two clan elders would be alerted too." Elder White saw Lien Ju and said, "You came at the right time. She said that we captured their people and that they were members of our Lien clan. Tell us what's going on." Chapter 464. Lien Zhuangxing was startled and said, "We didn't send anyone to capture anyone today? What's his name?" "Lian Hong." Cho Xiaotian said. "Lian Hong? Is there anyone in our clan with this name?" Lien Zhuangxing asked the housekeeper beside him. "Master, we do have someone called Lian Hong, but he's a 5-year-old child from the 3rd-generation branch. He's currently living in the branch, so no one went to capture him." The housekeeper replied. "You heard it, we don't have the person you're talking about." Lien Zhuangxing said to Cho Xiaotian, "Are you mistaken? We're not surprised that you don't recognize him. After all, you didn't ask about him for so many years, so you've already made your intentions clear. But I didn't think that your Lien clan would be the same as the Fei clan. We just arrived in Tai City, and you're already trying to capture him. We don't understand what you're saying. We've never done anything to our own clan members. If the person you're talking about was really from the Lien clan, we wouldn't have not known." The person behind Lien Zhuangxing said, "You, a person from who knows where, want to throw dirty water on our Lien clan? I think you don't want to live anymore." "Lien Yu, you dare say that he's not from your Lien clan?" Cho Xiaotian said, "Then his child, isn't he from your Lien clan?" Hearing Lien Yu's name, everyone was shocked. A woman flew up from below, crying and said, "You're talking about Yu's child? Where is Yu? Why hasn't he come back to see us for so many years?" "For you. I'm Yu's mother, please tell me, where is Yu?" The woman looked at Cho Xiaotian pleadingly. "Lien Yu already died a few decades ago." Cho Xiaotian said, "That year, not long after you expelled him from the clan, he and Fei Meng were killed by the Fei clan." "How could that be?" Lien Yu's mother was stunned, almost falling from the sky. Luckily, a man beside her held her up. That year, there was another Lien clan member with us. At that time, Lien Yu had already been killed, and the Fei clan soldiers were chasing after us. He should have been able to survive. Could it be that he didn't bring back the news of Lien Yu's death? Cho Xiaotian said. You're talking about Lienin? Lien Yu's mother asked. It's him. Cho Xiaotian said. When Lienin came back, she said that you had taken Fei Mengmeng to a faraway place. She even said that she wanted me to treat it as if she had never given birth to him. That's why after so many years, we never tried to find his whereabouts. We didn't even know that he had long since. Lien Yu's mother said with tears streaming down her face. Suddenly she thought of something and said, You said, the son? Lien Yu and Fei Mengmeng had a child, but both of them died when the child wasn't even a year old. All these years, I've been taking him to escape from the Fei family's pursuit. I didn't expect that he would be captured by you guys the moment we arrived in Tai City. Cho Xiaotian looked at the Lien family members, trying to find clues from their faces. When the Lien family heard this news, they all fell silent. Lien Yu, as the young master of the direct line of descent, had a high chance of becoming the future head of the Lien family. However, he fell in love with someone from the Fei clan. In order to be with her, he was willing to be expelled from the clan and lose the right to be with her. Lien Yu's mother grabbed the hand of the man beside her and said agitatedly, He has a child, he has a child. Cough cough, I say, this isn't the time for you to be agitated. Your grandson has been captured. If you continue to be agitated, your grandson will lose his life. Sima Yue reminded. For you. Even if what you said is true, our Lien family has never known of such a person's existence. Who would go and capture him? Don't slander our Lien family. This crime isn't something you can bear. A man berated. And who are you? Cho Xiaotian asked. I'm Lien Yu's third brother, Lien Tian. That man said, You bunch of people of unknown origins. Just because you say that you have news of my big brother, you think it's true? We haven't known of this matter for so many years. How can we believe your one-sided words? An elder beside Lien Tian also opened his mouth to agree. Head, third young master is right. These people's origins are unknown. We can't just believe their one-sided words. Our Lien family has never kidnapped or killed the innocent. How can we allow them to slander us like this? In my opinion, we should capture them and wait for confirmation. Lien Yu's mother shouted, If my grandson's life is in danger, isn't waiting like this taking his life? Mother, do you really believe that Big Brother is dead? Lien Tian said, Before Lienin died, he said that Big Brother left by himself. He said that he was going to fly far away. You believe that Big Brother is dead the moment they come out? Lien Yu's mother was stunned. She looked at her husband and didn't know what to do. She didn't know if she should believe Sima Yue and the others. Sima Yue saw that they were skeptical and said, There's no one here now. You can choose not to believe. But what if I find him in your Lien family? If you can find him, we won't pursue the matter of you breaking into the Lien family and killing my guards. Lien Ju said. I don't think Head Lien will deny anything. Sima Yue said confidently. Lien Tian thought for a moment and said, Head Lien is magnanimous and allows you to enter our family to find him. However, we can't let you search forever. Otherwise, we won't be able to finish our search tonight. At most, we'll take half an hour. If you can't find him, you'll have to obediently let us deal with you. We don't need that long. Sima Yue looked at Lien Tian meaningfully. Cho Xiaotian looked at Sima Yue worriedly. Yue, the Lien family is so big. How will we know where little Lien is? Big Brother Cho, don't worry. I have a way. Sima Yue said as she clapped her hands. Then please. Lien Ju said. Sima Yue said calmly as she wasn't in a hurry to enter. Cho Xiaotian saw that Sima Yue wasn't in a hurry. Then he looked at Bei Gong Tang and the others and saw that they were calm as well. He could only wait anxiously at the side. The Lien family saw that Sima Yue wasn't going in yet. After all, their residence was huge. If they wanted to find him in half an hour, it would take at most 2 hours. After 10 minutes, Sima Yue still hadn't moved. The Lien family was getting angry. Was she playing with them? You still don't plan to go in? Elder Bai saw that Sima Yue still hadn't moved and was extremely curious. I'll be done soon. Sima Yue replied. Suddenly she saw something and smiled. She said to Sima Yue, you can go in now. Chou Xiaotian didn't know what Sima Yue was doing. She hadn't moved at all before and only went in now. Was there enough time? He saw a bee fly over and fly in front of Sima Yue for a while. Sima Yue pointed at one of the houses and said, You Lin there. Lien Tian saw where Sima Yue was pointing and his expression changed. Chapter 465. That's young Master Lien Tian's house. How could he be there? A man sneered. Whether or not he is there, won't we know once we find him? Sima Yue said, You Lin go there. Sima Yue ordered the flying beast to fly towards the house. Lien Tian's face turned pale. He glanced at the leader of the guards, who immediately led the guards to block their way. Sima Yue turned around and looked at Lien Ju. Lien Ju waved his hands and the guards had no choice but to retreat. The flying beast brought everyone to the house. Even with their speed, they flew for 10 minutes. There were less than 10 minutes left. Yue, will Lil Lien really be here? Chou Xiaotian asked as he looked at the house. Trust me. Let's go in. Sima Yue said, Patriarch Lien, do you want to come in with us? Yes, of course. Elder Bai said. His gaze never left the scarlet bee on Sima Yue's shoulder. Then let's go. Sima Yue jumped down from the flying beast. Elders Black and White, Lien Ju, Lien Yu's mother and Lien Tian followed. Lien Yu's mother looked at Lien Tian with a complicated gaze. Her lips moved, but she didn't say anything. She followed Sima Yue and the others into the house. Young master. A few servants came out of the house. When they saw the looks they gave him, Lien Tian relaxed. There is no Lien Hong here. You lied about my brother's death and made my mother sad. Now you want to frame me? He asked loudly. There really is no one here. Lien Ju said. They were all cultivators. Even if they didn't enter every house, they would know what was going on inside. Sima Yue smiled but didn't say anything. She walked into an unremarkable house. When she entered, there was no one inside. There are 3 minutes left. An elder reminded from behind. Lien Tian's lips curled into a smile, saying, How is it? I told you, you are a bunch of liars. It was a pity that his smile didn't last long because he saw a bee on the wall. It was the same bee as the one on Sima Yue's shoulder. Why would there be bees here? She had come here after the bees had left. Now that the bees had appeared on the wall, her heart sank to the bottom. Under his horrified gaze, Sima Yue came to the side of the wall, stretched out her hand and pressed on the position of the bee. She exerted force and one side of the wall moved to the other side, revealing a dark room. In the dark room, Lien Hong lay unconscious on the ground. Little Lien. Chou Xiaotian hurriedly ran over and carried Lien Hong up. The face that was 70% similar to his own father appeared in front of everyone. Lien Yu's mother shouted. She ran over and wanted to reach out to touch Lien Hong, but she didn't dare. Sima Yue went forward and checked Lien Hong's body. Then, she took out a jade bottle, opened the lid and placed it under his nose for him to smell. Ugh! Lien Hong smelled the odor and slowly woke up. When he saw Chou Xiaotian, he weakly called out, Master? Seeing that Lien Hong had woken up, Chou Xiaotian heaved a sigh of relief. He looked at Lien Ju and said, Master Lien, what do you say about this? Lien Ju's expression was very ugly. He looked at Lien Tian and waved his hand. 2 guards came forward and grabbed Lien Tian. Master! Lien Tian shouted. Go to the main hall. Lien Ju's face darkened and he left the courtyard after saying this. The guards took Lien Tian away and the others followed. Only Sima Yue and the others were left in the courtyard. Child. Lien Yu's mother lovingly touched Lien Hong's face. You are. Lien Hong looked at his grandmother in confusion. He had just woken up and was not very clear about what had happened tonight. I am your grandmother. Hua Nanin said. Lien Yu's mother saw the familiar face and couldn't help but cry. You are my grandmother? Lien Hong looked at Hua Nanin in surprise, then turned to Chou Xiaotian and said, "Master, what is going on?" At this time, a guard came over and said, "Second madam, Master wants you to bring them to the main hall." "I understand." Huan Nanin wiped the tears off her face and said, "I also want to know what is going on. Come with me to the main hall." Sima Yue looked at Chou Xiaotian. They didn't have any objections. Chou Xiaotian said, "From what happened tonight, he could see that it wasn't that the Fei family didn't care about Lian Hong all these years, but that they didn't even know about his existence." On the way to the main hall, Lian Hong found out about what happened tonight. He looked at Sima Yue and the others gratefully. Huan Nanin also found out about what happened that year and how they had been hiding all these years. When they reached the main hall, there were already many people inside. Lian Hong and Chou Xiaotian went in, but Sima Yue was stopped by two people before she could enter. "Little girl, what kind of flame did you use tonight? What kind of bee is that? Can you show us your flame again? Can you show us the bee first?" "No, let's look at the flame first." "Go away, let's look at the bee first." "That's a rare flame. That bee might be the extinct scarlet bee." "Let's look at the flame first." "Let's look at the bee first." "Let's look at it first." Sima Yue looked at the two elders who suddenly appeared and rubbed her forehead. She didn't care if they were elders from the Lien family and shouted, "Stop right there." When the people in the main hall heard her, they all stopped. When they saw that she wasn't talking to them, they continued talking. Sima Yue looked at the two of them and said seriously, "When did I say that I would show you the flame and the bee?" Elder Black and Elder White looked at Sima Yue and said, "You won't show it to us? Little girl, we can't do that. We won't be able to eat or sleep." "What does that have to do with me? I'm not from the Lien family." Sima Yue crossed her arms in front of her chest. "How can it have nothing to do with you?" Elder White said, "These things are all yours, so it has something to do with you." "They're talking inside, let's go to the side and talk," Elder Black said as he grabbed Sima Yue's shoulder and brought her away. Four-Winged Rock wanted to chase after them, but Bei Gongtang said, "No need to chase after them, she'll be fine." 2 minutes later, Sima Yue was brought to a courtyard and Elder White came down. "Little girl, tell us, what do we have to do for you to show us the flame and the bee?" Elder Black went straight to the point. Sima Yue smiled. These two old fellows were really good. "Actually, it's not impossible for you to see my things, but you have to promise me one thing." "What is it?" Elder White asked impatiently. Chapter 466. My request is very simple. If Lien Hong falls out with the Lien family, can you guarantee that we can leave the Lien family safely? Sima Yue asked. Elder Black and Elder White did not expect Sima Yue's request to be so simple. They thought that she would have a higher request. "Just this request?" Elder Bai asked. "That's right." Sima Yue smiled and said, "As long as you can guarantee our safety, I will show you my flames and bees." "All right, it's a deal. Now, let's take a look at that flame." Sima Yue moved her finger and a wisp of flame appeared on her fingertip. Although it was only a wisp of flame, it increased the temperature of the surroundings significantly. "This temperature is even higher than the godly fire we encountered last time," Elder Bai exclaimed. "The temperature wasn't this high just now, was it?" Sima Yue opened her left hand and a ball of flame appeared in her palm. She clasped her hands together and the two balls of flame fused together. The surrounding temperature dropped immediately. Flame fusion? Elder He looked at the flame in Sima Yue's palm in astonishment. He was so agitated that his entire body trembled. "How can your flame fuse?" "It's simple. These are all my flames and they have the same aura. Naturally, there won't be an explosion when they fuse together." Sima Yue said. "These flames are all yours?" Elder Bai asked. "What belongs to my contracted beast is naturally mine." Sima Yue moved her wrist and the flames disappeared. "Aya, that's it? You only said to take a look, isn't that enough?" Sima Yue glanced at him. What about the bees?" Elder He asked. Sima Yue called out a scarlet bee. When Elder He saw the scarlet bee, his eyes lit up and he said excitedly, "Is this the legendary scarlet bee?" Sima Yue said. Where did these scarlet bees come from? It was brought up from the continent below us. Sima Yue said. The lower continents? The black and white clan elders were stunned. Could it be that the scarlet bees on the upper continents had already gone extinct, but the lower continents still had them? In fact, what they didn't know was that there were a few people in the central region who had scarlet bees, but there were very few of them. Hee, little doll, how many scarlet bees do you have? Do you have any scarlet honey? Elder Bai chuckled. If you do, we're willing to exchange treasures for it. You want scarlet honey? Sima Yue looked at the two of them and thought of something. She smiled and said, I've collected some of this scarlet honey. You are the elders of the Lien clan, and we are friends with Lien Hong. If Lien Hong becomes a member of the Lien clan, then you will naturally be my friend's elders. Not to mention exchanging with you, I can even give it to you. But if we become enemies, I won't give them to my enemies, right? Aren't you just trying to get Lien Hong back to the family? Elder Bai looked at Sima Yue. Just you wait. After saying that, he disappeared in a flash. Elder Bai, where did you go? The main hall. Elder Black said confidently. He knew his partner very well. Very quickly, Elder Bai returned. He looked at Sima Yue and said, It's done. Lien Hong has returned to the family. Tomorrow, they will write his name into the family records. Sima Yue was speechless. This Elder Bai was too fast. No one else has any objections? In such a big family, there would definitely be people who would object, right? What's the use of their objections? As long as Elder Black and I say the word, there's nothing in the Lien clan that we can't do. Elder Bai said proudly. You two have such high statuses? Or do you two have higher seniority? Sima Yue couldn't help but look at the two of them. It was unbelievable that these two elders could influence the family's opinion. We are the Lien clan's patriarch's grandfather and third grandfather. They naturally have to listen to our words. Elder Bai said, Look, we've already settled Lien Hong's matter. You? Sima Yue took out a 10-centimeter tall jade bottle and said, There's scarlet honey in here. Elder Bai and Elder Black opened the cork and a fragrant smell wafted out. Elder Bai said excitedly, This is the smell. I never thought that we would be able to smell this at this age. That's right. How nostalgic. Sima Yue listened to the two of them and asked curiously, Have you seen scarlet bees before? Elder Black closed the bottle and said with a reminiscing expression, Back then, Elder Bai and I went to a small world. There, we met a group of scarlet bees and obtained some scarlet honey. It's a pity that we didn't bring some scarlet bees out. Back then, we were still young and didn't know the value of scarlet bees. Otherwise, even if it was dangerous, we would have brought some out. Elder Bai continued. Little girl, how many scarlet bees do you have? Sima Yue looked at them and said, A little. We'll use treasures to exchange with you. How about that? Elder Bai said, As long as it's within our means, we'll give it to you. Sima Yue looked at him and thought that the Lien family must have a lot of treasures. Should she take this opportunity to extort them? However, when she thought of Lien Hong, she decided not to be so black-hearted and said, Since you know the value of these scarlet bees, I won't say too much. Just give me something of equivalent value. Alchemy, weapon refining, array formation, beast taming, anything is fine. Elder Black thought for a while and took out 2 boxes, one big and one small. Sima Yue opened the small box. There was a weapon refining material in the small box. Since it was kept so carefully, it must be of a high grade. In the big box was a medicinal herb. It was a snow ginseng that was more than 10,000 years old. When Elder Bai saw what Elder Black took out, he also took out 2 items. One was an earth-level lightning attribute technique, and the other was an ancient pill recipe. When she saw the lightning attribute technique, Sima Yue's eyes lit up. The other 3 items were dispensable to her, but this lightning attribute technique was something she urgently needed. Now that she had lightning attribute spiritual energy in her body, she had not cultivated any spiritual techniques and had not been able to use the lightning attribute's power. Now that she had the lightning attribute technique, she would have another lethal weapon in the future. Furthermore, this was an earth-level spiritual technique. Coupled with the lightning attribute, its power could be imagined. What do you think of these? Elder Black asked. Not bad. Sima Yue kept the items and called out 100 scarlet bees. When Elder Black and Elder Black saw so many scarlet bees, they were shocked. They had thought that getting 10 or 20 scarlet bees would be good enough. They did not expect Sima Yue to be so generous and give them so many. Hey, you're our friend from now on. When we raise these scarlet bees, let's go for a drink. Elder White laughed. Sima Yue pursed her lips. Drink with them? Chapter 467. When Sima Yue arrived at the courtyard that the Lin family had prepared for them, it was already the next morning. Sima Yulin smelled the alcohol on her body and frowned. You drank? Yeah, I drank a little with the two old guys. Sima Yue said, How's Lian Hong? It's already settled. Sima Yulin said, The Lian clan has acknowledged Lian Hong's identity and called him over early in the morning. They said that they were going to write his name into the family tree. Where's Brother Cho? We went together. I'm going to rest for a while, and then we'll discuss what to do next. Where's my room? Sima Yulin pointed to a room for her, and she pushed the door open in a daze. The two old men dragged her to drink for the whole night, and changed the way they addressed her from little doll to little friend. In the end, the two old men were drunk, and she was able to come back. Bei Gongtang came out from the house. Seeing her like that, she shook her head and sighed, This girl really thinks of herself as a man. Don't you know how to control yourself? Why are you drinking like this? Go and take care of her. Sima Yulin said. Ouyang Fei stood in the corridor with his arms crossed in front of his chest. He asked, Does this mean we don't have to go to Innumerable Green City? I think so. Bei Gongtang said, The reason we went to Innumerable Green City was to send Lian Hong to a safe place. Now that he has returned to the clan, we naturally don't have to go anymore. Then let's wait for her to wake up before we discuss what to do next. Sima Yulin said and returned to his house. When Sima Yue woke up, it was already evening. She heard Cho Xiaotian and Lian Hong's voices. She got up from the bed and saw the kettle on the table. She picked it up and drank 2 big mouthfuls before opening the door and going out. Seeing her come out, Cho Xiaotian laughed and teased, We were just talking about whether you would sleep until tomorrow. Am I really that good at sleeping? She raised her eyebrows and walked towards the pavilion. She picked up a spirit fruit and started munching on it. I heard you drank with those 2 old fellows the whole night. It didn't take long. I shook them off and came back. I can't even beat you in a 1 versus 2 situation. Are they too weak, or are you too good at drinking? Cho Xiaotian laughed. Well, Sima Yue said bluntly, But if I'm drinking with you, the innkeeper, then I'm not so sure. Then when should we drink? Forget it then. Sima Yue rubbed her brows. She was still suffering from the aftereffects. By the way, Lian Hong, how are things with you? Lian Hong stood up and bowed towards Sima Yue. He said gratefully, Thank you for asking Elder Bai to speak up for me. Otherwise, I'm afraid things would have been different. Some people in the family are not willing to let Lian Hong return to the family. Cho Xiaotian said, Those should be people who didn't have a good relationship with his father in the past. They said that his father had been expelled from the family, so naturally, his son was no longer a member of the family. Later on, Elder Bai came and directly said that Lian Hong should return to the family and enter the family records. Those people had nothing to say anymore. What about Lian Tian? You didn't say what you were going to do yesterday. Cho Xiaotian said, Lian Tian has always known about little Lian Zi's existence. When Lian En returned, he was the one he saw. He knew that little Lian Zi was being hunted down, but he told the family that his father was fine and had flown far away. These few years, the Fei family's movements have also been suppressed by him using his status. Then why did he capture Lian Hong? Sima Yue did not understand. Maybe it's to get the things my father left for me. Lian Hong said. Lian Tian has some connections in the family. If they want to punish him, it'll depend on what the family head says. Cho Xiaotian seemed to have thought of something. Yue, we originally wanted to send them to Innumerable Green City. Now that we're not going, are we going back? Bei Gongtang asked. We're not going. We'll go back in 2 days. Sima Yue said, Little Peng's situation is more urgent. Furthermore, we still have to go to Central State. Since Lian Hong has already returned to the family, we're just wasting time here. You're leaving? Lian Hong asked in shock. We originally came here to send you off. Now that you're safe, we naturally have to go back. Little Yen Zi, once you've settled down, Master will also be leaving. Cho Xiaotian suddenly said. Master, you're leaving too? I was originally a disciple of a sect in Central State. I've already left for tens of years. It's time for me to go back and take a look. Cho Xiaotian said with some regret. Lian Hong also knew how much Cho Xiaotian had sacrificed for him. Tens of years of protection was not something that could be expressed with just a few words. Just as they were chatting, a four-winged roc walked in. Young master. What's wrong? Wang Gang just sent someone to deliver news. The four-winged roc paused for a moment and looked at Lian Hong and the others. Little Peng? What news? Another four-winged roc walked over and said to Sima Yue, Young master, this subordinate is Honor Roc. Not long after young master left, we received urgent news that the Goshawk King and the Fei family had colluded to deal with us and the Lien family. It said that the Goshawk clan has already left and are preparing to take action against the Lien family? Sima Yue was shocked. Is the news confirmed? Confirmed. Honor Roc said with certainty. Everyone's expression became very serious. The news about the Lien family had always been selectively concealed by Lien Tian. They were not on guard. If the Goshawk clan joined in, the Lien family situation could be imagined. I'll go tell the family head. Lian Hong stood up and was about to leave. Don't be in such a hurry. Cho Xiaotian pulled Lian Hong back. Let's hear what Yue has to say. Did little Peng say anything? Sima Yue asked. After the king heard the news, he sent me to inform young master. He also sent some people over. They're all gathered outside the city and will listen to young master's arrangements. If you want to cooperate with the Lien family, they will listen to young master's arrangements unconditionally. If young master doesn't want to cooperate with the Lien family, then these people will protect young master. The four-winged roc replied. Sima Yue's heart warmed. When little Peng heard the news, he was probably worried to death. He couldn't come himself, so he could only send people to protect her. The Fei family and the Goshawk clan are colluding together. Sima Yue's fingers lightly tapped on the table. Those who knew her well knew what she was scheming. This Goshawk clan is really annoying. They want to ally with the Fei family to deal with little Peng. If we ally with the Lien family and eliminate some of their strength, then it will be easier for us to deal with them later. Yue. Lian Hong looked at her expectantly. Sima Yue stood up and said, Let's go. We'll formally greet the Lien family head. After a while, the guard at the door of Lien Ju's study came in and said, Family head, the four-winged roc's young master and general honor request an audience. Lien Ju's eyes flashed with confusion. When did the four-winged roc clan have a young master? Chapter 468. The young master of the four-winged rocs, General He Rong? Please come in. Lien Zhao was puzzled, but his reaction was not slow. Yes. The guard went out and quickly led the two in. When Lien Ku saw Sima Yue, she cried out in surprise, It's you! Sima Yue smiled and cupped her hands at him, saying, Thank you for your hospitality, Master Lien. So you're the young master of the four-winged roc clan. What a surprise. Lien Ju waved his hand. Young Master Sima, General Rong, please sit. Sima Yue and General Rong walked to the side and sat down. I have long heard of the four great generals of the four-winged rocs. It is my honor to meet one of them, General Rong. Honor Roc nodded his head and said faintly, Patriarch Lien is too kind. Honor Roc originally looked more resolute. He gave people the impression that he was an ice-cold handsome man. In addition to the arrogance of the four-winged rocs, he gave people a feeling of arrogance. Lien Ju was not angry at Honor Roc's attitude. Everyone knew about the arrogant temperament of the four-winged roc. May I know why General Rong is looking for me? Honor Roc looked at Sima Yue and said, I was ordered to protect young master. Lien Ju was even more surprised. The four generals of the four-winged rocs were very famous among both humans and beastmen. Not to mention protecting a human, They weren't even willing to come in contact with a human. Now, he actually said that he was here to protect Sima Yue. Looking at his expression, it was obvious that he only cared about her. This was too shocking. "Young Master Sima, are you looking for me?" Sima Yue picked up the teacup that a maidservant had served to her, saying, "I heard that Lien Tian was the one who handled all the news regarding the Fei family." Lien Ju thought that Sima Yue was concerned about Lien Hong, so he said, "Lien Tian was wrong to hide Lien Hong's information, but we haven't discussed how to deal with this. Patriarch Lien, you've misunderstood. I'm not here to talk to you about Lien Hong," Sima Yue interrupted her. "I'm here to talk about the Fei clan." "About the Fei clan?" "That's right." Sima Yue paused and said, "I heard that the Lien family and the Fei family have been at odds for a long time. Back then, Lien Hong's father abducted a young lady from the Fei family, causing the Fei family to chase after him. In the end, Lien Hong and the rest could only hide." "Young Master Sima is right, we have a long history with the Fei clan. But what does this have to do with young Master Sima?" Lien Ju looked at Sima Yue. "Young Master Sima, are you thinking of acting as a mediator between our families?" Sima Yue shook her head and said, "We also have an irreconcilable conflict with the Fei family. I was previously on their bounty list. Then Today, I'm here to inform Patriarch Lien that Fei Xie and the Goshawk clan have colluded and are preparing to attack the Lien family. Secondly, I'm here to discuss with you the possibility of the four-winged rocks cooperating with the Lien family." Sima Yue said. Lien Ju stood up in shock when he heard this. "Is this true?" "Patriarch Lien, you can ask the people in charge of investigating. Although they have reported the news to Lien Tian, it won't take much time for you to investigate," Sima Yue said calmly. Men. An hour later, all the elders of the Lien family gathered in the meeting hall. When they heard that the Lien family was about to invade, they were all shocked. When they heard that Sima Yue was representing the four-winged rocks to discuss cooperation with them, and that there were many four-winged rocks outside the city, they were even more shocked. Would the four-winged rocks cooperate with humans? They suspected that Sima Yue's words could not represent the four-winged rocks, but after Honor Rock said that Sima Yue's words could represent them, they stopped doubting her. "You have a grudge with the Fei family, and we want to clean up the Goshawk clan. Since they are colluding with each other, our current goals are the same." Sima Yue said, "Patriarch Lien, do you think the cooperation is feasible? From the news we just received from the Fei family, we don't know much about their strength. Now that they are colluding with the Goshawk clan, it is indeed a headache." An elder said, "That's right, if they want to deal with us, it will be difficult for us to resist." Another elder said, "If we can cooperate with the four-winged rocks, the pressure on us will be lessened. But the cooperation between the two clans is such an important matter, can a human like you really make the decision?" Sima Yue smiled and said, "I can't make important or long-term decisions, but I can cooperate with you for a short term." "Short term?" "That's right." Sima Yue said, "There is a team of four-winged rocks outside the city. I can't guarantee anything else, but those outside the city listen to my orders. We can help you get through this matter. Since it's a cooperation, you won't help us for free, right?" An elder said. "Of course, I have my own conditions." Sima Yue said, "My request is simple, I want those goshawks to never return." "That's not a problem." "That's good. General Honor will tell you the specific strength of the team outside the city later and discuss the battle plan with you." When Honor Rock heard Sima Yue say this, he thought that what King said was true. Before he came here, Little Rock told him that his master liked to be a hands-off boss, so no matter what decision she made, he would have to put in a lot of effort. Previously, he thought that Little Rock was just being humble, but now it seemed that he was just stating facts. However, even if Little Rock didn't say anything as Crimson Flame's contracted master, they couldn't reject her words. Moreover, she was doing this for the four-winged rocks, for King's safety. Sima Yue didn't participate in the discussion later on. She didn't understand the strength of the Lien clan and the four-winged rocks, so if she were to make decisions, she would only be giving orders blindly. She left the meeting room and saw Lien Hong and Hua Nanayan's anxious figures, as well as a man she didn't recognize. "Yue, little friend, what's the situation inside?" Hua Nanin asked anxiously. She knew that this matter was mainly because of Lien Tian. He hid a lot of information about the Fei clan, which caused the Lien clan to be in such a passive state. She didn't know if the clan would blame them. The Lien clan has decided to cooperate with the Four Winged Rocks, so this matter shouldn't be a problem. Sima Yue comforted. She glanced at the unfamiliar man. His aura was similar to Lien Ju's, but he was more powerful. This person had such an aura, but he didn't enter the meeting room to discuss matters. Where did he come from? Chapter 469. Hearing that the Four-Winged Rock would cooperate with the Lien family, Hua Nanin finally relaxed. Seeing Sima Yue looking at her sons, she said, "Let me introduce you. This is my second son, Lien Zhe, and this is Sima Yue. The innumerable green palace's soaring cloud palace's palace master?" Sima Yue asked in surprise. "That's me. I heard that you saved my elder brother's son." "Thank you." Lien Zhe cupped his fists. Sima Yue did not expect Lien Zhe to become the soaring cloud palace master at such a young age. She guessed that he was either talented or capable. Palace Master Lien is too polite. She smiled and said, "Why didn't you go inside to discuss matters?" "I can't go in." Lien Zhe said, "I am now the Palace Master of the Innumerable Green Palace. According to the rules of the Innumerable Green Palace, as long as one returned under their own name, they could not use the name of the sect to do things. If I want to interfere with the family's affairs, I have to go back to the sect and apply to the Hall Master." Was this to prevent disciples from using the name of the sect to do bad things? But this was too inhumane. However, this had little to do with her, so she didn't continue to pay attention to it. "Temple Master Lien, I have something to ask you. Is it convenient for you? As long as I can answer it for you, it's fine." Lien Zhe replied. Subconsciously, he meant that he couldn't answer for you. Even if you asked, he wouldn't tell you. How could Sima Yue not understand what he meant? She smiled and said, "I'm sure you can answer my questions. Actually, I just want to ask, if we want to go to the central region, do we have to use the teleportation formation of the Innumerable Green Palace?" "Not necessarily." Lien Zhe said, "Actually, there are many sects in a prefecture that have teleportation arrays that can connect to other prefectures. It's just that the Innumerable Green Palace is relatively closer, and its teleportation array is the largest and most stable." "Then what are the conditions if I want to use the teleportation array?" "No need, you just need to pay a certain amount of crystal stones." Lien Zhe said, "If you want to use the teleportation array, I can give it to you for free. And there's no need to line up." "Line up? Because there are too many people who want to go outside, you have to queue up at least half a month in advance. If you go there directly, you can't leave," Lien Zhe explained. "I see." Sima Yue said, "Then we might have to trouble Palace Master Lien." "Sure. I still have some things to do, so I'll go back first." Sima Yue said as she bowed to Hua Nanin and Lien Zhe and left. When he returned to the courtyard, they were still in the pavilion. Seeing her return, Lien Hong asked, "How was it?" Honor Rock stayed behind to discuss the details with them. Sima Yue walked over and said, "You don't have to worry now." "Thank you very much," Lien Hong said gratefully. "Then we're not going back now?" Bei Gong Tang asked. "Well, we'll go back after this matter is over." Sima Yue said, "We don't know their exact situation yet. Let's talk about it after the discussion." All right. In the remaining time, everyone was cultivating and stabilizing their cultivation. Sima Yue gave everyone a rare crystal, so everyone went into closed-door cultivation for a while. After the discussion about the cooperation was done, Honor Rock reported the results to Sima Yue. When Sima Yue asked what they needed to do, Honor Rock only said that he hoped that the young master could take care of himself and not get hurt. Sima Yue thought about it. They were too weak now, so they really couldn't help much. If they went to the front lines to fight, they might be killed immediately. They would just be a burden to everyone. It was better to stay in the Lien clan and let them deal with it. When she thought about this, she couldn't help but sigh. Strength, strength, she was really too weak now. It was no wonder that the people in the restless continent didn't dare to come up here even when they reached the divine rank. If they didn't have the opportunity to enter a sect, as a lone cultivator, It would be very dangerous to walk around the primordial lands. It looked like their main task now was to cultivate. It wasn't just her. Sima Yulin, Bei Gong Tang and the others realized this as well. That was why everyone worked hard to cultivate, wanting to increase their strength as soon as possible. In less than half a month, the Fei clan and the Goshawk clan came to attack the Lien clan. Honor Rock left 2 clansmen to protect Sima Yue and brought the others to join the battle. Although the Fei clan and the Goshawk clan were well prepared, they didn't think that the Lien clan would receive the news in advance. They also didn't think that the 4 winged rocks would cooperate with the Lien clan and ambush them outside the city. That was why both sides fell into a bitter battle. That day, the Lien clan activated their protective array and the entire residence was covered in a faint ripple. Sima Yue and the others stood in the courtyard and heard the sounds of fighting coming from outside. Seeing the various spirit skills that were as dazzling as fireworks, their thirst for strength grew even stronger. The battle lasted for 2 whole days. When Lien Hong received the news, he would come and tell them. From him, they found out that the Lien clan had the upper hand from the very beginning. The Fei clan and the Goshawk clan didn't gain any advantages. Apart from a few people who tore through the void and left, the rest of them died here. Once the protective array was activated, Sima Yue and the others ran out and got the 2 4-winged rocks to bring them to the scene outside the city. It was a scene of devastation. The original mountain was gone and had turned into a pile of rocks. The originally flat area had become bumpy and full of scars left behind by the battle. She found Honor Rock first. Although his body was covered in blood, he was still in good spirits. It was obvious that the blood wasn't his. When he saw Sima Yue and the others coming over, he nodded, "Young master." "How are the casualties?" Sima Yue asked. "For clansmen died and many were injured. Fortunately, young master prepared some pills. Many of them who were close to death were saved." Honor Rock said. "What about the Goshawk clan? Aside from the 2 team leaders, the others are all here." Honor Rock pointed to the corpses on the ground. Sima Yue was satisfied with the results. Looking at the Goshawk corpses, she said, "Should we take some back to cook? Bird meat is delicious, especially roasted birds. It tastes great." "Let's not." Sima Yulin looked at the mountain of corpses and felt a little reluctant to eat. "Of course, why not?" Sima Yue said, "Those are spirit beasts. Don't you know that there is a benefit to eating spirit beasts?" "What benefit?" "Spirit beasts are rich in spirit energy. When we eat their meat, we can directly absorb their spirit energy into our own. This is much faster than eating spirit fruits and vegetables. Furthermore, these birds can be fried, braised, stewed, and barbecued. Every way is delicious." Sima Yue said. In her past life, she had eaten many spirit beasts in the inner regions. She knew about this long ago. The 4-winged rocks that they were sitting on couldn't help but shiver. Why did he think of himself when she said those things? "Then let's do it," Ouyang Fei said. As such, under Sima Yue's instructions, the 4-winged rocks brought them around the battlefield to look for intact Goshawk corpses. Chapter 470. The Fei clan and the Goshawk clan had both suffered heavy losses in this battle. They wouldn't dare to attack the Lien clan for the time being. Moreover, Little Rock and the others cooperated with the battle here. When the Goshawks mobilized many of their clansmen to the Lien family, Little Rock brought the 4-winged rocks and a few other bird clans to raid the Goshawk clan's old nest. Goshawk King didn't expect Little Rock to act so quickly. In a short period of time, he had contacted several bird clans, catching them off guard. His original plan was to help the Fei family first before contacting his subordinates to overthrow Little Rock. Therefore, when Little Rock brought his people to destroy them, the difference in strength between the 2 sides was too great. It became a battle without any suspense. Once the Goshawk clan was defeated, the few bird clans that the Goshawk King had contacted before no longer dared to have any thoughts of resistance. They all came to pay their respects to Little Rock and bowed their heads to him. The matter that he thought would take a long time was resolved just like that. A few days later, Sima Yue received the news. At that time, she was roasting bird meat. When she heard Honor Rock's report, she stared blankly for a moment. Then she smiled happily and said, "Come, let's have an extra meal today. Let's eat a bird feast." "Then we're in for a treat today," Cho Xiaotian said cheerfully. After eating Sima Yoyue's dishes 2 days ago, he felt that all the food he had eaten in the past was wasted. This was what it meant to be delicious. Now that he heard Sima Yue talking about eating an all-bird banquet, he started drooling. When Honor Rock and the other 2 four-winged rocks first ate the goshawk meat, they felt a bit awkward. However, after tasting 2 mouthfuls, they fell in love with the taste and the feeling of a weak spirit force flowing through their bodies. Therefore, when they heard that there was an all-bird feast, they only felt uncomfortable for a while before joining the team. The bird feast was ready, and everyone couldn't wait to dig in. Ouyang Fei gnawed on a 10th of the bird leg and said contentedly, "If Fatty and the others knew that we ate such delicious food, they would probably beat their chests and stomp their feet for a while." "I think so too." Bei Gongtang thought of Fatty Chu beating his chest and stamping his feet and laughed. Cho Xiaotian and the others were fighting over the food happily. In the future, when he returned to the central region, he might not be able to eat such delicious food. Sounds of people fighting over food and laughter could be heard in the courtyard, making the guards and maidservants envious. 2 days later, Sima Yue and the others bid farewell to the Lien clan. They found an open space outside the city and spent a day setting up a one-time use teleportation array. Just as everyone stood in the teleportation array and was about to inject their spiritual energy to activate the array, Sima Yue heard something. Her hand paused and the spiritual energy that she had just gathered dissipated. "What's wrong?" Bei Gongtang asked. Sima Yue walked out of the array and said, "We don't have to leave. Little Rock and the rest have already reached Tai City." After everyone came out of the array, Sima Yue collected the materials for setting up the array. It took an entire day to set it up, but only half an hour to put it away. She had just finished tidying up when Little Rock brought Sima Lai and the others over. "Master!" "Fifth brother." "Yue." "Bikong." When they saw Sima Yue and the others, Fatty Chu waved at them from Little Rock's back. Once everyone came down, Little Rock transformed into a little golden bird and pounced on Sima Yue. "Master, Little Rock missed you so much. You're already the king of rocks, yet you're still acting like a spoiled child." Sima Yue stretched out a hand and flicked Little Rock's head. Little Rock thought of his own identity and turned back to look at the 4-winged rocks who had followed them. He sighed in his heart and got off Sima Yue's back and transformed into his human form. "What are you all doing here?" Sima Yue asked when she saw that everyone had come. "The main thing has already been settled. The remaining things have been handed over to Wind Rock and the others to settle. Little Rock wanted to be the king and said that he wanted to return to your side. So we followed along." Sima Yuran explained. "You're not going back?" Bei Gongtang asked in surprise. "We're not going back." Little Rock said, "I've already gotten Wind Rock and the other 2 elders to settle those things. I didn't really like it in the first place, so it's better to roam the world with Master." "Then what about them?" Sima Yue asked 9th Rock and the others who had followed along. "Mother and the elders said that my identity was noble. Since I wanted to leave, they had to send people to protect me. Mother brought them along." Little Rock said helplessly, "I thought that it wouldn't be a problem to just throw them into the spirit pagoda, so I agreed." "Master, don't worry. They already have a subordinate contract with me. They will definitely spread the news of the spirit pagoda." Sima Yue understood that with Little Rock's identity, he would definitely be targeted by the other clans. He would still need someone to protect him when he left the clan. Furthermore, she was weak now. It would be best if there was someone to protect him. "Since that's the case, you can bring them into the spirit pagoda," Sima Yue said as she brought everyone into the spirit pagoda. 9th Rock and the tens of transformed rocks who had followed along were all of high ranks and could be considered to have seen a lot. Even so, they were still shocked by the sudden change in scenery. Little Rock immediately went to explain to them that this was where they would be living in the future. He then brought them around for a tour. At a mountain peak not far from the living area, 9th Rock and the others saw Crimson Flame. The tens of them hurried over to greet him. Crimson Flame knew that they were here to protect Little Rock and would be living here in the future. He nodded lightly and did not say anything. He closed his eyes and continued to cultivate. Ever since Sima Yue was injured by Wind Rock, he did not enter deep slumber to recover. Instead, he cultivated in the spirit pagoda in case something like the last time happened again. Sima Yue and Sima Lai and the others rested together. They talked to each other about what happened after they separated. After that, they decided to let Fatty Chu and the others continue to stay in the spirit pagoda so that others would think that they did not come. Brother Yue, last time a bird king said that it smelled a familiar scent on me. Little Tu said, it said that I might be related to a spirit clan in the central region. Sima Yue was stunned. She thought of the spirit beast bloodline in Little Tu's body and asked, do you know what race it is? Golden-eyed ape. The spirit beast bloodline in Little Tu's body was actually the golden-eyed ape? Sima Yue was incomparably shocked. This was because the golden-eyed ape was a descendant of an ancient spirit beast. Its status among the spirit beasts was comparable to the phoenix race. In the central region, no one dared to provoke it. Furthermore, they were extremely repulsive towards humans. How could they have children with humans and even wander to the Lin continent to form a clan? If they knew of Little Tu's existence, who knew what kind of reaction they would have? However, she guessed that the possibility of them not acknowledging him was higher. Furthermore, with their arrogant temperament, they would probably kill Little Tu to erase the stain of their race. She had already made up her mind. As long as she was not sure of the golden-eyed ape's attitude, she would not let Little Tu come into contact with them. Chapter 471. Sima Yue stayed in the spirit pagoda for half a day before bringing Sima Yulin, Bei Gong Tang and Ouyang Fei out. The others stayed in the spirit pagoda to cultivate. They returned to the Lien clan and were surprised to see them return. When they found out that they were looking for Lien Zhe, they said that he had left the Lien clan to return to the innumerable Green Palace not long after Yu left. Chou Xiaotian and Lien Hong were with him. Chou Xiaotian was going to the innumerable Green Palace to use the teleportation array to return to Central Province. Lien Hong was going to follow Lien Zhe to the innumerable Green Palace to cultivate and become a disciple. Without a choice, they could only go to the city lord's residence and use the teleportation array to rush to the innumerable Green City. Because Lien Zhu was personally bringing them over, there was no need to queue. He immediately arranged a teleportation array for Yu and the others. Before they left, Lien Zhu expressed his wish to visit the Lien clan in Grand City in the future. The teleportation array was activated and the four of them quickly disappeared from everyone's sight. The city lord rushed over after receiving the news and only saw the light of the teleportation array after Sima Yue and the others left. Old Lien, you came personally to send them off. Who is that? The city lord asked curiously. The person who helped my Lien clan get through this crisis will definitely be someone who will cause the primordial lands to tremble. Lien Zhu sighed as he walked out. Is he really that powerful? The old Lin, tell me. The city lord of Grand City said as he chased after him. When Yu and the others reached the innumerable Green City, Lien Zhe and the others had already returned to the innumerable Green Palace. They could only find an inn to stay in. While Sima Yue was resting, Bei Gong Tang and the others went outside to scout for news. When they came back, they told her that the innumerable Green Palace was heavily guarded. It would be troublesome to look for Lien Zhe. However, the teleportation array was not very strict. As long as they paid, they could go and queue up. Bei Gong Tang and the others went to pay 100 middle-ranked crystals and received a number plate. The date on it was actually 20 days from now. As a result, they had to stay here for 20 days. They were not in a rush, so they did not mind waiting. After sleeping for 2 days, Yu dragged the three of them to walk around the streets. She heard that there was good food here and wanted to try it, so she asked for directions. They were lucky and happened to come across the last private room. It was said that someone had booked it before but didn't want it, so it had just been vacated. Yue, look, there's also a Xianyuan pavilion here. It looks rather stylish from the outside. Bei Gong Tang said as she looked at the shop across the street. The waiter happened to be serving them tea. Hearing her sigh, he said, this Xianyuan pavilion was opened by people from the central regions. They have a strong foundation. Their status was even higher than that of the innumerable Green Palace. It was just that they kept a lower profile. There are a lot of things there. If you have time, you can take a look around. Especially the auction venue, it's very impressive. How do you know we haven't been there? Yue took a sip of the tea. The tea was not bad. You all look unfamiliar, and you're sighing over the Xianyuan Pavilion. This isn't the first time we've encountered such a situation. I can tell at a glance that you're new to innumerable Green City. The waiter said, "Your tea is ready. Please enjoy. The food will be served soon. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. If you need anything, just pull this bell." He pointed to a bell behind the door and then left. Yue continued to look at the people going in and out of the Xianyuan Pavilion, saying, "No wonder the Xianyuan Pavilion below is more impressive than the royal family. It turns out that they have this kind of background. I don't know what's the difference between the Xianyuan Pavilion above and below. Anyway, we have nothing to do. Why don't we take a look after we're done eating?" Bei Gongtang said. Sima Yue nodded. "I wonder if your card is useful up there." Ouyang Fei was more curious about this. "It shouldn't be. The difference between the people below and the people above is too big. The standards should be different." Bei Gongtang guessed. "We'll know if we can go or not," Sima Yue said with a smile. She was not curious about this at all. There was a knock on the door. A waiter said that he was here to serve the food. After receiving a response, he came in and said, "Dear guests, we've served the food." There were 5 or 6 people behind him. Each of them carried a tray in and placed the dishes on the table before leaving one after another. "Dear guests, your dishes have been served. Please enjoy." The waiter left after speaking and closed the door behind him. For people, 7 dishes. In the past, it did not seem like much. However, in a restaurant like this, it was a little extravagant. Bei Gongtang tasted it and said, "The taste is not bad. It's not a waste of the price. The cooking method is a little special. I've never eaten this before." Ouyang Fei said, "It's really good." Sima Yulin agreed. Yu, why aren't you eating?" Bei Gongtang asked when she saw Sima Yue staring at the dishes in a daze. Sima Yue smiled and said, "It's nothing. Since it's delicious, I'll eat more. I don't usually get to eat this kind of thing." After speaking, she lowered her head and picked up a spirit chicken wing and began to eat. What a familiar taste. Someone had once said, "You, since you like to eat so much, how about I make 2 dishes for you in the future?" After a long time, that person ran over excitedly with a dish. Honey-glazed chicken wings. She had eaten a lot of it on Earth, but it was her first time eating it in this world. Just now, when they were ordering, they only said 7 signature dishes. Who would have thought that one of them would be honey-glazed chicken wings? So many years had passed. Was that person still well? Would he be sad when he found out about her death? Thinking about the past, she did not know whether she was eating the chicken wings or her past memories. "What did you say? Our private room has been used by others?" A spoiled female voice came from outside. It seemed to be coming towards Yu's room. "Young Miss Xia, I'm really sorry. You sent someone to say that the private room was cancelled, so we gave it to other guests. Now that the guests are eating inside, we can't go in and disturb them." The waiter's voice sounded humble, but Sima Yue did not hear any fear. "We thought that something happened, so we sent someone to say that the private room was cancelled. However, nothing happened to us in the end, so we naturally have to use the private room." The lady said, "Young Miss Xia, how about this? How about I arrange another private room for you? This is the private room that we just vacated." "No, I want this room. You know that I only like this room. I don't want anything else." The lady said, "That's right. You know that junior sister Xia only booked this private room every time she came. Why did you arrange another one?" A man echoed, "We're going to eat in this private room today. You can ask those people to leave." "I'm afraid that's not good. What's not good about it? Do you want to offend us?" Sima Yue frowned and put down the chopsticks in her hand. She could not stop the cold air from seeping out of her body. Chapter 472. Bang! The door opened and 3 men and a woman walked in. When they saw Sima Yue and the rest, they said, "We want this private room. Leave quickly." Sima Yue sneered and said, "This is our private room. Why do we have to leave? You dare to talk back? The man in white looked at Sima Yue. Do you know who we are? You'd better leave before our patience runs out. Otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences. Hurry up and leave. We'll pay for this meal. Hurry up and leave. We didn't order much, so we don't have to take everything. Sima Yue said, if you really want this private room, then wait outside. We'll give it to you when we're done. What did you say? Those people heard her words and shouted. No one had ever dared to talk to them like this. Do you know who we are? How dare you be so rude? A blue-clothed man said with a dark expression. Sima Yue glanced at them and saw the insignia on their clothes. She said calmly, aren't you guys from the innumerable Green Palace? Do you think the people from the innumerable Green Palace can be unreasonable and bully others? Her voice was very soft, but it gave people the feeling that she was looking down on them from a high position. The sarcasm in her words was obvious. You guys forcefully used our private room. We're just here to seek justice, said the only woman on the other side. Miss, your ability to distort black and white is really good. I just don't know if you're also like this when you're cultivating? Sima Yue did not even look at her. She said to the waiter, is your boss here? Our manager is downstairs, the waiter replied. I'm asking Chinamo, Sima Yue said. When the waiter heard Sima Yue's words, his expression changed slightly. However, he quickly regained his composure and said, I don't know about this either. You'll have to ask the shopkeeper. Then go and call the shopkeeper up. Sir, please wait a moment. The waiter winked at the people outside the door, and someone immediately went downstairs. Sima Yue finished the juice in the glass and spun the glass in her hand. The shape of this cup was similar to the ones on Earth. He had once made some as a gift, and that person copied them and used them in the restaurant. Because it was cute, it was borrowed by others. Therefore, when she first saw this, she didn't pay much attention to it. Thinking about the past, the cup slipped from his hand and rolled onto the table, revealing the name of the restaurant at the bottom. Memory Restaurant. She gently stroked those 3 words with her fingertips. She felt her nose sour and her eyes redden slightly. Sima Yulin, Bei Gong Tang and the others didn't know what was going on with her. She was only like this when she advanced to the divine rank. They still remembered the sorrowful aura she had exuded at that time. Hey, we asked you to leave, did you hear us? Xia Yingying scolded loudly when she saw that Sima Yue and the rest were ignoring her and even spacing out. Sima Yue looked at her coldly, saying, we're not in the mood to care about you. If you don't want to lose face, leave quickly. We don't believe that there's someone who doesn't give us face. The white-robed man said, I'll give you 3 seconds. If you don't leave, we'll attack. 3 2. After the 3 counts, Sima Yue and the rest still didn't move. The white-robed man rolled up his sleeves and walked towards them. Bang dash, Sima Yulin sent him flying with a kick. The other 2 men saw that Sima Yulin had attacked and shouted, you dare to hurt our innumerable Green Palace's disciple. You're looking to die. The 2 of them took out their weapons and were about to attack when suddenly, a strong aura enveloped the entire room. The 2 men's spirit energy dissipated. Stop. The innkeeper came in from outside and the aura disappeared. The people in the room regained their freedom. What are you doing? The innkeeper looked at Xia Yingying and the others and scolded them. Memory Restaurant's rules state clearly that you cannot use spirit energy in the restaurant. Are you looking down on our rules? Xia Yingying and the others looked at the innkeeper and felt their hair stand on end. However, they were all disciples of the innumerable Green Palace and had never been treated like this before. Their temper flared up as they said, Innkeeper, what do you mean by this? We've been beaten up in your place and you're still protecting them? Are you looking down on our innumerable Green Palace? When the innkeeper heard what she said, his expression turned ugly as he said, our rules are not broken even by your innumerable Green Palace. Innkeeper, you sure talk big. Xia Yingying said angrily, my innumerable Green Palace is a great sect. Your memory restaurant has only been open for 10 years. How dare you compare to us? For a restaurant like yours, even if we destroy it today, you can only watch. Innumerable Green Palace, you sure talk big. Then let's see if you can destroy us today. The innkeeper sneered. Although we've only been open for 10 years, we came from the central regions. If you want to destroy us, then show me what you've got. I know you're the daughter of a palace master. However, you don't have the right to destroy us. Go back and call your father. Send our guests out. The innkeeper waved his hand and 2 divine sect members suddenly appeared. He said to Xianxia and the others, "Are you going to leave on your own or do you want us to throw you out?" Facing 2 divine sect members, no matter how unwilling they were, Xianxia and the others could only leave in anger. If they were thrown out, then they'd lose a lot of face. Sima Yue didn't think that the innkeeper would immediately chase Xianxia and the others away. It seemed like they didn't submit to the innumerable Green Palace's name. The innkeeper waited for Xianxia and the others to leave before turning around and cupping his hands towards Sima Yue and the others. He smiled and asked, "Is there something you need from me?" "I wanted to ask if your boss, Chinamo, is currently in the outer regions?" Sima Yue asked. The innkeeper was also stunned. The boy asked, "Does young master know my boss?" "We're friends." Sima Yue said, "So I wanted to ask if he's here so that I can pay him a visit." "I'm really sorry. Boss usually doesn't come here. He's only come here twice these past few years." The innkeeper said. "So it's like that?" Sima Yue said a little dejectedly. Then she laughed at herself. If he was really here, did she really have to go and meet him? "Yue, what's wrong?" Bei Gongtang couldn't help but ask when she saw Sima Yue like this. "Nothing." Sima Yue shook her head. Then she said to the innkeeper, "We're fine." "Then we'll take our leave first." The innkeeper looked at Sima Yue suspiciously. He waved his hand at the waiter and the 2 of them left together. Half an hour later, they paid the bill and left. The waiter came up to clear the table. When he saw the watermark on Sima Yue's seat, he hurriedly called the innkeeper over. When the innkeeper saw the watermark, he cried out in shock. "This, isn't this? Quick, quick, go and report this to the central regions." Chapter 473. Sima Yue did not know that the picture she drew with water had caused such a huge commotion after she left. She had drawn it by accident when she was reminded of her past life. At this time, the 4 had already left the restaurant and went to the Xianyuan pavilion. As soon as they entered, they were immediately served by the shop assistant. The shop assistant took them around the upper and lower floors. In the end, they only chose some materials for engraving one-time arrays. Ouyang and Beigong chose 2 herbs for alchemy. "That's a total of 1,000 mid-grade crystals," the clerk said after settling the bill. Sima Yue felt the pinch. In the past, she had been using the array stones prepared by the Sima family. She had never bought it herself. Now, she felt that the array stones were really expensive. "May I ask if the crystal card obtained from the continent below is useful here?" The clerk was taken aback and said, "That depends on what card it is. Can you show me your card?" Sima Yue took out the blue card. The shop assistant took it and looked at it, saying, "The blue card is the highest grade card in the lower continent, but it is the lowest grade card here. However, we can still give you a 5% discount." "Let's settle the bill then," Sima Yue said as she took out another crystal card. He didn't think that the card could still be used here, but the level drop was quite severe. "That's a total of 950 mid-grade crystals. Please wait a moment." The clerk took the crystal card and the blue card and went to make the payment. When the person in charge saw the card, he said in astonishment, "This card is a Lin Continent membership card." Everyone in the house looked over and said curiously, "How many years has it been since someone came to the Yilin continent? Now that someone has come up, it's really strange. People who come from the Yilin continent usually don't do well. This person can still come here to buy things. Looks like he's doing pretty well. Didn't Little Miss and Little Young Master go to the Yilin continent a few years ago? I think they came back a few years ago. I've been back for a few years. I heard that they recently left the central region and went to the central region to host the auction next month. Young Miss and Young Master are both quite capable. In the future, they will most likely take over our Xianyuan pavilion." "Not necessarily. Didn't they say that there are 2 other young masters competing with them?" If they can successfully hold the auction in the central region, then this matter will be different. Even if those people want to, there's nothing they can do. The person who spoke first took out the spirit stones from the crystal card and handed them to the shop assistant. All right, quickly take them out for the customer. Okay. The shop assistant took the crystal card and the membership card and went out. Sima Yue and the others waited for a while before the shop assistant came out. She wrapped up the crystal and blue cards as well as the items they bought and handed them to them, saying, "Please take them." Sima Yue kept the items in her space ring and the four of them left. They were about to return to the inn when they were stopped by someone. "Stop!" Sima Yue looked at the person who was blocking her and said, "Move aside." Xianxia crossed her arms in front of her chest and stood in the middle of the men. "Move aside? You beat up my innumerable Green Palace's men and now you want us to move aside?" This was originally a bustling street. When the surrounding people heard this, they all looked over curiously. There were actually people who dared to beat up the innumerable Green Palace's men? Their guts were too big. You're talking about how you wanted to snatch our private room and were thrown out of Memory Restaurant? Sima Yue looked up and explained the situation clearly in 2 sentences. The surrounding people immediately understood. These people had tried to snatch someone else's private room and were beaten up and thrown out of the restaurant. Xiaoying's expression changed, saying, "You still dare to speak nonsense. Men, capture these 4 and bring them back to me." Yes, young Mississippi, the 8 of them surrounded her. It was obvious that they were the helpers she had just found. "If you're not afraid of losing face, then we'll help you." Sima Yue took out Ling Long, which had turned into a whip. Bei Gong Tang and the other 2 also took out their weapons and waited. Out of the 8 people, 6 were divine kings and 2 were divine kings in the middle. With the strength of the 4 of them, it would be difficult to fight them. "Do you think that we'll be beaten up by you here? Beat them up first, then capture them back," Xia Yingying ordered. Sima Yue did not wait for the other party to make a move. She wrapped her whip around one of the people's neck and swung it forcefully. That person was thrown out and landed heavily on the ground. Bei Gong Tang and the others also moved and attacked the people closest to them. These few years, they had trained their bodies with Sima Yue and learned how to fight in close quarters. When fighting with so many people, choosing to fight in close quarters was the most advantageous. They could get rid of 4 people before they could prepare. Now, they only needed to deal with the remaining 4 people. Now, there were only 2 divine kings in the middle and 2 divine kings in the beginning. They were slightly higher ranked than them, but it was not difficult to deal with them. This was because Bei Gong Tang and the other 2 all had the ability to fight above their ranks. Fights like this were very common here. In this kind of place, the buildings all had automatic defense arrays. Once someone started fighting, the arrays would automatically activate and protect the buildings from being damaged. Sima Yue's whip was like a gust of wind. Every time it hit someone, it would burn their clothes. The other party had no choice but to divert part of their attention to defend. Just as Sima Yue was about to defeat the other party, a leopard formed from spiritual energy pounced towards her. She had no choice but to change the direction of her whip. She gave up on her opponent and attacked the leopard formed from spiritual energy. "Don't be so arrogant. Watch how we deal with you," the black-clothed man from the restaurant said. He was also a divine king in the middle. When he saw that the people he called were unable to deal with Sima Yue and the others, he personally took action. This was a battle between spirit masters. Before they used their spiritual energy, their battle power was not high. However, once they used their spiritual techniques, it would be troublesome to deal with them. Furthermore, this leopard was of the metal attribute. It looked like an iron leopard. Normal attacks were completely useless. Sima Yu was rather surprised by this iron leopard. Most of the time, metal attribute spirit skills would transform into weapons. This spirit beast transformation was rather rare. However, this kind of spirit beast transformation was much better than a weapon transformation. This was because spirit beasts would have a little more awareness to attack. The flames on the whip could only leave a mark on the leopard's body. It could not melt it. Roar dash, the leopard pounced towards her. She leaned back and dodged it. However, a ball of flames attacked her from the other side. She spun twice to the side to dodge it. At the same time, She threw the whip in her hand over. It just happened to wrap around the leopard's neck. Roar dash! The leopard stretched out its claws, wanting to break the whip. However, how could it break Ling Long? Sima saw that normal flames were useless against the leopard. She secretly injected a little of Crimson Flame's flames. The leopard immediately turned into spiritual energy and dissipated into the air.